Today, we're going to be going on an epic bookshelf tour with a world-renowned memory expert, Dr. Anthony Metivier. He's the founder of the magnetic memory method, and he has a TEDx talk that went viral with over 4 million views on the intersection between memory and mindfulness. His podcast episodes have been downloaded over 1 million times. Dr. Metivier holds a PhD at York University, where he's also taught and where he also got his bachelor's and master's degrees. He also holds a second master's degree from the European Graduate School in Switzerland. Besides teaching at York University, he's also taught at the University of Saarland in Germany, as well as Rutgers in New Jersey in the United States. Dr. Anthony Metivier specializes in the history of memory and mnemonics and is one of the most well-read experts I've ever met in the memory and accelerated learning spaces. Dr. Metivier has also published a number of books on memory, and we're going to be giving away several of his books, and that's in the first link in the description if you want to participate in that giveaway. It took over 12 hours to tour Anthony's full library, and so we've split this into 2 parts. And after we finished recording, Dr. Metivier suggested that I come on his channel for a special kind of interview based on an AMA he did on Reddit. In the AMA video, I read each question that various Redditors asked Dr. Metivier, and then he answers the question, and then I add my answer. Make sure you subscribe to this channel with notifications on, because we're actually doing a part 3, which is going to be a library tour specifically focused on more advanced mnemonic books. So as we were going through the video that you're watching today, I realized that some people may not want to go really in depth on some of the more obscure and esoteric elements of mnemonics. And so I suggested, hey, let's do a part 2, which is actually going to be a part 3 bookshelf tour, just going more in depth on these books on mnemonics and related historical figures. So make sure you subscribe to get those. And also check out the link in the first link in the description for all the high-res photos of Anthony's bookshelf tour, as well as my classic spreadsheet where I share hard-to-find information on the various facing page translations of the classics. So the Loeb Classical Library, Dumbarton Oaks, E. Toddy, Murty, as well as book sets put out by other publishers besides Harvard University Press. And there's other big sets, landmark centerpiece sets, encyclopedia sets, for example, and I've collected all that information. The whole idea is with facing page translations is just that the original language is on the left-hand page and the right-hand page has the English translation. And there's also book sets in France, in Spain, and in other countries that do the target language into Spanish or the target language into French. And there's information about those sets as well. So for those of you who are polyglots or interested in different languages, that's a really valuable resource. And Dr. Metivier also is going to be reciting some Sanskrit in this video. So he's memorized Sanskrit, learned Sanskrit, used mnemonics to learn Sanskrit, Chinese, other languages as well. So that will be in the video as you go through. There's timestamps you can skip around. And like I said, we're doing a book giveaway. So that'll be in the first link in the description. And there's also, we talk about in the bookshelf tour that Anthony is working on a map. Anthony is working on a bookstore and he has some 3D renderings of what the bookstore is going to look like, and those are in the bonus resources as well. So finally, before we get into the bookshelf tour itself, I just want to remind you to leave any questions, any comments, any suggestions for Dr. Metivier in the comments below. Check out the other videos that we're doing together and sign up to my email list if you'd like to get notifications every time I put up a new bookshelf tour. Also, there'll be a link in the description for my playlist where you can find the other bookshelf tours that I've done, as well as some additional types of tours, like the in-person tour I did with Harvard University Press at their offices in Cambridge. So with that said, I just want to do a quick call to action for those of you who may want to do a bookshelf tour with me. If you have an interesting home library, if you have an interest, even if you don't have a huge library, if you have even a single bookshelf or bookcase dedicated to a particular interest, and you've really cultivated an interesting collection of stuff, doesn't have to be a multi-hour bookshelf tour, just has to be of value to viewers for the amount of stuff that they're seeing. So also, I've expanded the scope of this video series beyond just home libraries. So I'm also inviting those of you who are involved in small presses, independent presses, niche presses, and especially university presses. I want to do additional bookshelf tours with you, as well as small and independent bookstores, especially ones that have a home library-like feel to them. And then finally, libraries and even museums that have special collections of books that might be interesting to the broader public and my audience. So with all that said, let's get into the bookshelf tour. All right, so Anthony, let's get started with the first section of your bookshelf. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of the off spill. Some of these things used to be on the shelf behind me, but as things have developed, I put this in a closet. And
let's actually take a look at what's behind you. So this is a section of it. This is sort of the middle of it.
Yeah,
and you've got these lights.
Yeah, and those lights are just backlighting for when I shoot on YouTube.
Okay.
Or for YouTube or courses or whatever. Just gives a bit of sense of depth from the background.
Is there any particular organization method you have going on here?
No, I used to alphabetize all my books, one of my previous libraries, but this is pretty much, if anything, there's a little bit of consideration of what's directly behind me, just in terms of color, but very minimal consideration, actually.
So this is basically an L shape, and it also serves as the background to your videos.
Yeah, and actually that was not the intention. So in my previous place that I lived, I had a very big green screen, and I really liked that green screen. I didn't want a green screen, but a guy I was making courses with at the time, he was like, you absolutely have to have a green screen. So I relented and got this green screen. And at that time, I almost had no books anyway, because we had only recently moved to Australia, and I'd gotten rid of yet another library that I was developing in Berlin. But when we moved here, the original plan was, and I started to accumulate more books, was just to have bookshelves. But I mean, if I tilt my thing up here, you can see like some green stuff. And that's cut out of my original green screen. And I was just going to I worked it all out exactly how to cover these with the green screen. But because this room is so small, the lighting bounces way too harshly. Mm-hmm. So it was never really my intention to reveal my library in my videos. And I don't know why I didn't want to, but then it just became so difficult to figure out how to get this green screen to work that I sort of mocked up using the just rolling down these green.
It looks like there's like on the left and right side, there's maybe 36-inch wide bookshelves, and then in the middle you've got angle like two 1 foot wide or 18-inch wide, sort of filling in the corner.
Yeah, my wife could probably talk about the dimensions because she basically found them for me and picked them, and then we just worked out how we were going to place the camera, and everything's very awkward and squeezed in this room. Um, it's like the least ideal place that I've ever done a production of videos, and I've done a few videos in a few places.
And you're
So
building a you've got a bookstore project, which we're going to be doing a separate video on. But this isn't your only set of books here. We've got some pictures coming later on, of other places in your home where you've also got stacks of stuff here and there.
yeah, yeah, it's just a quirky collection because I've had several collections over the years, and uh, this is kind of having books in Australia is actually a strange thing overall, which we can talk about as we go.
Yeah. So this isn't in the black bookshelves, so this must be in a separate area.
Yeah, it's actually on in a closet on the wall that's opposite.
Okay.
And you'll some of these other books are in that closet on like a shelf inside the closet.
Is there anything here in particular that stands out to you?
Well, all
That's
those
C.S.
magazines
Lewis
are,
collection.
yeah, C.S. Lewis is interesting overall, but all those magazines are interesting to me. They're magic magazines or they're genie magazines. And Magic Magazine closed shop probably 2015 or 16. And then I moved over to Genie Magazine. And this is like the stuff that's in those magazines is invaluable if you're a magician or a mentalist. It's just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, maybe when we get to your other magic books and you've got an area, some other pictures, we can get more into that and kind of, because there's nothing to really look at.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh, to take a picture of everyone would take a long time.
yeah.
Um, so C.S. Lewis, I mean, lots to say about that. Partly I got that again just to restore books that I've gotten rid of over the years, but also research for my own writing to that age group,
Mhm.
which is a very difficult proposition for me because I like words so much. And the idea of simplifying anything horrifies me. And as I reread some of them, I don't find them actually very simple at all. I think they were very strangely difficult to figure out what's going on in them after all these years. I don't know how that I understood it when I was a kid. It's quite wild.
I had another guest who's big into the Stoicism stuff, and he got a recommendation to read some of C.S. Lewis's more religious works. He's seemingly more in the zeitgeist related to Christianity and stuff like that. So I don't know if there's any connection. It looks like this is more the children's books.
Yeah, well, I've got other adult C.S. Lewis books on the shelf,
Yeah.
and I'm interested in him because of Christianity, and I'm interested in Christianity overall. And I probably was given those as a kid because I was going to church at the behest of my mother against my wishes. But I don't really find Lewis's Christianity all that interesting.
Mhm.
Uh, his insistence on it is quite interesting. But if you read The Problem of Pain, I don't really buy his Christianity at all. He ends the Problem of Pain on a note that sounds exactly like Advaita Vedanta to me. And so
What is
I don't
that?
know.
Can you explain that second name you just mentioned?
Sure, sure. Yeah, it will come up over and over and
Okay.
over again in my collection. So Advaita
Could you
means
spell that?
not. It's AD
Yep.
VAITA, and Vedanta is VEDANTA. Advaita just means not to, and Vedanta is like the end of the Vedas. So if you were to turn that phrase into a sentence, it means something like this. The culmination of the knowledge of the Vedas is not to, meaning that reality is not multiple. It's not divided. Reality is one thing. And you can You could talk about that till the end of time. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't know that Lewis was really a secret Vedantist, but nonetheless, I don't quite buy his Christianity, and it doesn't really show up in the Narnia series either. It's got a lot of struggles between the two world syndrome, and the two world syndrome that he sets up is very Shakespearean. And of course, he was quite a medievalist and would have known his Renaissance era stuff. And so this two worlds is very interesting, and you see it again in the Ransom series, which is Out of the Silent Planet, was the first book in that series where there's the difference between our planet and other planets and so forth. So he's really tangling with duality, but it's arriving at a non-duality, which is another way of at
Why
what
did you,
Vedanta is.
yeah, how did you make the connection with pain? You mentioned that was sort of the essence
Oh,
of,
well, one of his books, his adult books, is called The Problem with Pain,
yeah,
or is it The Problem of Pain?
not sure.
Sorry, it's The Problem of Pain.
Yeah.
Um, in any case, yeah, well, because that's what Christians have to do, right? They have to apologize because there's there's such a heavy burden that if there's duality, if there's a thing that is separate from us that has created us, well, man, you've got a big explanation to make, right? And so I think he ducks out at the end of that book and boils down to the most obvious conclusion, which is that there ain't no other thing that is somehow uh, intentionally or consciously creating all of this.
Yeah.
And you see that theme in with Aslan and the Narnia stuff. It's like it just doesn't quite add up that that it's all attributed to this lion, and really the bad guys are the good guys. The bad guys are trying to expose the fatal flaw in the myth, and they fail, but nonetheless they're quite good at bringing it back over and over and over again. And the last battle is not the last battle, not by far.
Just for people interested, the one sentence summary from Wikipedia, The Problem of Pain is a 1940 book on the problem of evil by C.S. Lewis, in which Lewis argues that human pain, animal pain, and hell are not sufficient reasons to reject belief in a good and powerful God. When you brought up that connection with pain, it made me think of Jordan Peterson, because one of his, I forget all the details of what exactly he does with it, but part of his, deep in his thinking, seems to be the issue of pain and how pain is sort of like an underlying reality of the universe that's beyond constructionism.
Mm. Yeah,
So,
and Peterson's really interesting to talk about that because a lot of the pain, and he talks about this in Maps of Meaning, come from memory. And Maps of Meaning is a really good book if you're interested in memory. And there's a passage in there where he talks about this phrase, existing competence. And so much of people's pain comes from the fact that they try to make goals that they could never possibly achieve because they don't premise them on their existing competence. And existing competence is a memory issue. And so I think if memory serves, the example that he gives there is, Freud did all this stuff, but Freud, with the Oedipus complex, for example, he had this existing competence in that he understood classical literature and he understood Hamlet. And so when a patient, because Peterson doesn't get into this, but Peter Gay says in his biography of Freud that Freud never came up with the Oedipus complex stuff. Basically, in his telling of the story, a patient came and said, my situation reminds me a lot of Oedipus, right? So
well,
Freud's ability to make the connections, fill in the blanks and so forth, is what Peterson's talking about in Maps of Meaning in terms of existing competence, because it's in his memory, and his competence is literary in this sense of also biologically understanding things about the nervous system and then how the psyche is operating in this mix. And he says, that's it. Because it could have just been a throwaway statement. Yeah, whatever. You think that your situation is like this ancient Greek play. No. It's exactly because he's so trained in analysis of both literature and whatever things are going on that he is able to seize upon that. and he's able to fulfill goals within his scientific enterprise. So yeah, a lot of pain comes from the fact that people make goals that they have no existing competence to fulfill on. And then the additional pain is that if you want to fulfill those goals, you have to pay the price of getting the existing competence.
Hmm.
These kinds of terms have like really disappeared from Peterson's world, but they're in Massive Meaning, and he they're very much in my mind when he talks about those things, because Massive Meaning is quite an epic book, quite frankly.
Yeah, he there's actually a video where he, or it was clipped, but he said something about he made a decision fairly early on in life to not say anything that he didn't believe was true, and then also he wouldn't say anything that made him weak. And I thought that was, I thought the second one was more interesting than the first, because it's there's a tension there between truth and empowering yourself.
Mhm. Yeah. Uh, I don't know. I'd have to hear it. And you know, this is the time that we live in, where we have our own special algorithms that we follow, and there's less and less convergence. There's less and less sharing of like the exact template, the great books template. You know, we're all over the place. And so I should correct myself in a way, speaking of saying things that weaken you, because I said, oh, this has completely disappeared from what he's talking about. Actually, how do I know? Because there's like a zillion hours of him talking about stuff, and I just only have this small little slice of whatever robots are flinging at me, in addition to reading of his books, right? So it is quite, you're at a lot of risk of weakening yourself merely by opening your mouth and saying anything.
What about this C.S. Lewis book, The Great
Oh,
Divorce?
that's a great one. It has the word great in it, not by accident, because that is one of his greatest books, I think. So it's a story, but I mean, it's a story with a larger purpose. And basically, it's a guy waiting for the bus, and the bus takes him to a higher plane of reality, which theoretically is heaven. And as this journey progresses, things become more and more real. So one of the scenes that I remember is when he steps out of the bus, the grass is so sharp. The blades of grass have literally become something that can cut through his feet. That's how real this idea of heaven is, that he plays out. Uh, and it's quite a good allegory.
You've got a
Um,
lot of these masterworks books, I've noticed. We'll see more of them later.
yeah, that's a probably a quirk of Australia. They seem
Yeah,
to
I'd
look.
never seen those before.
Well, see, in Australia, I think a lot of the books are actually tied at the hip with whatever's in the UK.
Okay.
So they may have some sort of shipping deal or what have you. But I think that these SF Masterwork series are a British production, and they just have a lot of them here. And I could certainly go out of my way to buy other editions. There is another edition of 1984 on the shelf here. Um, but they have fairly nice introductions, and or most of them do, and they're readable. I mean, the print is not too small usually, but sometimes they'll I don't know enough about book publishing, but you know how sometimes you have a fresh new cover, but it'll have the old guts of
Yeah.
something else.
You don't have a lot of biographies, but you do have this one. Was there anything particular that resonated with Mandela's story, or is his
Biography may come up more often
Okay.
than it seems. Becoming Dr. Zeus is a biography also. Um, well, the long story short with the Mandela thing is, once upon a time I did some content on the Mandela stuff, in terms of this idea that, oh, they've changed the logo and there's a glitch in the matrix. So I held up this Mandela book as a thumbnail, but I wound up reading it, and it's really quite interesting. I mean, the thing that stands out to me about that book is this idea that, you know, you're going to climb a mountain, you're going to achieve a goal, and all you're going to find, speaking of pain, is another mountain. You know, so, but yeah, it's quite an interesting thing. But it was actually purchased to make a thumbnail. Oh, there's one of those statements that weakens me.
What do you think of Sapolsky's new book, Determined?
Well, someone sent that to me. Actually, I have two copies because two people have heard me talk about free will so often that they said, "Oh, you have to absolutely read this Sapolsky book." Um, I think it's a political book, actually. It's
Yeah.
almost feels like a psyop to get people to accept that punishment is bad. And I don't think that it resonates with how I talk about the absence of free will, although it has echoes of that. And I can see why people who follow my project wanted me to read it. So I don't know. I'm ambivalent about it, but really it feels like it undermines itself by having such a strong political thrust.
Yeah,
But Sapolsky would just say, I couldn't stop myself because I don't have free will.
he's a professor at Stanford in neuroscience and primatology, and he was part of that first wave of professors who put their courses up, their lectures up on YouTube like 10 or 15 years, maybe 20 years ago now. And he had this big beard and this very confident personality. And so that's, for people unfamiliar with him, uh, that's sort of how he originally came to fame. At least that's my understanding of it. That
Yeah.
Mastering Plot Twists book looks pretty interesting. Is that good?
It is. A lot of what I have is research for, I guess, my magnus opus. I don't have any such fantasy really that it's going to achieve any Thomas Mann like levels, but uh, there's a series that I've been writing and it needs a big kicker ending and you can't see it coming if it's going to succeed, but it has to feel inevitable nonetheless. And I study series a lot to try to work out how I can effectively do this and not have this complete letdown garbage ending like something like Better Call Saul, which had such huge potential and yet just pulled the rug out at the end and was just the most lame and ridiculous ending that I just still to this day can't believe that that was possible, that they could end it that way. But in any case, I'm trying to avoid that. And that book has been helpful in that regard.
And it's a detective thing, right?
What I'm doing, yeah, memory detective. So I'm editing right now part 2, which is this vitamin X. And got the red pen and there's blood on every page.
What's the safety propaganda book?
Oh, that's Adam Lair. He has a podcast called Safety Propaganda.
Okay.
And there's another book I have by him called Communions, I think. And so that book is a sort of collection of greatest hits of bad people or, controversial people who are cancelable, I guess. And, part of he doesn't say this, but well, I don't know if he says it, maybe does. That's that thing, weakening myself because somebody's going to say, no, he did say that in episode 43. But safety propaganda, I believe, comes directly from J.G. Ballard's Crash. And I think part of the logic that Lair's going for in this book is that there's a part of culture that is a direct threat to the mainstream. And as in Crash by J.G. Ballard, there's this line that says, I was almost relieved when I finally had a car accident after seeing so much safety propaganda. And theoretically, we are often very, very relieved to finally confront the fringes. But not only that, we never confront the fringe. Like we always realize that actually the fringe was always central to the mainstream in the first place.
This Pope and Heretic book has Giordano Bruno And he comes up in some of your other books in your library. You want to say a few words on him and this book?
Yeah, so that's a good book about Giordano Bruno and his fight with the church when they decided to imprison him and then drag him off to be burned at the stake. And that book is not particularly good on the philosophical issues that were going on, but it's a good readable overview of what happened, when it happened, and paints Bruno as quite a heroic figure.
When roughly was that?
1600, February 17th, coming up soon, the anniversary.
When he was burned at the stake?
Yeah. So he was probably born 1548, and I don't think that anybody knows for sure. Bruno was legendary for his memory. He claimed that he could remember his own birth, which he was probably making a joke about that because the way he tells the story has an echo of a certain narrative from Hercules. But nonetheless, there are independent accounts of his extraordinary memory, and his memory got him in a lot of hot water because people who remember things, I would think, generally have a tendency to not be able to keep their mouth shut when they should. And
there's also, I don't know if it would be a cult or what exactly traditions it's part of, but like having
that's a
birth
tragedy.
memories isn't that part of, I don't know if it's part of Hermeticism particularly, but
that's a total tragedy that he got messed up with Hermeticism, in my view. I'm writing a whole book about this called,
cool.
I'm halfway through the third draft. It's called The Infinite Memory Palace Technique of Giordano Bruno. And Yates is the one who really pegs him as a hermeticist. And Yates, I followed her footnotes, and she's made some egregious errors. Now, I know I've made errors too in my own research, but none have been epic like hers.
And you're talking about the book, The Art of Memory, for people who aren't familiar.
Well, Giordano Bruno in the Hermetic tradition is where I'm thinking about a very egregious error in her footnotes. What she basically does is she says, Bruno must have been a Hermeticist because Hugh of St. Victor was also a Hermeticist, right? And then she gives this, I mean, it's not that simple, but I went and I was like, Hugh of St. Victor as a Hermeticist? This makes zero sense. So I went and I found the book that she's citing. That's not what that guy says at all. He says that Hugh of St. Victor had read certain people. And that's it. Like, there is no claim or evidence provided that Hugh of St. Victor was in any way, and it just doesn't make sense that Hugh of St. Victor would buy into those beliefs. And it doesn't make sense that Bruno would either. Bruno goes out of his way to say in many of his books, now that we've gotten the superstitious part out of the way, we can focus on basically what we would say in today's parlance, the science, right?
So what was he? Do you argue he was a Christian or?
Well, this is an interesting thing, especially with Sapolsky and free will.
Right.
So I
have to read the book to find out.
Here's the thing with Bruno. While Bruno is going through the Inquisition, the Pope is having arguments, or the Pope is better said, facilitating arguments, debates about whether Jesus has free will or not. And at one point during the Inquisition, they asked Bruno, why won't you agree that Jesus was whoever we want you to say that he was, right? Son of God or whatever, and that he has free will. Bruno says, why are you bothering me to say that he's a person? I don't even believe in personhood at all, right? And that got him in trouble. But the point is when you say, well, who was Giordano Bruno? Giordano Bruno has an echo that you would hear again and again and again through non-dual philosophers, which is that there just simply is no identity. Identity is just changing. It's in flux. It's in pure becoming, right? And so he knows this. And it's a theme throughout his work. And Nietzsche later, in Beyond Good and Evil, puts him together with Spinoza. And Nietzsche himself was in this non-dual shtick. And basically, Nietzsche at some point says, if you think for even a second that there is such a person as Nietzsche, you haven't understood a single word I've said. So when we say, who is Giordano Bruno? I open my book by saying, no one knows, and all we can do is invent one. But if there was a Bruno, here's what I think was ticking in that meat tube's head, but it was a tube of meat, and let's go, right? And this is where Sapolsky could be useful for me, but I think Sapolsky ends up taking free will and turning it into a political exercise, which is against itself because, whatever, especially with punishment, because Sapolsky is basically saying punish no one, but, you know, I don't know about that. And I don't think it was good that Bruno was burned at the stake, but nonetheless, that doesn't mean that, punish no one just because he didn't have free will to stop himself from being the guy who couldn't, shut up in front of the Inquisition.
What about this book of English magic? That looks interesting.
Yeah, well, that is more in this sort of hermetic stream of things. I mean, it talks about ley lines, which is the idea that there are power lines and so forth. And I don't know about those things. I mean, I've done a lot of studies in hypnosis and placebo effects. And so I think that the truth in those things, to the extent that it is there, has a lot of metaphorical truth more than practical truth.
So this is more instructional than like a history of English magic.
No, it's almost more like a tour guide where it's like, okay, so here is where in England these things happened at these dates, and these ideas are still explored by these people. And it's a bit apologetic, right? Because people do this, therefore it's true.
So it's not really academic, but it's high quality.
No, I wouldn't call it scholarly, but it's not scholarly.
Yeah.
It's an interesting book. It's for my research, but I can go either way on these issues. I mean, part of vitamin X that I'm working on is that what if there's a drug? So Ted Kaptchuk is one of these major researchers in things about placebo effect, and he has a book called The Web That Has No Weaver. And his work on placebo effects is really interesting and profound. I cited it years ago in a book of my own called The Victorious Mind. And so in the sequel to my memory detective thing, Vitamin X, part of the question there is what if I'm mumbling. Ted Kaptchuk thinks that there may be a COMT gene that accounts for why some people have placebo effects and others don't. It might be genetic, right? And so the one of the questions in the novel is, what if there was a drug that made that gene turn on in everybody? And if placebo effects affected everybody, oh boy, could the bad guy do some really bad stuff. Now, that's not an utterly unique thing because that's like Scarecrow and Batman. Oh boy, I've got this drug and it makes everybody hallucinate. But nonetheless, that's like the gimmick is that there could be an explanation for why do some people disagree about these things? And why do they feel that, oh, magic is real because I put a stick in the air and now I found some water like 1% up the time. It's like why? Because there has to be a reason why we're so divided.
Jordan Peterson, actually, his late academic work or research oriented stuff, it's not really connected to maps of meaning as far as I can tell, but he and some students did some studies on, I mean, his main published area in psychology is on personality. And he found some pretty strong correlations between people's political affiliations and their personality substructures. And he used that to theorize that there could be a genetic component to why people believe certain things about human nature, or just like at these deep levels, and that it then expresses itself in their political affiliations.
Yeah. Well, back to Bruno. There are people who I have read and have a citation for that have said if Bruno were alive today, that would be almost certainly exactly what he would be fascinated with and probably agree with. Because even in the Renaissance, Bruno is talking about brain structures. Where is memory? Where is the imagination in the brain? He doesn't really care about all these woo-woo ideas. And he goes out of his way again and again and again to say, this is not magic. Yes, I wrote a book called On Magic, but he means transformation. What is a thing that can reliably transform something and work every single time? That's why Bruno is so fascinated with memory techniques, and that is his claim to fame for most of us in the Western world. Anyway, is his memory techniques, and his memory techniques need to work, and they need to work reliably. That means scientific, because science is empirical. Do this, that is the result. So it's a real tragedy that he was burned at the stake, and it's a real tragedy that a lot of people connect him with Hermeticism, because there's really no evidence that, yes, he talks about these books, but talking about books does not mean that you buy into them hook, line, and sinker. And he goes to every extent to say, this is not what I'm doing. He talks about this in the Inquisition, because we have the records of it, right? He does everything he can to explain to these people. And by the way, that whole thing when he says, why do you want me to say that Jesus is the person, the Son of God? I don't even believe in such a thing as a person, right? They actually delayed his trial to go and talk about this for 2 weeks, because they're like, man, that guy might be right. And of course he might be right, because it's obvious to anyone with two nuts in their brain rolling around, that there's problems with the idea of individual identity. This is not some new highfalutin brain scan conclusion that Sam Harris is perpetrating. It's a very, very old debate, and it's a very important one. It's the one that will never go away, except for when our robots give us enough data that we will just simply no longer be able to argue with the fact that there is a real, and it is very real, which is back to C.S. Lewis. You step off that bus in the real world, those blades of grass are going to be real blades. They're going to be so sharp that they might hurt you, right? And this is where our world seems to be heading. Shinzen Young talked about this years ago in The Science of Enlightenment. He's like, we'll meditate now and we'll do all this stuff with chanting and blah, blah, blah. But one day there's going to be computers that decide by robo committee how exactly what your path to enlightenment will be. Because it's just so obvious that's how granular and basically material the world is. Of course, I could be weakening myself by being so arrogant and assured of material reality, but
what about the Memorize the Stoics book? Is that what it
someone
claims
sent
to
that
be?
to me. Someone sent that to me, and they were hoping that I would interview Kevin Voss, but Kevin Voss died while that book was en route, or it had very shortly arrived to me, and then he died, which is very sad. And to my discredit, I never reached out to him earlier because I didn't want to get into a religious debate, because his other books are about remembering scripture. And in any case, I did memorize something from there. Let me see if I can remember it now. Nihil minus est omnis occupati quam vi veri, which is Seneca, and that basically means, a direct translation will just won't do, but it basically means we busy ourselves so much with the busy stuff of life, and the implication being we should busy ourselves with the important stuff of life. But I didn't use the technique that he talks about to memorize that, because I find what he's doing there to be the opposite direction of the true art of memory, if there is such a thing as the true art of memory. It's walking in the different direction, because he supplies the memory palace that you're supposed to use, which creates an interstitial effect that slows things down. It requires a visual imagination that's not really necessary in mnemonics, and you're just not using real locations that you could be using. Anyway, I mean, I just don't hear people saying, man, that Voss book totally changed everything, and his drawings of memory palaces, that's the jam. Like, it hasn't gone viral, I guess. But I really didn't want to get into religious matters, just simply because I know myself to be so averse to them, even though I certainly have had lights go on in my head that make me worry that I'm wrong, and that is Jesus reaching out. I don't know. But in any case, my bad if I wind up in hell, I guess, which is the problem. That's the problem, right? That's the problem of pain. My bad? Are you kidding me? I didn't make this place. How could it be my bad? But in any case, I like Kevin Voss a lot. I wish that I wouldn't have been so stubborn, because people did want me to interview him, to the point of sending me one of his books, but then he passed away.
You've got Shane Parrish's book here, The Great Mental Models. That's the new edition, volume 1.
What is it? Farnham Street, his site?
Yep. The Great Mental Models.
Yeah, I think that's a decent textbook for people. I mean, mental models is a very, very interesting thing. And the question is, and one of the reasons why I got it is, at what point will I make critical thinking part of my curriculum? So to research that, but I taught critical thinking, or it was critical thinking and logic at the fourth year level for about 4 years, and I took
Wow.
logic myself at university. So I think it's a good introductory text. My problem as a teacher is I just want to throw everything at people all the time. So it's just like, well, okay, so this is a good introductory thing, but where's non-classical logics? Like where's Lewis Carroll and what he was working on? Where's dialectism, like all this stuff. And so I have to,
We'll have to get into that with the pataphysics stuff.
sure, sure. But,
Um,
I think that is a good introductory text for sure. And then, the question is memorizing the models and then actually practicing them and using them.
you've got Super Thinking. That's another important book for people interested in mental models.
Yeah, yeah. And speaking of mental models, I mean, you said I don't have that many biographies, but I just see Geezer Butler's biography there. I think one of the best mental models is to read lots of biographies. And Bill Hicks is another biography. So biographies are really quite important to me. I Remember is a kind of biography. That's a George Perec book. Um, Orwell is in many ways a biographer, autobiographer, even though there's fictionalization in a lot of those novels. Um, and why I say it would connect biography with mental model is you're getting the mental model of how to live and how not to live at the same time. So they're amazing for critical thinking biographies.
I forget if do you have other books from this series?
I do. I have quite a few, or a handful, better said.
Yeah, so we can
Um,
talk about those, but another storytelling book.
yeah. There's Oedipus, which is
Yeah.
part of my existing competence to see everything in light of Oedipus myself. Um, Oedipus is a very, very important narrative structure. When I taught film studies, I used to teach the students about genre. I had a course called Genre Frameworks,
Mhm.
and there's actually a video version of it that I made. And one of the premises there is that there are genres and then there's super genres. And then there is the Oedipus genre. So there's like crime fiction and sci-fi and all that. And then a super genre is something where it sort of transcends all those things. It may be one of those, but it transcends it because it has a very strong conflict between at least three human aspects. So those three would be the conflict between body and soul, the conflict between, say, the civilization and the wilderness, and then the conflict between innocence and experience. And when you get those three things together, like say Chinatown, uh, then it doesn't really matter that it's a detective thing, right? It transcends. And then above that is the Oedipus genre. And Oedipus genre is basically anything where the character really realizes that he's the one that's just the source of all the problems. Like the self revelation
Mhm.
is truly, truly revelatory of the driving ambition being in conflict with the unconscious need, to the point that the unconscious need is blinding them, putting them in a matrix, so to speak. And they really need that crisis. They're not solving it any other way. Uh,
Are you familiar with Dramatica?
Dramatica. No, I don't think so.
It's got somewhat of a similar, it's a piece of software, and I believe there's some kind of book that goes with it. I read it a long time ago, but um, I had a coaching client who was a screenwriter, and uh, it was one of his favorite models. It's it it gets into that kind of theory of, I'd say it's a more technical, and I think it's got 64 different roles or something, but it emphasizes that internal and external um,
Yeah.
duality.
Yeah, there's a lot to it, and you can tell when the movie made it doesn't knowing these things doesn't guarantee the story is going to be good, but you can generally tell when they're going at that level, and it's quite something.
Do you like Christopher Nolan's films?
Yeah, in a way, this is Well, actually, what I like actually more than Christopher Nolan is Christopher Priest, because I think that Christopher Nolan takes so much from Priest, and
Really?
some of Priest's
I'm
books
not
I'm sure.
familiar with what his films are.
Well, Priest wrote novels, and in fact,
Oh,
Christopher Nolan based one of his better movies on a Priest novel, which is called The Prestige. But
okay.
I think that Nolan has a much deeper understanding of what Christopher Priest does overall. If when we get to things like Gödel, Escher, Bach, and all this, like these things will come through because.
Okay.
But yeah, I like Christopher Nolan, and but one of my little silly anxieties is that people will think, "Oh my God, you're trying to do Christopher Nolan in your memory detective stories," and it's like yes, but no, because Christopher Nolan doesn't come out of nowhere. I mean, these things are very very old, and the Prestige is more what I'm going for from Christopher Priest. Uh, I'm getting all these names mixed up now.
Could
Here,
you
sorry.
just summarize The Prestige in a sentence or two?
I don't know if I'm a sentence or two kind of guy, but I'll try.
Okay.
Basically, two magicians battle over ownership of a trick, and one of them basically sells his soul to technology in order to get at a trick that was never a trick, basically. So
Okay. So yeah,
he
and
calls
that's a
himself the
2006
Matrix
film
Evolution.
by Nolan as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But the novel is, I mean, I read the novel long before the movie appeared, and anyway, I love Nolan. I haven't seen every single Nolan movie, but Tenet to me is a very, very good execution of what you read in philosophical texts like um, Gödel, Escher, Bach by Hofstadter and Lewis Carroll stuff, and it's
It's
a
got a
theme.
star-studded cast: Hugh Jackman, Christian Bale, Michael Caine, Scarlett Johansson,
Yeah,
David Bowie,
The Prestige is just
David Bowie.
an amazing, amazing story. But I'd encourage people to read the book
Yeah, 1995 novel by Christopher Priest.
and other priest stuff. So the affirmation would be in my top 10 for sure, even though it's got some weaknesses. It's amazing.
What about this Salome book?
Salome, yeah.
Salome.
So two people were in love with Salome at the same time. She was a philosopher, and it was Paul Ray and Nietzsche, and she turned them both down. And there's a very famous picture, I believe it's on the cover of that book, where these two guys are pulling a horse cart, and she's got kind of like a whip. But anyway, she wrote about Nietzsche after his death, and I mean, the long story short impression that I get out of this book is that, and she doesn't say this, but reading between the lines, I think maybe Nietzsche was gay. I don't know, but uh, I never ever thought about that before after reading that book. And
Well, wasn't he sort of an incel in one way or another?
no, I don't
That
think
was
so.
the sense that I got.
Oh no,
Then it wasn't he in love with one woman and then it didn't, I forget why
well,
it
that's
didn't
her.
work out.
That's Salome. Or at least that's look. I would run screaming from the idea that Nietzsche was an incel. Uh, maybe it could be true, but he didn't. He in his. It's funny that you mentioned that though, because recently they published this thing. I don't know what it's called in German, but they call it in English anti-education. And in anti-education, which is a very early work, he's talking about dueling with people, and like literally having a duel with swords and stuff like this. And it has every flavor and tone of heraldry, not incelry, you know. Um, but anyway, if, I would say my memory detector series is quite Nietzschean, and there is an incel in Flyboy, the first novel, and the incel even studies other incels in order to amplify his incelness. And I just can't, I don't know where people get the images that they get of Nietzsche, but it can't be from Nietzsche because it's just so strange. But of course, Nietzsche's sister edited one of his books, and that led to all kinds of problems. And uh, yeah, but she doesn't say, Salome does not cast him as um, as an incel at all.
Yeah,
I don't
I
think
say it
he
a little
totally
tongue in
gets his.
cheek, but it does. I think there's maybe a larger pattern with a lot of philosophers that they tend to be sort of recluses and
Mm.
is that I think Thoreau is another example of that, where I think about how, from sort of a critical thinking perspective, what kind of bias to thinking is inculcated by, and to what extent do these people self-isolate, or they are not necessarily banished, but they're in some way rejected by society, and then that pushes them, to how does that affect their thinking and their worldview and their philosophy?
Right. Yeah. That's interesting. I would find lots of holes to poke in it, because what is a philosopher? What is philosophy? Uh, to what extent is, Socrates somehow pushed away by society when he, in fact, is pushing himself into every possible opportunity to speak publicly about all these things. And then he contradicts himself so terribly half the time that no wonder they're annoyed with him, because he undercuts so many of his own conclusions in his end speeches. So, yeah, I don't know. I would find that very, very difficult, especially given that philosophy can mean so many different things. And
Wasn't
to
he
be
known?
positive,
Wasn't he known to be extremely ugly?
Nietzsche?
No.
Oh, Socrates.
Socrates.
I don't know, but I mean, if that's the level of concern that we go for, God save us.
Well, like, does that? It sort of connects with the incel idea of, like, is there an extent to which somebody is rejected by, like the hunchback in the movie 300? Like, there's an extent to which, if you're rejected by society, that creates a, you call it a bias or whatever, but it
Yeah.
it can maybe incentivize somebody to go in a non-mainstream direction.
Well, here's an interesting way to think about this. So David Benatar wrote a book that was very impactful on me, and I don't have it anymore because it's in one of my abandoned or donated libraries. And that book is called Better Never to Have Been. And in it, he has it's this throwaway idea, but I think it's probably, I find throwaway ideas often to be the most important, central things in books. He basically says, and what that book is, Better Never to Have Been, is basically an antinatalist philosophy, saying that humans should stop procreating because mathematically suffering will always outweigh pleasure, and there's a utilitarianism to what he's doing and
Mhm.
so forth. But what he says there is that my philosophy is so correct that the only possible explanation for why other people can't accept it is because I'm genetically broken. There must be back to genes, right? Like he blames himself. It must be that I am broken in some way, that I can see the obvious math and others can't. They completely reject it. The smartest people in the world will deny this obvious reality. So it must be that I'm broken at the physical level to be able to see this. So it can be, I would like, it can be that some philosophers just see things in a way that makes it very difficult to collaborate and so forth. But there's so many philosophers who are obviously capable of seeing these ideas and not isolating or having all kinds of personal issues or so forth. I actually almost wrote my dissertation on this topic, which was going to be called The Myth of the Sick Poet. And
Yeah,
I,
because Nietzsche was also late in life. He may have had syphilis or had something, and
yeah, I mean, who cares what it was? His life went in such a way. But the problem is, and what I wanted to focus on in The Myth of the Sick Poet was this architecture that we build in our heads, that somehow it matters. That, like, biography does matter, but that it somehow has anything to do with the ideas. And that's why I think of that line often. If you think there was a guy named Nietzsche, you haven't understood the first thing that I've said. It has nothing to do with individuals. It has to do with the nature of knowledge, and knowledge as life. Spinoza would say that knowledge is life. And
didn't
that
Nietzsche?
life,
Wasn't there a quote from Nietzsche? Maybe somebody else, but it was philosophy is biography, autobiography.
that doesn't ring a bell from
Okay, I'll
Nietzsche.
I'll look it up.
Here's the problem with Nietzsche, and it would help a lot of people understand something about why he's difficult. and why a lot of people don't understand him. Nietzsche uses voices, and that has been very difficult to translate. So he'll sometimes all of a sudden drop into the voice of some drunk moron in a Kneipe, which is a German word for bar. And he'll be imitating the stupidest idea you've ever heard. And people will just read these snippets because Nietzsche was so smart that he made sure that he wrote in aphorisms that people could read, and they will read it out of context. They won't know what he's doing. They don't know how he ticks. And then they'll say, oh, I can't believe Nietzsche said such and such. What a moron. And that's exactly right. It's just that he is imitating a moron, not being one.
I just found the quote I was thinking of with ChatGPT. In Beyond Good and Evil, section 6, Nietzsche criticizes philosophers for unconsciously projecting their own biases, instincts, and personal experiences into their work. Quote, gradually it has become clear to me that every great philosophy so far has been, namely the personal confession of its author and a kind of involuntary and unconscious memoir.
Yes. Well, and Nietzsche is aware of that, and he writes about this in Ecce Homo. So yeah, that's good that actually exists.
And there's actually Will Durant, I guess is maybe what I was thinking of, in his book, Historia of Philosophy, 1926, wrote, quote, philosophy is the autobiography of a philosopher.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that I would totally buy into that, but one thing that may be fascinating, since Freud has already come up, I think it's the 11th meeting notes of the Vienna Circle. Freud tells the people, he says, I hope that no one gets the idea that I'm just taking all these conclusions of mine from Nietzsche. And it's a big moment.
And the Vienna Circle was basically just his circle of people that were...
Oh, I bet he wished it was his, but no.
Okay, I must be confusing it with... Was that the philosophy circle?
I only know it as the Vienna Circle, and it was quite focused on the development of psychoanalysis.
Right. And, okay. All right. That's right.
So a lot of what Freud is doing is in Nietzsche. And it is that awareness that I am projecting my biography into what I do. And Nietzsche will say in his whole oeuvre that you can't stop yourself from doing it, right? Humans are myth-making machines. So the question is, in a world without free will, can you get enough proheresis, I guess you would call it in Greek, can you get enough volition? Can you get enough of a grip on things to have an awareness that allows you to steer that ship just a little bit, right? And that's the kind of tension in Nietzsche. So I don't think he's saying I'm free of this habit of whatnot. But I think if I could echo what Nietzsche's saying, the whole thing is that words are stupid, right? To say, oh, philosophy is this thing and it's fixed and that's what it is. And it's like that statue out in the street and it's going to stand there forever. No, it's becoming what it will become. It's in a state of endless transformation. We shape it. And not only that, we are doomed to shape it. We're doomed to create it and recreate it over and over and over again. This is the problem, because what do we create over and over and over again? The eternal return of the same, as he calls it, or the eternal recurrence. And he uses different words in German for that. He uses Wiederkehr and Wiederholen and Wiederkommen. Like it's the eternal recurrence, the return to the same, and the repetition winds up in Freud with, repetition compulsion, and Freud worrying that people will think he's repeating Nietzsche. But yeah.
I was just looking up Vienna Circle. The Vienna Circle was a group of philosophers and scientists who, in the early 20th century, developed logical positivism, a philosophical movement emphasizing empiricism, formal logic, and the rejection of metaphysics. The group was based in Vienna and was active primarily between 1924 and 1936, though its influence extended well beyond that period. So that's what you were talking about with, because I was having trouble connecting that with Freud.
Yeah, I don't know if there's more than one Vienna Circle, but there,
because I know Freud had a circle also, and wasn't Jung part of that?
Yeah, and as the story goes, as I remember it, and I may be confusing things, but Jung basically said, don't worry about it. There's a thing called cryptomnesia, which is cryptomnesia is basically when you think you've created something unique, but you've actually read it somewhere else and you've forgotten where you found it. And I believe that if memory serves, Jung says Nietzsche himself was a big victim of cryptomnesia, which is quite possible. I think we all are. I mean, it's in the nature of information because information is recursive. But
I just put in here what the Freud Circle, and it's coming up with the Wednesday Psychological Society, 1902 to 1908, and then the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society, 1908 to 1938.
I must be
So that's
terms
with the Vienna thing. I knew there was, I knew what you were talking about.
I guess the real test is, was it really the 11th meeting?
Adler.
Pretty sure I'll find a record Adler where
started
that
that.
is. Yeah.
So Adler left in 1911. He's a really important sort of newer flavor of psychology, individual psychology, and then Jung left in 1913.
Yeah. I just, the idea that it was Freud's, I would sort of contest, because Freud doesn't come out of nowhere, and societies and meeting groups and, you know, all these soirees and stuff like that, cafes that they met.
Yeah.
And so forth.
Yeah. I'm not too familiar with that stuff. I also noticed this book, Learn the Gospel. What's that one about?
Well, I got that from my research into memorizing scripture.
Okay.
Which I do, even though I'm not a big fan of it. Well, I am. I'm a fan of anywhere that there's wisdom, but
what's your favorite book of the Bible?
I don't think I have a favorite book of the Bible.
Or for memorization, like which book have you memorized the most of? The most verses?
I wouldn't go that far. What I'm interested in it about it, I mean, Proverbs 18:13 to answer before listening. That is folly and shame. Stuff like that. Just little snippets here from here and there, partly to demonstrate concept. But what I'm interested in is I always look for, like, what is a memory demonstration that I could do that gives better proof of concept, but also why is it that people are attracted to the Bible in particular, and why do they want to memorize the whole thing, and what do they mean by learn the whole thing? Because there's a guy named Ashley Strand who's been on my podcast. He recites the entire book of Mark from memory. But the why is because he's an actor, and someone asked him, like, could you actually do that? Could you perform it as a kind of monologue? And he said, sure. And so he memorized it, and he delivers it. But I thought, well, okay, I'm going to try this, and I can't get myself to memorize that thing. So I'm always on the search for this combination of things. What is it that people are looking for to memorize? What is their why behind it? What could I memorize? What would be a good demonstration? And when I work with one-on-one coaching clients that want to work with the Bible, I usually just tell them, look, there's so much repetition. No matter what you do, unless you're memorizing it in an original version, if such a thing exists, then you're going to wind up memorizing something that is going to be contested all the time. So why do that? Why not memorize in an original language, and then just pick the passages that make you feel closer to your maker or whatever your goal is? And I think that's what I'm looking for in the various research. And I kind of wish I could get myself to memorize one of the Gospels, but Ashley Strand does it so much better than me. And he said that it converted him actually doing it, because he wasn't a Christian before that. And I read it shortly after we did the interview. I should have read it before, but I can't quite see what about memorizing it would convert me, other than I will tell you that I've memorized a lot of scripture from other traditions, like lots of it. And the first thing that happened when I started to have these weird awakening moments, meditation stuff, where you feel like you're connected with the whole universe, I thought, oh my God, my mom's religion is right. But then I remembered reading Darrell Ray's The God Virus, and he says that this happens often to people when they have these religious moments or spiritual moments because of implicit memory, which is things that you learn automatically, and other aspects of memory. If you had this long training in a religious background, and later in life, even if you've abandoned religion for 30 years, if you have some kind of thing, the first thing that's going to happen to you, boom. So I think his name's Darrell Ray, and the book is The God Virus. So that saved me from all of a sudden converting back to whatever religion I was forced to get on my knees for many, many times on Sunday morning and Wednesday evening.
There's an interesting YouTube channel called Bible Memory Goal.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
I think I've been interviewed on that.
Oh, really? Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, they have a bunch of interesting interviews with different people who have like memorized this or that book of the Bible, and I guess there's children's competitions as well for some of this stuff. So I didn't
My youth
realize.
pastor was in those competitions many, many years ago, and he was very good at it. He slung the Bible at us like there was no tomorrow.
It's sort of like it seems from the limited amount I know about it, it's sort of like within this broader theme of like spelling bees and maybe mental math and other like cognitive competitions.
There is a weightlifting aspect to those things, and it's why I have gone to a memory competition, and I did. Luckily, I didn't destroy my reputation because I did quite well. But man, do I ever find it not interesting. It's like weightlifting with the mind more than crafting knowledge or developing recall
Yeah.
of deep structure along with surface structure. By the way, I don't mean to offend any religious people. I just I think the burden is not on me to demonstrate the validity of these claims.
So you've got a series here of Jack Carr stuff, looks like. Or
Yeah. No, speaking of religion, True Believer. This is research on writing books that I'm such a quirky person and I read so much avant-garde and things like that. I have to really study what it is to write a quote unquote normal book. So that's why I have some of these
this
novels.
is Napoleon here, Adam Samoyski.
Yeah, Zamoyski.
That looks
That's
like
quite a good biography.
yeah.
I've never read another one, so I don't know how they compare, but it seemed like a good one to get.
The Culture Code.
Yeah, that's
Shrug.
Daniel Coyle is quite good. The other one is Talent Code, which I don't have anymore, but Talent Code is almost like a proto pre Atomic Habits, and it has some good notes on the neuroscience of habit formation. And so this is just that applied to building a team in a business.
What about the Loyalist team?
That's more business training sort of stuff. And getting basically, how do you, in a way that doesn't feel manipulative, get your team to be loyal to you? It's sort of Machiavellian in a way. Now, if you go back to that previous slide, there's something really interesting there, which is das vergessene Gedächtnis. And I don't know why he calls it that, but that means, for people who don't know German, the forgotten memory, I guess. And what it is it's the original classical Chinese of Matteo Ricci's book, which in Chinese is called Shigua Jifa, which means Western memory technique. And what Matteo Ricci did is he went from Italy to Macau and then into China and Beijing and all these places. And he thought he was going to go there and stun the pants off of these people by not only reciting biblical things from memory, but reciting them backwards. And the first thing that happens when he gets there is these Chinese mnemonists are like, yeah. And then they start reciting like Tao Te Ching backwards. And he's like, oh man.
What year was that roughly?
Well, this is interesting. This is an interesting thing in memory in general, because the date of his death is different in different places. So if memory serves, I've visited his grave in Beijing. If memory serves, his date there is 1610.
Yeah, so it was a while ago.
But whenever it was, I've seen his death date listed in different cases. So there's little traps and snares in memory. One must never get too proud, because especially with dates and names of things. Anyway, his book is mostly plagiarized from the Rhetorica ad Herennium, and that is very common that people just copied the Rhetorica ad Herennium. But the interesting quirk to it is he gives all these mnemonic examples of how you would memorize Chinese characters, and it is very difficult to understand other people's mnemonic examples. But I had somebody translate it from classical Chinese for me, and I just found it unpublishable or it would be not. Anyway, whatever. It's got problems, partly because it's just Rhetorica ad Herennium, and then the mnemonic examples make no sense.
And
To
for
me.
people unfamiliar, Rhetorica ad Herennium is Cicero, written
Well,
around 80 BC.
it's the dates have changed, and they no longer think it was Cicero. Um, Cicero is quite notorious for talking about how he didn't use memory techniques. He used a different form of memory. So that's one of the reasons why they have removed him from being the author of Rhetorica ad Herennium. And yeah, so it's circa 80,
And it's
90.
kind of interesting because that book is, I think, in most people's minds associated with his, I mean, I want to give people a 5-part structure here. Invention, which is developing arguments; arrangement, which is organizing the speech; style, refining the language; memory, and the method of loci, and then finally 5, delivery, guidelines for speech delivery. So
Mhm.
that's a very famous framework of skills for developing your speaking communication abilities. And it's almost like, in the way it's a lot of it is taught now, the memory part just gets excised because it's not seen as important anymore. You just read off a teleprompter.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not opposed to reading off teleprompters myself, actually, uh, because why would I memorize a presentation that I'm only ever going to give once, right? And also, I had a speaking coach one time, and he told me, he said, when you're reciting from memory, you look weird. And I kind of get that. I mean, I think I'm astonished that my TEDx talk has done millions of views because it does have a kind of robotic element to it that is quite difficult to
What's it
replace.
about?
The TEDx talk,
Yeah.
it's about how I memorize Sanskrit, specifically self-inquiry, Atmavikaria material to deal with essentially mental health issues and get them out.
So what's the
And
title?
of
Can you
course,
say that again for if you want to Google it?
I believe it's 2 easily remembered questions that silence negative thoughts or something like that.
And who's the author?
Of the TEDx talk?
Or no, the book that you memorized.
Oh, the Sanskrit. Okay, well,
Yeah.
so the Sanskrit, well, this is a kind of convoluted story if I tell it correctly, but technically the Sanskrit comes from a book called the Ribhu Gita. Who the author is, anybody's guess. I don't know. Uh, it's attributed to various people, but that's as a honorific more than I don't think it, and the tradition itself would say, if you think that the author exists, then you're not paying attention to the teaching.
Could you spell out the title?
Ribhu Gita.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to see it on the shelf, but it's Ribhu, new word, Gita, Gita.
Okay.
And my pronunciation may not be correct. It might be a ribho in certain.
Yeah, I just know it'll be tough to put that together for some people. So
Yes, yes, I know. And also, I have pronunciation problems. I have lost a lot of teeth in my life, and I've had angular cheilitis, and I speak a lot. And so,
I don't know. Your pronunciation of that Latin earlier was pretty good. Pretty impressive.
oh, do you study?
You you've got the R. I feel like I've never been able to get that.
Oh, yeah, you got to get that R. Omnium expetendorum prima esse pensa in qua
The
perfectible
motor
forma consistit.
motorcycle R.
Yeah. And especially when you do the Bible stuff too, like in principio. It's got a principio. Praise of Folly, in Praise of Folly. So Erasmus is very, very, very important to Giordano Bruno because apparently Giordano Bruno got caught reading Erasmus and he hid it in the toilet, and then they threw him out of the monastery or whatever you call the place that he was studying to become a Dominican monk. And Erasmus was very strong on the fact that will does exist, and there's a fascinating argument that he had in letters with what's his name? It'll come to me in a second. The guy who wrote the 99. I can't believe that this most famous name is slipping here, but they have that anyway. This debate about whether free will exists or not. And Erasmus is very much in the favor that will does exist, and it is a very, very interesting thing. Anyway, Praise of Folly is, you can tell the influence that Erasmus had.
Martin Luther.
Yeah, sorry. One of my little memory strategies is just to let it go when you can't get something, or run the alphabet. But I can't run the alphabet in my mind when I'm talking. So I was just going for stopping radio silence. But my business is better memory, not perfect memory. But yeah, Martin Luther, and that is that's a whole discussion. But Erasmus is super important for these topics, and he was just such a person who wanted to resolve conflicts, and you see that influence in Bruno. Just can't we all get along, kind of thing. And it's really
And
cool.
Erasmus is also well known, and especially at the time, for teaching rhetoric and being one of the leading thinkers and writers and teachers.
Oh yeah, there's a book that he wrote. Let's see if I can call back what it's called. But he basically talked about how to rephrase things in more delightful ways. And there's 200 plus.
The Copia on abundance of style, 1512.
Right, yeah. And he in there's like 200 plus revisions of one sentence where he's showing all the different ways that you could do it. And this is, in my mind, an early example of pataphysics, which we'll get to.
Your letter pleased me very much is the famous sentence.
Oh, okay, yeah. He
did all the variations on.
Right. It's amazing, and his stuff on how to write is really well worth reading, or how to Copia. Yeah, I love Erasmus.
There's your Christopher Priest.
Oh yeah, The Inverted World. I wouldn't say that's his strongest book, but you see echoes of this problem that shows up in Christopher Nolan stories like Tenet. And
what's the Tupperware Blitzkrieg?
Yes. Well, this is a book I wrote that was published by Atropos Press, and this is a very strange and troubling book. It's essentially a rogue plastic surgeon who has kidnapped the president to modify his face so that he looks like the Statue of Liberty, green tattooing and everything. And they bolt into his skull the spines of the crown of the Statue of Liberty. And meanwhile, there's a psychoanalyst who is dealing with a patient who has a particular fixation that I won't get into. And meanwhile, Jesus has come back, and he notices what's going on. And he's like, oh, you're going to change the president into the Statue of Liberty, are you? Well, let's see what the Statue of Liberty has to say about that. So he wakes her up, and then she is furious that Jesus would wake her up, and then and Jesus impregnates her too. And she's furious that he would impregnate her without the benefit of an orgasm. So she goes about destroying Manhattan. She moves over to every place in the world where there is a reproduction of the Statue of Liberty to destroy that too. And then the psychoanalyst patient, who has a fixation I won't get into, ultimately is the guy who kills the Statue of Liberty. And finally, the deranged plastic surgeon who starts the whole adventure, his name's Dr. Umbilico, he is with the media at the end, and they're basically going to see if they can get that child out of her. And it does it's just stupidity. But anyway, it was a lot of fun. But it's very badly written. Don't read it.
So I think we're going to look at this book later and look at the inside of it. But this is one of your books.
Yeah, that's another one of my strange books. That one's called Atone Neither Overflowing Clause.
Yes, we have some, and we'll actually show that on video. We'll show these books. Anthony will hold them up to the camera, so we'll get a better view of these later on. But this is sort of a teaser.
Yeah, I had a writing compulsion for sure. I still do. I write so much. It's not even funny. Luckily, I'm taking more time with things these days, but I didn't I didn't hesitate. When I was younger, I wrote and wrote and wrote and wrote.
How old were you when you wrote your first book?
Well, it depends
So
on
your
how
first
rural you want
thing.
to be with
Yeah.
the word book. But when I was in grade 6, I won a short story contest. And by 14, I was making my own zines and sending them all over the place through zine culture. And I went to a zine convention, and it was almost like tape trading in the heavy metal world.
How does that work? Tape trading.
Well, before that, there was the internet, and when people wanted to share their music and they didn't have label representation, they would make copies of their own cassettes and they would trade them, and there would sometimes be cash arrangements, or they would trade. Like you would say, "Oh, I have whatever by some obscure death metal band called Grim Skunk or something like this," and then you have that, so copy that for me, and then I'll copy whatever I have from my collection, and they would send photocopy sheets of their collections. And zine culture was like that, where there was an aggregator called Broken Pencil in Canada. I think the guy who published it, his name was Hal Nedzvecki or something like that. And Broken Pencil would list all the zines, and you could just then send $2 or whatever it was to get the zines that you wanted. Anyway, I made so many of them. Some of them are inside of the pages, and I don't even have copies of some of them, but I have photographs of some of them that my friends have sent me, because I have gotten rid of many libraries, including my own stuff. It's just like, time to go. So I can write it again if I have to.
What's the Kraftwerk book about here?
Kraftwerk, yeah. So that is a band biography. And Kraftwerk is a very interesting, I don't know if they would like to be called industrial music, but certainly they're important in the history of industrial music. And Autobahn was one of their big hits that probably a lot of people would know. Bon, 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 it's the Autobahn. Anyway,
What
it's
genre is it?
it's electro pop, basically,
Okay.
but really important, I think, to the industrial music. So, back to biography, Sing Backwards and Weep is a very, very good biography of Mark Lanigan. Girl in a Band is interesting for people who like Sonic Youth or just Kim Gordon. Kind of Blue is a biography of the album by Miles Davis. Really, all those little short 33 and 1/3 books are biographies of albums. So In Utero, into the
Here's
In
another
Utero will take
Deleuze book.
That's one of my favorite books of all time. Very
Can you
good.
talk a little bit about Deleuze and what you think of his work?
Well, the first thing I would say is that I usually used to pronounce it Deleuze, but then there's all these Hocknase people, as they say in German, high nose people who are like, it's Deleuze. But in any case, I don't even know how you're supposed to say it. But Gilles Deleuze, he's a monster of a philosopher, and he literally says that of himself. He has this phrase that he basically grabs other philosophers from behind. and,
How do you say
and
his first name?
Gilles, I think, is how you say that.
Okay.
We might call it Gilles in English, but Gilles is, I believe, how it's supposed to be in French. Anyway, yeah, he has a philosophy of his own philosophy, and this is why earlier I was just like, man, there's so many things that philosophy can mean, and one of the things that Deleuze is very good on is talking about what is philosophy, what should it be, and so his philosophy of what philosophy should be is the creation of concepts, and one of the ways that you create concepts is, and he really puts it this way: you grab the philosopher from behind, and you basically find their flaws, you take it all apart, and then you rebuild new concepts out of it, and he like there's Spinoza by Deleuze that we just went past not too long ago, and what he does with Spinoza is not incorrect. There it is, Practical Philosophy. It's not incorrect, and that Spinoza Practical Philosophy is an amazing book. Like there's very little standard book in it. It's like almost a dictionary where it says, here's the term and here's the definition. Here's the term, here's the definition. It's really good if you're into Spinoza. But basically, that is a philosophy of how philosophy should be conducted. And by the way, Bernard Williams, who is a major philosopher, he said that Deleuze is one of the greatest examples of how you can potentially do fantastic philosophy. Right? It's because I think Bernard Williams is an analytic philosopher, and it's very unusual for analytic philosophers to give grace to any continental philosopher. And yet here he is taking Deleuze and saying, this is the example, that you should consider following. And Deleuze is not an example just because he has a philosophy of how his philosophy should be conducted, but he is on the nose with science, the best possible information that you have at hand, not what you think feels nice, not like, oh, magic. It's like, this is what we've got. And then, allowing for the woo-woo strange ideas that we have, but where do those fit in the mix? How are they immanent to other parts of the thing? Anyway, Deleuze he's
And so, yeah, the immanence is really the key word for people who aren't steeped in philosophy. It's really, if I'm explaining it correctly, it's the duality between immanence and transcendence. So transcendence says there's sort of this world and then there's a transcendent world. Immanence says, no, it's all one thing.
Well, it's a little more complicated. That's good, a good summary, but it's more than saying that it's more than one thing. It's saying that what it is building itself out of itself. So it's kind of irrelevant whether there's one or two. It's what is the process by which reality builds itself out of itself. And so even if transcendence is correct, its correctness is coming out of where? Like, and you might say, well, why is there this insistence that things must be built out of other things or whatever, right? And that's an interesting sort of question. And Deleuze in other works will say, well, part of the reason why that it is that way is because language forces us to describe things in a particular way. And we are we're playing out this program. The program does us, right? And so you could come up with other metaphors, and by all means, that's his philosophy. Be the person who comes up with other concepts to explain this. But show me how you're going to escape language doing you. You think you're doing it, but that's not going to play out very easily. It's language that does you.
Say a few words about how these two books fit into your oeuvre?
Yeah, so Victoria's Mind was really the story of how I got into memorizing material for meditation and what happened after memorizing 1,700 words of Sanskrit and spending a couple of years chanting it every single day. And the results are hard to deny. Everything got better in my life. And many people have said that that's helped them as well. And I try to make various philosophical points easy to understand. And they're really best understood by memorizing the stuff. I don't think I would have ever understood a lot of what I've come to understand about the various Indian philosophies if I hadn't memorized some of this stuff. And Smarter is a book that basically is how I used various study techniques in university. And the title is not what it seems. It stands for serious, mature, and ready to embrace reality, which is what most students are lacking. And I've taught enough to be so arrogant as to think that I have an idea of what students are lacking. But yeah, there's a real lack of willingness to embrace reality in this world.
Could you just list off the various Indian philosophies that you've studied the most or that you were mentioning earlier?
Well, it really comes down to what we were just talking about, pure immanence, oneness, or it's not as simple as oneness, but immanence, let's just call it reality building itself out of itself, and then transcendence. So there's non-duality and duality. And then there's Shaivism, there are various tantric schools. But the one that I really gelled with that made the most sense to me is the idea of non-duality. And some of the things that I've memorized, there are dual and non-dual versions of them. So the Nirvana Shatakam that I've memorized, it has a non-dual ending and it has a dualistic ending. And the dualistic ending makes no sense to me, so I couldn't recite it for you. But
I thought you had mentioned the term Vedanta earlier, and is that a pretty famous practice of meditation?
I don't know how it can be a practice, but I mean, people turn things into all kinds of stuff. But
I thought Ken Wilber, I don't know how familiar you are with Ken Wilber, but I thought that was his favorite.
Fairly familiar.
Okay.
I think that Ken Wilber is very different from how I approach things in the sense that I have no idea or concept of a theory of everything, even though I've been a guest on the Theory of Everything podcast.
Oh, wow. I'll have to watch.
Uh, uh, the reality is that I don't know why people think that there's something to conclude on to create a system that, and as I understand Ken Wilber, it's like a fusion of many, many systems to arrive at a system of systems that now is, going to be practicable to achieve a goal.
Yeah, the way I think about him in terms of the key value of his work is just that he really tried to capture all the major traditions and put them on a grid so you can kind of see how they align in certain ways, and especially in terms of the sort of stages of consciousness people go through, and some other large models for kind of bringing a lot of different traditions together. And so I'm not so sure if he's, pushes a single path on people, but I think what he'll be remembered for is just like literally the graphs in the back of his books that are like showing how
Right.
everything aligns, and some of the posters he's put together.
I'm a little biased because I know people who have gone through the courses that
Okay.
actually, like, because it's a business, right? It's an ascension model. Anyway, I don't want to cast shade on it. I mean, having graphs and charts is great. And if you want to look at graphs and charts, I mean, Advaita Vedanta is a place where people have put together a whole lot of charts. We'll see some James Schwartz books
Is that a
and
is that what is that term you said? Vyata Vedanta?
Advaita Vedanta. So,
Yeah, could you spell that? And what is that?
well, that's what we've been talking about previously several times. Advaita is not two, and Vedanta is the culmination of the knowledge in the Vedas. So Advaita, Advaita. The V is given a W sound, almost like in Latin. Um,
Okay.
and then Vedanta, because of the grammar, I think it now has a V because it's at this particular part in the phrasing. Vedanta. So
Right. So I just want to
I
give
don't think,
people a pointer for like if they want to Google it, or if there's a certain website you're referring to. I was a little bit confused about that.
sure. And like I said, I pronounce things perhaps poorly, but I don't believe that Advaita Vedanta is a spiritual system or anything like that. It's a philosophy. And I'm quite shocked that it winds up being spiritualized,
Hmm. Okay.
but that's just the way the world is. Actually, I think that we do know why that things get spiritualized. It's because hierarchies build. This is a Peterson thing, right? Um, that he talks about quite a bit. The formation of hierarchies that may have to do with serotonin in the brain and blah blah blah. But at the end of the day, I think that, and this maybe goes to your point about the incel theme in philosophy, right? Uh, uh, like, why is it that some people remove themselves from society and then they craft this intricate explanation that doesn't even resemble the teaching that's in the books? And I think it partly happens because of power, right? They realize that a lot of people are just never going to get this for whatever reason. They're never going to understand it. They're not going to spend the time on it or whatever. So now what we'll do is we'll create a different version of it, and then we'll use that different version to explain to you. In Power of Now, Eckhart Tolle has this moment where he responds to a question, which is basically along the lines of, if this really isn't about God, why do you talk about God all the time? And he basically says, for the little people. Like, for the people who just can't follow the program, we'll just use the word God. I think that's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen. Even though I love Eckhart Tolle, I'm a big fan. What a bizarre situation we're in, where you literally can just say to your own audience, I dumbed this down because I don't think you're ever going to get it. Right. And
He's
this
the
is,
famous author of Power of Now and New Earth.
you can fact check me and maybe I dreamt that, but I'm pretty
No,
sure.
no, I definitely remember him saying something like that. And I was just thinking of I don't know if it's him or Wilbur, but like sort of I think, yeah, Wilbur's view, the two faces of religion. This is from ChatGPT. Exoteric, the outer worldly institutional aspect of religion, and then the esoteric, the inner mystical transcendent. And all the major religions have, Sufism and Islam, Kabbalah and Judaism, Christian mysticism, Meister Eckhart, Saint John of the Cross. Those are the more esoteric brands. And then you have the exoteric uh, Catholic Church hierarchy, Islamic Sharia, Jewish halakha.
Right, right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I could quibble with these things, but a lot of these teachings, these different traditions that I've studied, at the end of the day, they converge on this problem that category is your issue. Get rid of category and everything will be fine. But yet the field is populated by all these people who will give you charts and diagrams and categories, and this is this and that is that. And it's just like, why? The actual tradition that you're talking about, what it says is get rid of all that stuff. So anyway, but if you take immanence seriously, there's the explanation. It's just because it's constantly building itself out of itself. It can't stop. We can't stop ourselves from doing it, right? And this is what happens in Gödel, Escher, Bach. And there's whenever we see it on the shelf, there's a very, very famous sequence in there that speaks to this kind of problem of why do people create all this stuff that actually the text is against?
Do you want to say a few words on Dan Kennedy? You've got a lot of his stuff here.
Oh yeah, Dan Kennedy. He's well, I think he resonates with me because I'm kind of like a cranky professor type like he is. Sort of this is what is so obviously right in front of you. So just do that thing. And he's a very back to themes of pain and sacrifice and Peterson pick up your biggest cross kind of thing. He's kind of like that in marketing, right? It's just do the thing. Like, why do you struggle with doing the thing so much? But at the same time, he's not averse to actually following his own recommendations. And one of his recommendations is, people are children, build them a little Disneyland to play in, and, reveal the truth only to the people who have paid you the most money because, they're not, the others aren't going to be fit. They'll run screaming and kicking. And so he has this principle called the wild goose chase, which is, just endless products that refer to other products that go.
So it is sort of the institutional versus mystical dynamic there.
Well, yeah, it is in marketing. And what is marketing? People want to feel whole, right? So what are you doing? You're offering them a means to feel whole. This is why, Marx is kind of genius in his way because, it's not, I think religion being the opiate for the masses is wrongly applied, but he does this in other areas. He applies it. Buying is the opiate for the masses because it's a symbolic moment in which you feel like something incomplete has been made whole.
Is this commodity fetishism or is that a different concept?
It's part of that sort of stuff. Okay. But it's also it's a means of curing your alienation from your own labor, right? It's like a symbolic means of fulfilling the gap that's created by the fact that you're giving your life essence. I don't know if he's actually quite correct that time even exists in such a sense that, you could be alienated from your labor by giving away your time and your body and so forth. But I'm sympathetic to a lot of the ideas that are there because there is something strange about how that we have this strange way of trading clamshells. And we don't really acknowledge very often what it is that we're actually doing. What is it that we're really trading? And part of what we're trading is mystical, or what could be called that. It's ineffable. It's this transfer of energy or electricity when, and this is a Vedanta thing, Advaita Vedanta in that philosophy, it will say objects can never fulfill you. No matter how many objects that you can have, they will never fulfill you because they appear in the thing that you are. They're not separated from you in the first place, right? So the acquiring and the accumulation of objects is actually taking you away from the realization of what it is that you're trying to realize by accumulating them in the first place, which is non-separation from the field in which everything appears.
It reminds me of Siddhartha.
Yeah.
Sort of a famous classic story.
Hermann Hesse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Demian. We passed Demian. Demian, I think, is.
Could you say a few words on Matteo Ricci and his place in the history of mnemonics?
Sure. Well, he was the guy who wrote Shigua Jifa that we paused upon before in Das Vergessene Gedächtnis, the German book. Yeah, and he went to Macau from Italy. He brought Bibles, polyglot Bibles that had Bibles.
Was Bruno also Italian? And is
Yes.
there significance to that these guys were in Italy? Do you think?
Oh, quite possibly. I mean, in terms of the Renaissance and the money that was around.
Okay.
The
Anyways, you were talking about Ritchie.
Yeah. Well, I sort of went through the thing with him, but
Okay.
the additional thing that I didn't mention is these polyglot Bibles that he carried around in the ships that included all these languages so that they could better teach the gospel, basically. But Ritchie was not very successful in doing that.
So why was
He-
he in charge of that? Was he a missionary or something? Or
yeah, he was a Jesuit monk.
oh, okay.
So
So where was he getting the polyglot Bibles? Why was it significant that he was carrying them around? Wouldn't it be more significant who created them in the first place?
that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I don't know that. I don't remember that Spence gets into detail about
Yeah, I'll
each
have to
particular.
look into that.
But you know, the book trade back then was a wild and weird thing. I mean, I don't know specifically in Italy. I don't even know that they would have got them from Italy. They may have picked them up somewhere else on their journey, like in Portugal, for
You know
example.
what languages they were in?
I don't, but I think they were extensive. I think they were more than six, I would guess.
Here's
But anyways,
Scott H. Yeah, go ahead.
the thing is that like a lot of people still at that time, the Act of Anne hadn't happened yet, right? Copyright was not a thing, and it was dangerous books. You know, if you got caught with a book like Bruno did with Erasmus, you could get your head chopped off or burned at the stake or whatever. So a lot of times these books were published by publishers that were fake names. The publisher never actually existed with fake addresses, and we know that Bruno did this because he would get a book printed in wherever, and it was actually printed in Italy, but he would say that it was printed in some other country as a way to protect not only himself but the printer.
And for people unfamiliar, the Act of Anne or Statute of Anne is 1710, the first modern copyright law.
Yeah, so Matteo Ricci and Bruno, they're more than 100 years out of that, or approximately 100 years away from. And even then, you still weren't necessarily safe. But
And there was a huge amount of piracy in the U.S., basically stealing British books in the colonial era. And we sort of see the same pattern with China copying. You know, it's always the underdog.
yes, and they would do well to read De Copia by Erasmus to give a little flair to what they're plagiarizing.
And DeepSeek is sort of, in a way, the most one of the most. That was just a couple of weeks ago, and that's really shook the markets.
Yeah. Well, the whining from the Chat GPT people that their stuff was stolen after they scraped the entire internet without asking anybody is a bit rich.
And Llama also has some issues there, so it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. I was just listening to a podcast. Some guy who's an author of multiple books said that he got an offer for like $2,500 per book, flat fee from the publisher, and apparently it's an AI thing where they want to go legal, and so they want to get a bunch of books into these AI models legally because they're probably anticipating the lawsuits. And that's one of the things I've been thinking about is, you know, as long as the AI doesn't have access to a lot of the books that really go deep on a lot of subjects, AI won't be able to compete with humans who have read books because there's no way to extrapolate from internet data to the deep information that's in scholarly books on different subjects. So that would be a way to maintain a competitive advantage against even a super AI because it fundamentally doesn't have access to the primary sources and the other things that go into creating these scholarly works. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Oh, lots of thoughts. I mean, I'm of two minds. One is how much of human knowledge is actually on the internet anyway? I remember reading statistics circa 2013 or so. And back then, somebody had speculated that probably less than 15% of printed material had ever been put on the internet. And so that's one way of thinking about it, right? Like there's always going to be this kind of layer of safety as long as we can trade our books and we don't have to have our books written on computers. And you could still use a typewriter, for example, and you could get a Xerox machine to make your own books and they never have to go on the internet. So that's a possible thing. But the math is interesting when you think about this. So the libraries of Alexandria, right? What if you asked the ChatGPT to imagine one book that was burned and lost and just to make it up, right? Now, I'm not saying that what I'm implying here is actually true or possible, but when you look at the nature of information and how recursive it is and how it completely has to refer to itself in order to develop new versions of itself, there's a kind of anxiety in all of humanity, which is this constant need for novelty and novelty and novelty that never comes. And why does it never come? It's because it has to refer back to the thing that you're trying to escape, right? So the idea that humans are somehow going to have to be the ones that we read our stuff from, it begs the question of what is a human in the first place? Like, why are we so fixated on this idea of human instead of what we could become? Spinoza has a beautiful line: we do not yet know what a body can do, right? Why do we separate ourselves from the machines?
Why? I think do you have some of Yuval Noah Harari's books? I thought I saw some of them.
I don't have them.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Because you're really reminding me of the book Nexus, which I reviewed on my YouTube channel and summarized a couple months ago. And then also Homo Deus, because it's sort of this post-humanism stuff that is sort of the modern interpretation of a lot of what you're talking about.
Yeah, I would just laugh at the term post-human because human has to exist in the first place. So human is not prior to anything, really, right? There's a whole lot of stuff that's prior to idea, to symbol, to
sort of like postmodernism. It's not really post. It's just like, it's really sort of a sociological description of the field of philosophy.
In fact, now that you mentioned that, when I was on the Theory of Everything
periodization,
podcast, right. When I was on the Theory of Everything podcast, that's what we talked about. Is my
who's the host of that, by the way?
Kurt Jagmal, I think is how you say.
Okay. So is he connected to Wilbur, or it's just the same? Because Wilbur has a book called Theory of Everything, which is, I think,
no. Kurt is a physicist. I don't know if he's a theoretical physicist, but he talks to a lot of physicists. And anyway, when I was on there, I was very, very resistant to the idea that there is such a thing as postmodernism, and I was very concerned by how that term was being used, because a lot of people who are being called postmodernists are actually post-structuralists. And anyway, I can be wrong and misguided about this, but I think
could you just define structuralism for people unfamiliar?
Well, this is the problem, right? Because there's structuralism in sociology, there's structuralism in like, it's just, oh man, we go to Saussure, and then we can go to like all these people, and it's just it's being invented. People want there to be this thing that they can hang their hat on and be, oh, I'm safe because I'm in a school, I'm in a discipline, and now finally I can refer back to so and so as the authority. Oh my God, they don't even understand the first thing that Derrida said, because Derrida was just warning against this. His whole thing about like phallogocentrism and so forth is, do not set up these ridiculous terms. And there's a funny thing where they're asking him about putting a video on YouTube. It's one of the best ones. I quote him often when people debate me about certain things. They're asking him to like do deconstruction on Seinfeld or something like this, and he says, I think you really need to go and do your homework. Like, I think that a lot of people just don't follow the plot of what's going on in these things. It's not nearly as destructive as like various people have made in the last years. Oh my God, the postmodernists. No. I don't think you understand. I don't think you've read. I don't think you have the background reading in order to arrive at the understanding of what they're trying to set up, what they're trying to deconstruct, what deconstruction even is meant to mean. You know, it's very frustrating. Oh my God, I'm going to become an incel. Oh, heaven forbid. What a disgusting thing to come out of my mouth. But as a joke, I mean it seriously as a joke. But if philosophers are irritated with people, and Derrida was a great person to express his irritation in interviews, no wonder. Like, it's the philosopher's fault, because but Nietzsche wrote in a very difficult way to make a point. Derrida writes in a very difficult way to make a point. And I guess they could have done otherwise. There's a really good book, by the way, that's called Just Being Difficult. And it has a series of essays Jonathan Calder comes to mind. I'm not sure if he was one of the editors, but that comes to mind as one of the editors of that book. I want to get it again eventually and refresh my memory. But anyway, just being difficult sees it both ways. Could you really actually make the point they're trying to make in simple terms? And some people say yes, and some people say no. And I could go either way. But I think that there's part of what Nietzsche did requires this bizarre game of putting on masks, taking off masks, in order to actually get the people he was writing for to get what he was trying to say. And with Derrida, with these epic, bizarre sentences where he's like, the centrality of the center as such admits no barrier because it's constantly linked to the, weird Greek word. It's just like, I don't know that they actually could pull it off without playing those.
Well, it sort of reminds me of the first chapter of the Gospel of John, the sort of philosophical the word was God and the word was with God and the light. And, it's a kind of
in principio erat verbum. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I always say, listen, why are we bothering about words when we haven't dealt with letters?
I think it was either in Mark or Matthew where Jesus, there is one section where Jesus actually explains why he uses parables or sort of how they actually work. And I always thought that was interesting that was included, of like one of the disciples asking him, hey, why do you use these parables? And why don't you just kind of say it in a more philosophical way? Why is it always embedded in a story? And in some ways, Nietzsche's use of, and any playwright's use of story is kind of the same idea of using a parable and speaking indirectly.
Yeah. Is that
and concretely, but metaphorically.
Was that Jesus? How did Jesus answer? Is that what he said?
I'll pull it up. I don't know if maybe I should have that memorized, but
that sounds like a passage to memorize for sure.
Anyways, well, I'll pull that up, but I just wanted to mention Scott H. Young's book here, Ultra Learning. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, but
yeah, this is
challenges.
He's very interesting, and this was sent to me as part of having him on my podcast and so forth. And I read it with keen interest. The thing that leaps out at me, we have a free will debate actually when he was the first time he was on my podcast. But the thing that leaps out at me about this book is that he mentions mnemonics, and basically all he has to say about it is those guys who like mnemonics, some of them, they really like their mnemonics. I'm paraphrasing, but it was a funny point for me to read because I'm one of those guys who really likes the mnemonics. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly an upgrade from the how to read a book. What was it, Mortimer J. Adler or something like that?
I don't know. I don't think they're really on the same. I don't think they're really trying to do the same thing.
That's why I say it's an upgrade, because I don't know what that guy was trying to do. I don't understand that book.
I actually have a summary of it on my YouTube channel that you might like. And a lot of it was actually, if you just look at the Wikipedia article on the book, it does a pretty good job of summarizing his method.
Right.
Which
yeah.
I'm always skeptical of those kind of books that kind of mysteriously become popular, and it's kind of confusing why they took off. But I think it could have been condensed down to something much shorter. But I think it's I don't know. I don't see them as covering the same ground.
No, that's true. That's fair enough. I mean, the other is that his name? I'm remembering.
Yeah, Mortimer J. Adler. He was also involved with the great books, the Western World Collection, and Britannica. So he's a very important person in like 20th century intellectual life and publishing.
I mean, it is good, and it provides mental models for sure. I think what I'm going on though is this is it's that story question. Like, it embeds certain things in a story in order to further a particular goal that I think just reaches a much larger crowd. But yes, it does a different thing. That's for sure.
Yeah. I also interviewed Scott. Go ahead.
my only frustration really with the Adler thing is people ask me about it all the time, and I'm just like, well, are you doing anything that relates to these things? Because it's like people in chemistry come to that book and ask me about it, and I don't know, like I don't know what to say about chemistry and these kinds of things,
I mean, I
synopsis,
sometimes
analysis.
realize, like, and I think you probably have experienced something similar. We get so into the weeds on like theory of learning and theory of mnemonics, and like for a lot of people, they're just so been so indoctrinated going through school that they've never really gotten the experience we've had of like really being an independent, autonomous, sovereign learner and like
Mm.
knowing how to do it all on your own and make those executive decisions about I'm going to do this or that and this is how I approach things. Like that's we're so used to doing it. It's hard to like jump out of that and be like, oh, I'm just like what do you tell that person who's more of a normie and it just has never really considered any of this stuff and it's always been spoon fed more or less
Right.
or assigned reading.
Yeah, I think Pinker has that term, the curse of expertise. And
Yeah.
certainly that's very, very difficult to deal with.
So I pulled up the it's Matthew 13 verse 10 to 17. And the disciples came and said unto him, why speakest thou unto them in parables? He answered and said unto them, because it is given unto you to know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, but to them it is not given. For whoever hath, to him shall be given, and he shall have more abundance. But whosoever hath not, from him shall be taken away even that he hath. Therefore speak I to them in parables, because they seeing see not, and hearing they hear not, neither do they understand. And in them is fulfilled the prophecy of Esaias, which saith, by hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive. For this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should be converted, and I should heal them. But blessed are your eyes, for they see, and your ears, for they hear. For verily I say unto you, that many prophets and righteous men have desired to see those things which ye see, and have not seen them, and to hear those things which ye hear, and have not heard them.
Okay, well, so that's
So,
Eckhart Tolle all over again. It's for the little people. See,
and a Matthew principle is actually sort of become a famous, I think it's sort of a reinterpretation, but it's become a famous sort of catchphrase in sociological and political commentary and economics of like the wealthy get even more. It's become sort of a phrase to describe like how the rich get richer, uh, when it originally comes from this more spiritual understanding of um, the sort of haves and the have-nots from a spiritual perspective.
well, this reminds me of the Martin Luther Erasmus debate, right? Because it's Luther is just like just
Could you explain the debate? Because I'm not too familiar with that.
well, it's the free will stuff. So Erasmus is like, no, there's got to be free will, and he gives all the reasons why. And Martin Luther is saying, no, there's no free will, because if God has a conception such and such, then it has to play out in such and such a way. So then, that passage, 13:17, I think you said in Matthew, is going to be an interesting tool to use, because it's basically just saying there is no free will. You either got it or you don't. And so I'm, going to try to tip the scales in the favor of those who don't, but it's anybody's guess.
And this was Luther's predestination, which is a big part of Protestantism and Puritanism of like you are there. There's the saved and the damned, and you don't. Nobody really knows which one they are, but there's people came up with theories of, well, maybe if you're doing this, maybe if you're successful, that means that you're saved, that kind of stuff. So
Yeah, the economic religion sort of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's fascinating. But I would just say the other way to look at it is these guys are the reason why these ideas repeat is because of the source that they're drawing it from, and something about the base level foundation of reality admits no other split, between those kinds of questions, and compatibilism is not exactly compatible. There's an interesting book that would be for some people, which is Worlds Away. That's the art of Michael Langevin, and he is called Away in his band Voivod, which is very strange and wonderful music for people who are tired of hearing the same things over and over and over again. You will find some sounds that are not common in a lot of Voivod. And it's that fringe center principle that I was referring to before, where often the things that are on the fringe are much more central than you think, because the bass player from Metallica, Jason Newsted, actually played on some of their albums. And so, the fringe is never that far from the center kind of principle, but his art is extraordinary. He was a very early digital entrepreneur of art, and the music of Voivod is a very 80s digital artifact in so many ways. It's just really fascinating music to me personally. A lot of people would probably.
What genre is it, would you say?
It's got to be something like progressive thrash metal, math rock,
Okay.
space,
That's cool.
like sci-fi. It's really cool. And his art is, if you read the story of how he put that together while they're on international tours, the way computers were at that time, and the sizes of the files and all the trouble they went through in order to get it done, it's just, and that he's a world-class epic drummer at the same time. Like, it's just one of those towering stories of polymathism, I would say, because he's also so central to the business of the band. Michel, I guess is probably better said in French, Michel Langevin. Anyway, I have a huge admiration for everything that guy does, and other people in the band, of course. And their guitarist, Piggy, died at one point, and one of their albums that I think Jason Newsted played on, the guy from Metallica, they got the files from that guy's computer after he died, and they made music out of his stuff. And then the new guitar player that they got has really been a strange discipline, or a disciple of the original guitar player. And so every new album they put out, it's like the guy's still alive. It's so wild. We talk about music theory and so forth, like what modes they're choosing, etc., in order to produce that effect. But what an honor it is. And the Piggy, maybe most people don't know this, but there's a statue they tried to build that people wanted to put in Quebec somewhere. I don't know if they actually succeeded with the Kickstarter or not, but it was a really wild looking statue. I hope they succeeded with it. But that guy, the way he thought and the music that he came up with is just astonishing. Anyway,
let me throw a few names at you, because I remembered, and I'm not sure if this is the guy, but there's a number of other sort of, I think especially rock and related genres. There's a number of guys who are musicians, but also polymaths outside of it. I think it's Brian May, who was a lead guitarist of Queen,
yeah.
had a PhD in astrophysics.
Yeah.
There's also David Byrne, Frank Zappa, Greg Graffin, Tom Schultz, John Cage.
Graffin is really interesting.
Tony Lomi and Ry Cooder. You have any thoughts on? I think you said Cage and or Schultz and Brian May.
I don't have any thoughts about them as such. I'm not a listener of Queen, but Greg Graffin I know from Bad Religion, and I think Greg Graffin's solo career, some of his solo albums are really great. One of them is great. But what I find a little interesting with Bad Religion and so forth is that Mr. Brett, I think, was the name of the guitar player, and he started his own label while they were doing that. And so, yeah, there's a lot of polymathy in music, especially when the music is just not mainstream, and they really have to learn all these skills to book shows. And I've been in bands myself, and the amount of stuff, like I wrangled deals to get sponsored by a wine company at one point, Heavy Metal Wines, and it was wild. But you have to really tap into all sorts of different parts of your brain to get people to pay attention to you at all, because there's so much music, just, massive amounts. So you're really competing in ways that require multiple skill sets. If you go back a little bit there, there, Joffe is an interesting guy. So how you two can develop a razor sharp mind and a steel trap memory. This is the most unusual book, a memory book in my entire collection. And all it is mathematical formulas that supposedly, if you solve every single one, you will have a sharp mind and a steel trap memory. Anyway, he was, like Dan Kennedy, a direct response marketer. And so I think this is a case of people are buying memory stuff, so I'll just build a product for them to buy. And, product doesn't really matter as long as there's a product to buy. And so it's just like it's just really bizarre.
Yeah, it's kind of fun, like going back to I don't know too much about it, but the pre-internet world of accelerated learning and memory stuff, because it was just sort of a wild, wild west. And even the language they use, like steel trap, I always thought that was kind of like weird. And it's not as, you don't really hear that anymore. But there were even like guys doing infomercials on like memory techniques and speed reading and stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's interesting. I mean, Dan Kennedy talks about being very careful about your terms, because when I got started, it was like everybody was using the word ninja. And then I don't think Kennedy referred to ninja specifically, but, it's just kind of like, he was talking about this, just avoid that kind of stuff. And it's like, oh yeah, ninja, who the hell, like I watched Ninja 3, the Dominion or whatever it was called. And it's just like, how many people actually really resonate with ninjas? So it just kind of like got rid of that. But there was another thing that's interesting there underneath or beside the Joffe, which is the Dean Vaughan cube for music theory, I think it's called. And that's a DVD, but there's a book that goes along with it. And he talks about memorizing the key signatures and the modes and so forth. Could be interesting for people who are struggling to remember music. It would not be my go-to way to do it, but it is an interesting, using cubes is not new in mnemonics, but it's an interesting application for it, where you would understand the key signatures by using the memory palace in a particular way. And then that can help you, essentially figure out scales and modes and stuff like that. I don't know that he actually is a musician. I've never seen a demonstration of him playing an instrument, so take it or leave it. But it is an interesting thing, and that he got to the level of making a DVD that comes with a booklet and so forth. Kind of fascinating.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out. What about these Latin books?
So that was what I had in university, and I recollected them just because wanted to get back into Latin, and I thought it would be fun to read Plautus. I was going to say Plotinus, but to read Plautus again. So especially Amphitrio. Well, if memory serves, Plautus was very familiar with Greek, but he was in the Latin world in Italy, I would guess. And he wrote in Latin these versions of Greek plays, and Amphitrio is probably one of my favorite. And basically that's the story of Hercules, which is essentially the story of Christ as well, or at least the conception of Christ. And long story short, Amphitrio is off to the war, and he basically, it's like to his wife, don't cheat on me. And then first thing that he's out the door, Saturn comes down from heaven, and he's like, hey, baby, Alcmene, I think is her name, and gets her pregnant. And then Amphitrio comes back, and he's like really annoyed that Saturn would do this. And Saturn says, what are you talking about, man? I just gave you Hercules. So buck up or shut up, because now you're the stuff of legend. And it's really cool how it all works out.
Yeah, it reminds me, I was meant to mention this earlier. Christopher Nolan's next project one of them is doing Odysseus. So, there was always the movie Troy, which sort of covers the Iliad. but it never goes to the Odyssey, which comes next and is sort of the return of Odysseus from Troy, which is on the west coast of Turkey, modern day Turkey, back to Greece. And so that's now finally going to be get turned into a Hollywood, a sort of real high production value Hollywood movie. And there's sort of a similar element of the husband it goes on a faraway long journey, and there's a competition for his wife going on while he's away. That's a famous story.
Penelope, she does quite a good job for him, I think, if I remember correctly. Goes beyond the fall of duty with her tapestry weaving. I think she's busying herself with.
Yeah. What about this shamanism book by Eliade? He's a famous ethnographer, right? Sociologist.
Yeah, that's a recollection of something I studied a fair amount in university. Not much to say about it other than, shamans have, I mean, speaking of structuralism, I think there's a kind of structuralism in the sense that, what are the structures of these various cultures in which shamans do their thing? What is it about the culture that enables that? And then if you have the geometry of how it works, if I can use that term, then you could see it, how that it's happening by other means in our culture.
So the homology.
Yeah. I believe that is the word he uses, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, it's an interesting book.
Homology is just a fancy word for similar shape or similar pattern across.
Yeah.
Sort of like a donut and a coffee cup. That's a famous sort of image of like an object with one hole in it.
Yeah, yeah. It's a good way of priming your mind to see structure, essentially.
Here's another Bruno.
It's quite interesting.
Sorry, what was that?
Sound Within Sound is quite interesting. I haven't finished it, but the reason why I didn't finish it is because I just heard about this one microtonal musician, and I just have not finished now listening to microtonal music. It sent me on a whole adventure.
So microtonal is sort of like in between the keys on a keyboard or on a piano. There's actually tones that are sort of halfway in between or a tenth of the way in between.
Yeah, so if you've heard sitar music, you would have heard what's called the meaned, and meaned is when they pull the string down to hit these tones between the tones. But microtonal music takes that to a whole new level, like by building instruments that are more optimized to do it, like microtonal guitars, microtonal pianos, and stuff like that. There's even an example of microtonal singing, and it just sounds so weird, because it's just not common, or it's not mainstream. That's for sure.
When I was reading about Tony Iommi of Black Sabbath, one of the points here was that he experimented with drop tuning to create Sabbath's signature heavy sound. I don't know if that's exactly the same thing as what you're talking about.
No, that's not a microtone. That's he's going down a whole step to D from E, but that D is already reflected on the standard tuning. It's just above. So you have E, A, D, G, B, A on a guitar. So what he's done is he's taken the E away, the low E, and he's turned it down to D. And so
it's almost an octave down.
Well, E to D, I believe, is just a whole step, not an octave. But you are creating an octave effect, because now you have two Ds. And so what that means is you can play a full D chord with the E string in it, but the E string now is a D. But you're not removing E, because you still have the high E, which is the how, depending on how you count, it's the first string or the sixth string. The smallest string is an E. So you're taking the lowest string, which is also an E, and you're just tuning it down a step to D.
Okay.
It's not microtonal, or, I mean, if somebody calls it that, then I'm wrong. I would love to know why, but I think it's just
I sort of think of vibrato, and how vibrato is really kind of moving you up and down around a, let's say a frequency number, and adding a plus or minus 2 or 3 or 5 or whatever.
Yes, but that's just not taking it to the extremes that the microtonal music does. Like what is the smallest fraction? So when you're doing vibrato, it's actually quite large on
Oh
a
yeah.
guitar. Um,
Yeah.
uh,
I used to play cello, so that's my like
oh, okay.
main point of reference.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't play cello, so I don't know how vibrato would play out on a cello. But nonetheless,
What is it called on guitar? I mean, it's a similar thing where the fret you're kind of pushing it up and down.
well, vibrato is
No.
not necessarily bending a string. Um, but typically, if you're listening to Black Sabbath and you're listening to Tony Iommi, I'd be very surprised to hear him use a bend or vibrato that takes things into a microtonal territory. You pass through those microtones in order to get to a note that sounds good. But microtonal doesn't care whether it sounds good or not. It's trying to do something very, very different to find that. And not even sitar music. Like sitar music is more detailed on the tones between tones with the mean. But
How
this is
connected is that with like atonal?
well, it's like it's I don't know. Like atonal is it is and it isn't connected, but it depends because
I'm thinking like Schoenberg.
Schoenberg, yeah. I mean, to the extent that Schoenberg is atonal, you can mean different things. Like
Yeah.
I said earlier, or I pointed out the music biography bands. So, Girl in a Band is about Sonic Youth or Kim Gordon, who is the bassist in Sonic Youth. They do a lot of what I would call atonal music, and that really is just chords that don't normally go together because they don't sound pleasing, like a lot of what's sometimes called the devil's note or tritones.
Dissonant. Yeah. More dissonant
Yeah.
stuff.
But I'm not so familiar with Schoenberg,
Okay.
frankly, so I don't know.
It's sort of, for people that are unfamiliar, I think of it as sort of entry level atonal classical music. He's probably the number one
Yeah.
composer of that. If you
I mean,
you ask
it has
people
to do
who's an
with 12
atonal
tones,
composer,
using 12 tones and following various rules and so forth. Um, it follows. It's related to pataphysics, but I know more the textual version than the music version. But in radical music, Schoenberg is not the guy that I go to. I don't find anything particularly radical about it. I can listen to it, but haven't
what
done
about
it.
in terms of playwrights? Do you have any favorite sort of
Yeah, we
pataphysics?
missed one. So there's one book we saw. We won't find it because the spine is black and it's quite some
Okay.
slides before. But there's one called The Extremists by C.J. Hopkins. Such an amazing play and very, very important for our times, really, because it's these two news anchors and they're just talking back and forth about the way that they are distorting and manipulating the minds of people and the progress. You have to read the whole thing. It's one of those things where the final sentences only make sense in the context of the whole thing, and the thrust of it is great. Howard Barker is another favorite playwright of mine. I've been fortunate to see two of his plays. He wrote things like Bite of the Night, and he has this whole thing that is just making theater be so in your face that you just rethink everything that you think you know about what's going on. Anyway, there's a book of interviews with Howard Barker that is so good. The Possibilities, that's another play of his, just astonishing stuff. It's just so weird and out there and confronting, and I love that guy. Brecht, I did quite a lot of Brecht in university, and was lucky to see Brecht internationally in Canada, and I saw him not him, but plays by him in Germany. I saw Mother Courage in German, which is amazing.
I don't know if it's probably a bad analogy, but when you were talking about the extremists, I was thinking of sort of the Anchorman and the popularity of Will Ferrell's humor of sort of making fun of the Anchorman and how Will Ferrell's father was an Anchorman. And I think that influenced his sense of humor. But I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on like, um, maybe Anchorman's connection to pataphysics, or maybe that's just too thin of a connection.
well, I don't think I've seen the Will Ferrell movie.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't know what
that
you're
that
talking.
Anchorman and Anchorman 2 are probably his most famous uh comedies. So,
Mm. Yeah,
and there's a lot of memes that come out of that movie.
yeah. I mean, I think he has the burgundy jacket and so forth, but I think
Yeah.
that's the extent of what I could say about it. But I mean, generally his form of comedy has a kind of confrontation to it, but I think it's quite corralled into what's acceptable to mainstream culture,
Yeah.
which to me, well, I don't know. I just don't spend that much time in it, but that's not a comment on it. When I was doing my film professor job, I was more patched into the mainstream to be able to expose its mechanisms.
So when was that? The 90s or the
I
80s?
had a Mercator visiting professor or guest professor, it was called, Mercator guest professor grant. And I was there at University of Saarland, I think 2009 to 2011. But I didn't have the grant the whole time. I taught there.
Where is that for people unfamiliar with that school?
So University of Saarland is in Saarbrücken, which is about 4 hours due north of Paris.
Okay.
In Germany. And the Bundesland, Saarland, is very beautiful. Really, really just a great, great, great place. And you can get really good sushi there, which is surprising, but true. Or you could at the time. So, if you're there and you're like, man, that guy said sushi, this is crap. It was good at the time.
So you've got a lot of your Nietzsche here, and you've got sort of your Penguin Classics collection.
Yeah.
What is anti-education?
Well, that's the one I was telling you about where he has the dueling scenes. And
okay.
He's very concerned that education is not reaching the heights that it could. And he's responding to tendencies in the German culture. I mean, he sees the problem of Nazism coming. He really dislikes the racism that he sees. A lot of people have got the weird idea that he was somehow an anti-Semite, which is nothing close to the truth. He broke off his friendship with Wagner because of Wagner's anti-Semitism. So he's very concerned about very bad trends. And Birth of Tragedy, which I haven't recollected, but is a very important book to me. It's a warning to German culture. If you guys don't find a way to resolve these tensions between what he calls Apollonian and Dionysian urges, you're going to destroy yourselves.
Can you just explain that briefly, the two?
Yeah. So Apollonian represents math, truth, logic, the sun. And the Germans are really tipped in that favor. And they're lacking the Dionysian. And the Dionysian is rot, decay, wild, drunken, giving yourself over to the muses and all that sort of stuff. And he talks about chiasma. I think the term he uses is chiasmatic divide. And they can either pull into each other to resolve each other into something magisterial, which leads to the great art and the great music and all that sort of stuff, or the divide can push them away and actually cut off one of them and lead to tragedy.
How do you sort of think about the interaction of that level of imbalance with what I would think of as the more traditional explanation of the rise of the Nazis, which is that it was the economic pressure from the resolution of World War I that pushed the economy into a place where that kind of extreme thinking was palatable?
Well, I'm not a historian, and I don't want to dally in anything that would sound like revisionist historianism. But where I think Nietzsche gets this in a kind of prediction, kind of sees it coming, is Nazism's fascination with symbol and order and really buckling things down into math and figures. So I used to live in Berlin, and I lived in a place called Seelendorf. And Seelen literally means to count. And the place that I lived in was a compound of units built for the accountants to do the accounting for the Nazis, right? And I lived on Hartmannsweiler Weg, which was on the Fischerhutenstrasse, off the Fischerhutenstrasse in Zehlendorf. But literally the place is named after to count, right? And it's just like everything was just strictly math to the nth degree. And if you watch some of these movies that recreate it. Like you'll often see these giant offices filled with the newspaper people, filled with the number crunchers and so forth. And so again, I don't want to do anything that even smacks of historical revisionism, but I think that that's the tendency that Nietzsche is talking about.
It's kind of not to bring up Jordan Peterson again, but just I think it's it's more that he has sort of shaped the zeitgeist, or vice versa.
People have criticized me for having my picture with him when I went to see him and met him and stuff like that. I've just said, "Are you kidding me? If Freud was walking around in town, would you not go and see him?" Like,
Yeah.
shape the zeitgeist. That's underplaying it, I think. No.
Well, he's got one of his big things is order versus chaos, and he puts that in gender terms as well. But that might be an easier way for people to understand what you're talking about with Dionysian versus Apollonian, where you have the sort of chaos of and creativity of a Dionysian, and then its opposite, order and sort of an extreme amount of order. I think to a certain what appeals to me about what you're saying is that I think when people are in a disordered state, they sort of want to latch on to something that's very ordered and structured. And then similarly, the pendulum can swing to the other side and people can feel so constrained by and in such a conformist culture, that they want to break free of that and they want to sort of go wild. So it's one thing that just sprang to mind was like with the with COVID and the lockdowns, people sort of reacted to the lockdowns with wanting to break free and wanting to go out and do things. And uh, so it shows how somewhat random historical events that are at a societal level can cause a whole society to sort of want to react from one way of doing things to its opposite.
It wasn't just that people wanted to get out. It was also that there was this math fascination to the point that spreadsheets were turned into gods. Oh, the science willing. I couldn't believe that politicians were standing in front of microphones saying science willing. Like, you have no idea what science is? How are you in this position to say such a disgusting phrase to us? That is, that's the Apollonian, and then the people who reacted against it is the Dionysian tension for sure.
In the US, it was all about believe the science or trust the science. It's that phrase. I'm not familiar with the phrasing you're talking about.
Oh, in Australia, science willing was used a lot. But yeah, trust the science. Whatever. The point is
how is that used? Because that's actually a really interesting phrasing. Science willing. It's instead of God willing. God willing is the old idiom, and even within I forget how it's phrased in Arabic for sort of the prophet willing or will God Allah willing, but it's sort of like a way of hedging something to not interfere with God's plan for you and what's going to happen in the future.
Well, it was used very specifically on the news when politicians were standing in front of cameras and microphones. And I would have to fact check myself that I'm not just seeing that, but I'm sure I'm not.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing.
I took it with such umbrage. Like, I couldn't believe that my fellow apes were saying such dumb things. So I'm quite confident that I don't misremember it, but which politician, and I'm sure I heard it more than once. But really, they were saying it in the context of science willing, you'll be able to go out again soon. And it was always in this propagandistic, just take the shot, just wear the mask, while they're, as in America, getting caught not wearing masks in public and, not themselves taking shots and so forth. And I just think it is this Apollonian tendency to put an undue faith in numbers, in truth, in logic, and so forth. But in this case, it's actually not even Dionysian to do the other, to like see the play, to see the emergence of the data. It is literally a technologically accelerated power control grab in order to say, this is our conclusion, and we're going to foist it upon you because we have the data, right? But data is not the demonstration of truth. It's part of it. But anyway,
Yeah.
back to you mentioned the gendered nature of Apollonian and Dionysian. A book popped to mind, which is called The Powers of Horror, an essay on abjection by Kristeva, Julia Kristeva, Kristeva, I believe. And that is a very powerful book for these kinds of things, because she's doing the psychoanalytic version of how do we get Apollonian and Dionysian titles or tendencies.
Could you describe the word abjection? Because that's like sort of a technical term.
Yeah, I guess AB is like away from, and then ejection would literally be just like to really throw it away. It's
It's sort of like alienation, right?
well, you could be, but if you think of the thrust of the actual word, it's like eject it. It's away from me as quickly as possible, and that's why it's called powers of horror, because we are horrified by things that actually shouldn't be horrifying. So what is it? What is the linguistic codes that infect our brains like a virus that cause us to behave in symbolic ways that react to things that really are not nearly as disgusting as we tend to think that they are? Anyway, she opens with a lot of these things that are traditionally attributed to femininity and so forth, milk, menstrual cycles, and so forth. And like, why are these things treated as feminine in the first place? And then why are they continually the subject of abjection, hiddenness? They have to go through these rituals and so forth. And there's a technology that builds around how we discuss them and so forth. But then later she takes it to religious sorts of things, and she talks about, like in Deuteronomy, all the cleanliness laws and so forth. And like, what is it that you are ultimately supposed to do? And her claim is that you have to do whatever it takes for you to be symbolic to God so that God can recognize you, right? And so all these codes and so forth are about visibility to what like someone like Zizek might call the big other, this projected all-seeing eye. And if you can just operate and symbolize in the right way, you will be visible to that person and curry their favor. But anything outside of that is to be rejected. And then so you know walk 14 paces and dig a hole so deep, and you
This is sort of
recognize the
circling
self.
back to the whole incel thing of earlier, of these sort of rejected philosophers. I put the abjection thing into abjection thing into Chat GPT for the Freudian roots. It says concept of abjection is linked to Freud's ideas of repression, things that are expelled from consciousness but still exert influence, to the uncanny, das unheimlich, which when something familiar becomes unsettling, and then 3, primal horror, fear of bodily dissolution and death. Freud also describes taboo and the Oedipal complex, both of which play into abjection, particularly in relation to bodily function, sexuality, and death. And the whole concept of thanatos, or the death drive, also sprang to mind as I was reading that. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that in connection with abjection, or any of the other
Well,
things
yeah.
we talked about.
I mean, when you throw in Freud's unheimlich and the uncanny and spookiness and all that sort of stuff, I mean, I would say Nietzsche's going so far to say, yes, we must now totally embrace the death and the decay, and like, to that extent. But it is a problem that we reject those kinds of things to the extent that we do, because then cleanliness now becomes the new problem. And in the Freudian sense, anything that is repressed is going to return, right? That's the famous phrase, the return of the repressed. And that's where the horror genre makes its money, right? Is that whatever that monster is deeply connected to something that has been rejected and thrown away. And a lot of the images that are in not just horror movies, but lots of fringe art and crazy stuff, are really focusing on what we normally reject. But our rejection of it deeply conditions the ways that we are against our own interests in so many ways. And we saw that during the lockdowns in a big way.
Yeah, and I must have repressed some of these biographies, because here's some more of them.
Well, Nietzsche by Heidegger is not a biography. I mean, if it is a biography, it's like a intellectual biography, but it's really a study of the eternal return of the same. And it is glorious. It is such a good book. An Event, perhaps, is also a very, very good discussion of Derrida. Uh, it's not the only one that I've read, but it is probably, I would say, one of the best.
Oops.
There we go. Death. Nather. That's the Nather has a book on talking about Spinoza in the concept of death. And Think Least of Death, I believe, is a quote from Spinoza. So that's a very good study of Spinoza. I would recommend for people who are interested in him and immanent philosophy overall.
Are we on the same image, or are you talking about the previous image?
You were just on the one that had Think Least of Death. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead, but if you want to stick on this one.
Oh yeah, Nadler. Okay.
Yeah, that's a very good book, actually.
There's Maps of Meaning hiding in the corner there.
I don't mean for it to hide, but sometimes taller books just look better on the side. That Scientology book is really good study of William Burroughs and his. I don't know how much of it's true, but it sounds like something Burroughs would have been involved in.
He's a famous journalist, right?
I don't know. Well, he certainly wrote some journalism, but he was more famous for writing these bizarre novels like Naked Lunch and The Ticket That Exploded and Nova Express and The Wild Boys. Really, really out there literature. And he wrote some straight stuff like Junkie and Queer. Queer just became a movie that I think has Daniel Craig in it. Anyway, I think Burroughs is quite interesting because he used to cut up literature to make new literature and got some great effects.
Yeah, I was misremembering. So, according to ChatGPT, William S. Burroughs, 1914 to 1997, was an American writer and a key figure in the Beat generation alongside Jack Kerouac and Allen Ginsberg. He's best known for his experimental transgressive novels that blend drug culture, science fiction, satire, and cut-up writing techniques. Educated at Harvard, BA in English, 1936.
Yeah. He has a great line. It's one of the greatest lines of all literature, I believe. Or it's one of my favorites, I should say. I don't impose its greatness on anybody else, which is control seeks to control control. Very beautiful.
His book Naked Lunch, 1959, most famous work, a nonlinear hallucinatory novel about drug addiction, government control, and the grotesque, was banned in the US and subject to an obscenity trial in 1962.
Oh, yes. And there's great things to read about that trial. I mean, the people who came to bat for him, just amazing.
And I think obscenity really sort of died in the 60s, right? The 60s and early 70s in terms of Supreme Court. I forget what all the stuff is called, but
it's coming back now.
Yeah, it's coming back now.
Which is really weird that we're regressing on these points. Anyway, Burroughs is absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'm not so in love with some of the experimental literature, but as a project, it's great. And one of the greatest movies is David Cronenberg's version of Naked Lunch, because he brings in elements of what's happening in the fiction, but he makes it a biography of William Burroughs at the same time. So, or a better said, a biography of a slice of Burroughs' life. And I think it's a really well done movie. It has problems though, because a lot of people will find it difficult because they may not have the sort of mathematical background to see what he's trying to do. It's a Christopher Nolan style kind of thing in Tenet, where time really folds back on itself, and then it's like, well, did it fold back on itself, or is it actually coterminous, or what's going on here? It's really cool.
What are the jhanas?
Ah, the jhanas. Well, that's a rabbit hole. But okay, so if you meditate, some people believe that there are levels of, let's say, I don't know, non-duality or awareness that you can reach. And there are 9 in total. And I find this...
that's sort of the Wilbur.
Yeah.
stuff.
I find it super amusing that they like slice it down into this granular detail, and you'll know that you're at the ninth jhana. I'm making a lot of fun of it in this vitamin X thing, where it's like you've reached the ninth jhana, and it's like, how do you know? And
Have you seen the video of Wilbur with the skull cap on, and he's like the brain waves he can control, and like when he's at a level he can show on a meter that it's different.
Yeah, and Shinzen Young has videos like that too, and so forth. But that doesn't, to me, that does not evidence that there are such things as jhanas. Anyway, they're mental models that people can use to help progress and focus on trying to get effects out of their meditation. I think there's a lot of self-hypnosis to it, though. And even if there isn't, I mean, there's a funny guy. His name is Ira Shepperton, and he's a teacher of like non-duality and a lot of Advaita Vedanta stuff. And he says, look, if you take some of these guys seriously, if you reach like the ninth jhana, or what in other traditions is called nirvikalpa samadhi, like even nirvikalpa samadhi is not even samadhi, but if you reach it, if you really reach it, you're going to disappear in a puff of smoke, which you sort of see in that image there in Shambhala. Like it's just, you're just gone, right? And it's just like, well, why is that a goal, to just like disappear? So there's a lot of metaphorical truth to it, but the actual idea that, anyway, I'm working at it because I mean, I'm one of those crazy guys. Like if that's actually real, I'm going to see if I can figure out how to do it. And so, I'm more than 1,700 words of Sanskrit now, and so far so good. But I don't notice any jhanas or anything like that.
Shambhala is a really important publisher in this space to be aware of, and they published Ken Wilber's collected works, which is a pretty interesting collection of all his stuff.
Related to this idea of levels, there's a person named Jeffrey Martin who has released a study years ago called Persistent Non-Symbolic Experience. And there he has 8 levels. So, and they resemble these levels of the jhana very, very, not totally, but, now it's 8. So it's just, I love it, but I find it a little bit comedic, because the goal of these things is to get rid of labels. So they're sitting here writing out these little labels. And I'm just thinking, how deeply are they meditating if they're noticing levels and labels and so forth? It seems a little bit against itself. So
here's another one of your books. We're going to be giving away a copy of this. Do you want to just say a few words on why you wrote this?
Well, this was before the lockdowns, and I started a project, the Memory Connection Project. And what I did is, you could only get that book at that time with a newsletter subscription. And I did a print newsletter subscription, and that folded for several reasons. One of which is that I'm so dumb sometimes. I couldn't figure out fulfillment to get the newsletter the way that I wanted it to be fulfilled. And I found the guy who does the newsletters for a bunch of the direct response marketers, but we got so caught up talking about philosophy, we never could seal the deal. And so that's my bad. But anyway, because I'm really so disinterested in business. I mean, I literally have to train myself to focus on it. But nonetheless, I managed 7 months to produce and deliver this newsletter by myself, and people were annoyed that I canceled their subscriptions without even telling them. But I was just like, this is done. And then shortly after that, I wouldn't have been able to do it anyway, because I wouldn't have been able to walk to the post office and go to the photocopying place. But what was interesting about it is, it reminded me a lot of how I used to do zines when I was a kid, and photocopy stuff and, send it out to people around the world. And it was really cool. And I may do it again if I can figure out how to get a person who can do fulfillment without talking philosophy all the time.
Do you have any thoughts on Josh Waitzkin's book?
Well, I think it's useful for people to read and to think differently about how they may be thinking about what learning is, and how they're going about it. I don't know. I'm not really a chess player or a martial artist. I mean, I have studied a martial art for quite some time, but it's like a anti-martial art, which is called Systema. And it's totally against katas and forms. So I don't know. I didn't fully gel with the disciplines that he was talking about in that book, but I think it's a very good book.
There's Barbara Oakley's book, Learning How to Learn. She's a well-known
Yeah.
teacher, another sort of MOOC person who got in.
Pretty sure that was sent to me, although I might have bought that one. But in any case, I featured it, and there's interesting things. She's been very helpful to me in my career.
There's almost, I think, some parallels between this and the How to Read a Book, Mortimer J. Adler, in terms of like a pretty broad scope of focus in the accelerative space.
I'm not sure. I don't know. I mean, I'd be curious to hear more what you think, but I think it's very good on explaining the neuroscience that's involved in a very approachable way. And then it's got the proto speed reading stuff like picture walk and all that sort of stuff, which, is permission to skim basically, but skim a little bit more intelligently than the average instruction. So
yeah, Adler definitely doesn't have the scientific aspect to it. This Teach Yourself is a pretty famous brand of language learning. So it looks like you're a fan of their stuff.
Well, it just actually, Ollie, who is in charge of those short stories, he sent me those. So
Ollie Richards. Yeah. He's, what is his brand?
Story learning.
Yeah. Story learning.
He and I go way back. We've known each other for a long time. And I hung out with him in Cairo for.
He's got a big YouTube channel, I believe.
Very big, yeah.
Yeah.
Any case, I was sent those and very glad to have them. I got the complete Sanskrit myself, but it wasn't that I was going after Teach Yourself. It just happens to be that's the one I chose.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of amazing for a big brand. There's an element of like, if you're not familiar with Teach Yourself, they're sort of on a similar scale to like the For Dummies series, where they just put out a huge amount of stuff. And it's pretty rare for a brand that big to have like a Sanskrit book, because it's not a super popular language.
Oh, I don't know about that. There are schools that are conducted in Sanskrit. You're right that it's marginal, but I think it's a little more popular than you would think, and a very important language to this day. I mean, anybody who's in linguistics, if they can't contend with Sanskrit, I mean, what are they doing?
Yeah.
So
Definitely.
I think Sanskrit's a little bit more prominent than that. And I haven't checked Tuttle, but I'm pretty sure Tuttle would cover Sanskrit also.
Could you say a little bit more about Tuttle and their significance?
Oh, they're just they're a great publisher of language learning material and some other topics outside of that, but I don't know that much about them other than what I've read is a step beyond usually in my estimation of language learning material. And they make them inexpensive too, or historically they have, which is great. I don't know how they pull it off, but that's a wonderful thing that they match quality with affordability. Shoot for the Moon is interesting. I like Richard Weissman. He's got a few frustrating elements to him. Like in 59 Seconds, he takes a lot of time to deride NLP, and then he winds up just cherry picking studies that a lot of NLP tactics talk about, but they just don't mention NLP in them. And NLP is one of those things where a lot of their ideas are taken from science anyway, but then they do their business model to encapsulate it in NLP, and then they say, oh, the reason why we're not studied is because blah 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 budgets, and you have to have this and that and so forth. But then at the end of the day, it just becomes recursive, a circle. But anyway,
and NLP is sort of eclectic, so it's not necessarily like a different paradigm. It's they were picking and choosing and taking what works. And so it sort of makes sense that people are doing that with NLP, but they don't want the negative
Right. Yeah. Anyway, Shoot for the Moon is cool because it actually literally is. If your goal was like going to the moon and you know that people have gone to the moon, how could you think like an engineer or a NASA person to work out how you're going to achieve whatever it is you're going to do? So I like that one a lot.
What about this Whitehead modes of thought?
Ah, yes, Whitehead. So, I mean, he's kind of in this, in my reading anyway, he's kind of in this middle ground between the these things we talked about before, the transcendental stuff and the immanent stuff. And he was he was friendly with Russell, and so yeah, I mean, he's basically arguing for a kind of immanence as I read that book, and you'd want to take that in consideration with Bergson, and yeah, it's kind of Bergsonian in my reading.
Who's Bergson?
We passed by his book on memory before on the shelf, and Henri Bergson was a very interesting philosopher that is quite influential on Deleuze, and it's an immanence basically, but he's really focused on time and memory, and he uses this term élan a lot, like the style of things. And so this focus on like what is the style of a thing, Deleuze later kind of changes that into like what's the intensity of it, and then how is the intensity of the thing that you're studying related to its duration, and what's the relationship between duration and intensity. And when you're looking at influences in society or whatnot, really focusing on it as if it's a kind of geography, or what would it be if it was material. And it's just really fascinating way of, it's a very different way of looking at things, to think of the geology of a particular topic or trend in society.
Do you have any thoughts on the
Holobeck?
Holobeck book?
Holobeck is not nearly as controversial or radical as I had hoped he would be. Like everybody says, this is so out there, and I'm just like, well, where's the goods? Like it's just no. I think he's a good writer, but I don't understand the controversy of it at all.
Yeah.
William Burroughs, back to him, he's like, books should be dangerous. This is I don't find anything particularly dangerous, but I haven't read everything of his. I read his study of, I have it, it'll come up on the shelf later, his study of H.P. Lovecraft, and that's very good. I think he's pointing out some nice things, but I'm not a fan of his fiction, I have to say.
Oliver Berkman,
Mhm.
The Antidote. He's the author of 4,000 Weeks,
Yes.
and that's his most popular work. And do you have any thoughts on his sort of school of thought?
This was
Because he's sort of anti-productivity
yeah.
to an
Well,
extent.
in this one, it's kind of anti NLP stuff, like the idea you can heal yourself with your mind or whatever, and it's just kind of like Stoicism works, so why not be a Stoic or whatever. But I like that book, but it was sent to me by somebody who heard about my deep fascination with these kinds of placebo effects and so forth. And I don't know. I'm of two minds with the antidote. I think that it's that issue we talked about before, spreadsheet God. Well, the scientists have this thing, so therefore we have to really make sure that we poo-poo everything outside of that. Because if it isn't verified in a study, and it's just, I mean, in memory studies are really bad, often because people think that they're brain scans, but they're actually usually behavioral studies, behavioral psychology, and they're not really telling us all that much. The sample sizes are shockingly low sometimes, and I don't know. The words that we use for memory are troubling. They're insufficient to the cause, and there are memory scientists who have said we got to just get rid of the word memory because it's not quite doing it. There's a interesting guy named Richard Zeman who seems to be coming back into favor in memory studies, and I hope that he does, because I don't fully understand every jot and tittle of what it was that he was going on about with engrams and ecto. No, that's not right. Ekphory, that's what it was. He had these really great terms to describe different functions of what memory is and how it might work. And I think he'll see his day in court, because I think it's much more groundbreaking than maybe it was during his time, or it could be, just because the word memory is not quite surrendering itself to what it could be. And we know this from the memory competitors. Like short-term memory, what that is, kind of goes out the window when you watch people memorize 52 cards in less than 12 seconds, and then go on to also use their cognitive reserve to recite names, and then go on to recite a whole bunch of facts, and then go on to recite some poetry. Like it's just, we're missing a step somehow in the in the way that these designs are studied, or are designed and then studied.
But the you had some interesting medical terminology books.
This is Dean Vaughn. He was the guy with the Vaughn cube for music. Same guy.
So is there anything particularly special about those books?
Well, I think it's special that anyone cares about memory, because these are books of mnemonics.
Oh, so this is mnemonics like for medical students, or just for anybody who wants to memorize medical terminology?
Yeah. I tried to, like, they sent that to me to maybe be an affiliate for them. And I tried to just get in touch with who Dean Vaughn is and talk to him, because I see this gaping wide opportunity where their mnemonics are okay, but they're very generic and they're vague. And I just thought, man, we could do so many amazing things together. So, they'll have something like extensor pollicus brevis, and they will, or, whatever, the carpal bones, and they'll have navicular, which is also scaphoid, and whatever, pisiform, and all these cool words. But instead of doing what I do in magnetic memory method, they just have these words that are just so unmemorable that they suggest that you use. So I can't think of, an example would be, so pisiform, they would say, well, have a P, at a formal meeting. I'm just like, why not have Prince roller skating on pizza, right, while drinking formaldehyde? So now we've got an actual person that's in our memory already. And, not everybody's going to be able to see the logic of doing it that way. And there's all kinds of objections. Well, I don't know who Prince is, but, use Prince William, or I don't know, use somebody, but get the P more realized. So I'm very sad that I've been able to get them, or they've offered to send me books, but I can't get into contact with the powers that be to, like, say, hey, let's get together. Let's turn this into more magnetic memory stuff, because it would help people so much more, I'm sure.
Mm.
Well, I have evidence of it. It's just business. I failed.
Yeah.
My responsibility at the end of the day for not pushing hard enough.
So we're actually going to go back here and do some additional books. So Anthony, was there any one of these specifically you want to start with?
Well, I think just generally one thing to consider in magic is what makes a good trick, as opposed to what makes a good mystery, and what makes an experience that is inexplicable or ineffable. And so the Eugene Burger really is an important text for that sort of thing. And it's called Final Secrets for a reason. And he held a lot of stuff close to his chest, but he arranged after his death that things would be released. And, I think,
When did he die, roughly?
I think it's about 4 years ago now.
Okay. So
maybe a little bit longer than that. But he had gravitas. He was just such a person of voice and tone and presence and character. But all of that, I think you would point out, is worth nothing if the actual thinking and the depth of what is a transformation is in what it is that you're doing, right? And so a lot of the magic books I collect have that sort of thinking in it. So it's not just tricks, but experiences. And I do tricks, of course, but I really like that kind of depth of thinking. And Square One is a very thin little volume there, but it's essays that are devoted to that theme. Like, if you take this back down to first principles and you really want to amaze people, like, what is Square One in this?
This is Berger also. This is Eugene Berger.
Well, he has an essay in there, and there's a Max Maven essay in there. Max Maven also passed away recently. Also, like, a person who was just visually very interesting to look at, had a lot of presence, a great voice, but it was the depth of the thinking of what it is that he's doing. Likewise with this Max Bellini book here. Max Bellini was quite famous for producing a block of ice right in front of your eyes, and not a small one. You know? And there's just so much in that production, how you're going to do it, how you're going to hide the fact that you're actually, going through a whole process to make a block of ice appear on a table. And it's
Sorry, which one is it? I'm not sure.
it's the blue one that says Max Bellini.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
So, and Steve Cohen, he has one of the most successful magic theaters in New York City, or he used to anyway. I'm sure it's still running. He wrote a book about how he pulled it all off called Evergreen. And I don't know, it's really, really interesting. Like, there's a magician, we passed one of his books. His name is Jamie Ian Swiss, some time ago. And he makes this point that I think is really interesting, is that no one would ever think that there are people like magicians who go to the lengths that magicians go to come up with certain things. And that's a very, very interesting point, because sometimes you really set things up, sometimes hours in advance, in order to pull off an illusion. And that's what really makes the difference, between the experience you never forget and just the trick that amuses you for 10 minutes and then it's gone. So slightly out of order, that's memorized deck stuff. In order to amaze, that's memorized deck stuff. The Darwin Ortiz stuff has a lot to do with mem deck. And those are the kinds of things that really, really take things to a whole new level. So anyway, just as a principle, I think this is worth pausing on, just simply because it has a lot to do with life in general. What is it that distinguishes this philosopher from that philosopher? The one that you just think is an incel, as opposed to the one who is just really focused on joy and transformation from, just the nastiness of existence to something that you say yes to, as Nietzsche put it. Just, what can you say yes to? How can you live the same day over and over and over again and embrace it and actually enjoy it? So I think depth of thinking is really what I get out of this more than any magic trick. Just breaking things down to component parts and having an end in mind. But the other point of it is being totally flexible, so that when things go wrong, you still pull it off. Because that happens a lot, and you have to do what sometimes is called jazz magic, and you have to fall into a principle that's called magician in trouble. And you have to really, when you get in trouble, you have to really own it most of the time and really act like you're in more trouble than you are as you're buying time to work out whatever it is that you're going to do to save the day.
And I think you were sort of drawing a connection between magic and writing mysteries, because we talked in our previous session about you wanted to create an ending that nobody would expect. And so you have to create a setup, you have to have sort of a pacing, and then you have to create that surprise. So could you talk a little bit more about, did you start with magic and then later got into storytelling or mysteries, or vice versa, or was it on parallel tracks?
Well, I think we should add in the thing. It's not just that nobody should see it coming. They shouldn't see it coming, but it should feel inevitable. Like that is the only way that it could go, You shouldn't have this feeling like, oh, well, it could have been that way or it could have been that way. No, it has to be that is inevitable. And that's an Aristotle kind of point, that the great tragedy feels not just logical and astonishing and surprising, but inevitable. So in my life, I think I probably started with storytelling first, but magic quickly followed. So the first story I remember telling was in preschool, and they had given us paper to draw on to create a story. And I made up this wild narrative about how we'd gone to Disneyland and all this sort of stuff. And the teachers were later asking my parents, wow, you're so nice. You took such a young kid to Disneyland that's going to forget everything. And they're like, we never went to Disneyland. And they showed all this elaborate narrative that I made up. But by grade 2, I had done my first magic show. And so they've always been deeply interwoven.
What about theater? Did you ever get involved in theater?
Oh yeah, I've played a few characters. I've prepared as an understudy, uh, but I don't know that I'm a great actor.
Mhm.
But I've done it, and I enjoyed it immensely, even though it's a lot of hard work and a lot of memorization, especially in musicals, which I did. And musicals not only have that you have to memorize lines, but you have to memorize all these songs. So that's quite wild. But yeah, and dance moves also. So I've done quite a bit of that.
How do you think about like the tactical level of magic, which is like maybe a sort of small scale card trick versus a more strategic level, which is like the plot of a story? It will, and what would maybe be a good analogy within the world of magic for that level of more strategic thinking that would go into, because it's not obvious to me how, like, I think of some of Houdini's more uh I'm not super familiar with his work, but I know he did sort of bigger or maybe more long time scale performances or tricks, if you would even call them that. Um, but it's hard for me to see sort of how exactly or how much you can really bring from this aspect of magic to, because magic is a very all encompassing term, but the way we're talking about it here, how do you bring that over to uh, writing a mystery and plotting it out?
Well, there's the creation of the effect of mystery, and so I think that's quite similar, right? You have to leave things out to the imagination. You have to have clues and breadcrumbs and details that intrigue in order to make you even care. So part of what makes a mystery is caring about the solution, and you can do that in different ways. But they're basically the same in magic or in a story, which is you really want for the long term of it to have someone care about the character. So whether it's the magician performing that's the character, or maybe the audience in some sense is a character, and there are mysteries that are written in the second person, or at least one movie that tried to do that. But or even Kane's Jawbone in a way puts you in a second person kind of scenario where you literally have to. Some people take the pages of that mystery out and put them on the wall to rearrange them to figure things out. Uh, but I'm not sure that there's necessarily a one-to-one analogy between the two, but in my own life, preparation is part of it in terms of pulling off both. So being prepared to write requires certain very practical skills. You have to be able to deal with 100,000 words plus, not only producing them, but then revising them and managing them. And then if you're going to go around claiming to be a magician, you have to have procedural memory, and that procedural memory has to be strong enough to do that similar thing, to do the work. So if someone were to hire me to write a book, I'd be able to do it within 40 days or so, produce 100,000 words with very minimal difficulty. I'm not saying it would be easy, but the actual production, because the procedural memory is there, the discipline is there. In the same way, to give you an example, Salpiacente, I think some people pronounce it Salpiacenti. Uh, he's actually mentioned in one of those books, and there's a photograph of him in the. If you just move the picture a little bit, he's a legendary card and mnemonist guy, and so he's mentioned in Gambling Sleight of Hand, and he uses a major technique from there in order to do memory demonstrations with cards. He came to Brisbane and he looked me up and said, "Hey, I'd love to meet you." And I was like, "What?" I couldn't believe that Sal Piacente was I was going to get to meet him because he is amazing. And so we met and so forth. And I was telling him how I had some of his magic instruction videos, or not even magic. I had his Street Monty, I think it was called. And so he was teaching people how that 3-card Monty ruse works. And some people do magic routines around that. Anyway, he's like, "Oh, so you're a magician?" And then when we sat down, he said, "Show me something." Now, I haven't performed since 2017, and this was 2023, maybe he came. And so thinking ahead, knowing that this topic is going to come up, of course I have a deck of cards with me, right? But I still act a little bit surprised, and I go, oh, well, I guess a good thing that I got a deck of cards here, that, so whatever. So I pull it out, but I put something together precisely for a fellow mnemonist, right? So when I spread the deck, there's 2 blank cards in it, right? And I pull them out, and one has the word memory written on it, and the other has memory aid. And so then I start to tell him a story that's all related to early onset dementia, and I'm shuffling the deck like crazy. And then my mom has this early onset dementia, and I'm like, she just was looking for any thread to grab onto. So I said, remember those tricks that you always taught me in the books that you bought me? And that one from Harry Lorraine where I just do this cut, and then all of a sudden an ace comes out. Anyway, by the end of this, I produced all 4 aces. And my story is, but the memory is still in a jumble. So, you got to use your memory aids, Mom. So I take the memory aids and I put them on the deck in a certain way, and I throw the deck outside of the 2 cards, and then I spread it. And the whole deck is now in perfect new deck order, thanks to these memory aids. And Sal says, beautiful. Now, there's no way on earth that I ever fooled Sal Piacente with sleight of hand, but it doesn't matter because real magic is not about the mechanism, even though it is. You have to pull it off. You have to be able to do these shuffles if you're doing shuffle stuff, and you have to be able to do these fancy cuts if you're doing cut stuff. And it has to look good, and it has to not project the fact that you're doing certain things that you don't want people to see. But if that story isn't there, if that thinking isn't there, you're not going to get a response. And it doesn't matter whether it's the best magician in the world or a crank who absolutely is critical of everything, right? If you don't have those things together, you cannot amaze. And so, you'd have to get him to verify in his memory after all these years, but or several years now that it's been. But nonetheless, in my memory, that was like a triumph of what magic is and what it can do. But it requires preparation, it requires thinking, and it requires balls of steel, because this guy's my hero. And for some reason, I swear to God, I have no idea how it happened, but I had not a shred of nervousness. I wasn't shaking at all. And normally when I do a presentation, there is a little bit of nervousness. And sometimes there's a lot because I have digestive issues and so forth and health stuff. And I can sometimes get quite nervous, and it takes quite a mental thing to be shaking and still move, because shaking can cause unwanted mistakes. And like I said, there's a magician in trouble sort of shtick that you put in your mind in order to get out of it. But I have made some of the weirdest, strangest, most unexpected mistakes and still got out of them. But that day, for whatever reason, it was just like I'd known him for 50 years or something, and we were just hanging out, and I just, hey, I got this new thing, and it just like came out.
That's awesome.
Like, even my wife was surprised, because often I think it up when I'm performing for her. But it was wild. Anyway, it's a memory I'll always cherish. And we got this great picture with a Christmas tree. And hopefully he will come again, and I will be able to invite him to do a gig or something. Because what he performs, and then he regaled us. He gave us a 40-minute demonstration of basically his Rain Man show, because he knew Kim Peek. And he did a show in honor of Kim Peek, or I believe it's in honor of Kim Peek, called Rain Man. And he just does. And he did the whole thing, or what appeared to me to be most of the whole thing of the card part, with my deck. It was really wild. It was so good. Oh man, like, he memorizes the deck so fast. It's not even funny.
Kim Peek is a famous savant, and I guess what I remember most is he had memorized, I think, all the zip codes, or and he could do
so many things.
The birthday, day of the week calculations, and all kinds of stuff.
I've never seen
documentary on him.
I haven't seen the actual live performance of Rain Man that Sal does, but if anybody's interested, you can get it you can get a lecture where Sal walks you through it on Penguin Magic. And one of the things he says about Kim at the beginning is like, a lot of people focus on that sort of savantism thing, but he said Kim Peek is way beyond that. He was a very, very, very interesting figure, person to know apart from all those things. So that was quite interesting. But I can only imagine what it's like to still see those demonstrations, or what that kind of mind is like in memory.
Is there anything in this photo that stands out to you?
Oh, the Bruno novels are kind of interesting. They are part of my research for Memory Detective to see how else Bruno has been used. I
You're
use
talking
Bruno.
about these ones right here?
Yes, the
Okay.
S.J. Paris. Uh,
So what's the connection with Bruno?
but those are novels in which Bruno is the hero.
Okay.
And I mean, it's interesting. It's just a very different use of Bruno than I put him to in my Memory Detective novels. Of course, these are in the era. So these are historical novels, so to speak. And I have him as a memory that and as a figure from the past who teaches the characters. But I think it's quite interesting to have this sort of revisionist history and turning him into a kind of a Sherlock figure.
Mm.
I mean, it's so Sherlockian that the first mystery involves a dog, that sort of thing. So it's quite a lot of play and fun the way she puts it
Mm.
together. I think Infinite Jest is legendary and kind of speaks
Oh,
for
classic.
itself. I think to me the interesting thing is the form content. So the themes of tennis come through in the way that the book is structured, like a tennis match, going back and forth and back and forth. And the themes of addiction are clearly structural. They're not just thematic, but they're structural in that there's this obsessive footnoting and just obsessive overspill of language to give a form content combination that is quite astonishing, really. And yeah, that's and Murakami, of course, is strangely popular despite the oddities and the surrealism that he brings. He's kind of, in my mind, he's like the David Lynch of literature in so many ways.
Could you say a little bit about David Lynch?
Oh, I could say a ton. That could be a whole thing. I used to give a lecture on Lynch when I was
Or just for
young.
people that aren't familiar with him, like what's his famous work or what's he known for?
He is a painter and a filmmaker and an author who is known for making very strange movies that actually aren't nearly as strange as you think. So part of the popularity is he follows hero's journey quite meticulously, even though it
Mm.
doesn't seem that way. Mulholland Drive is, I guess, considered one of the most important films, or it's even in the top 100 in certain lists. And people don't like his version of Dune, and he didn't even like his version of Dune, but I think it's actually incredible. And he did The Elephant Man, which got an astonishing performance out of Anthony Hopkins and John Hurt. So it's that fringe and central thing, sort of again, where he's just super central, but also super fringe with Twin Peaks and all that.
Mm.
And his meditation stuff is quite interesting too. He wrote Catching the Big Fish, which is all about how meditation can help you get really, really big ideas, like literally fish jumping out of the depths of the ocean, and you're prepared to catch them. And he just loved ideas, and he made experiences, and he didn't want to talk about what his films meant and so forth. And guys like me are just chomping at the bit to pick them to pieces. But
Yeah. Was it?
that's part of what I really like about him is that it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you can't pick apart the ineffable experience that he creates. There's things about reality that he makes you experience that there for which there are no words. There are only David Lynch images and sequences to help you experience them. So that's an achievement like never before, really.
What about the Mastery Journal?
Oh, these are cool. So Freedom Journal and Mastery Journal are by John Lee Dumas. Mastery Journal is like Freedom Journal on steroids. So the premise is that people struggle with getting things done. And so over 100 days, you are given a journal that is highly optimized to take you through things that will engage your performance. And I was quite attracted to it because there's a thing that I had to get done that I really didn't want to get done. And I was like, how am I going to get it done? And so I got a Freedom Journal and I got it done. And so then I just tried the Mastery Journal. And I think the Mastery Journal has way too many charts and graphs for my taste, but I can see people who really like to have statistics and look at things numerically and with graphs, they would find that that quite appealing. Oh yes, De Umbra Siderum, on the shadows of the ideas. So there's there's Bruno, Grand Central Station right there. And John Michael Greer is a really interesting writer, and I was amazed when that translation came out. I had to get it immediately. I think there was 500 of those made with the gold cover, and it has red graphics in it, and the memory wheels are very well done. And it's a very agreeable translation, probably the best that exists in English.
Wow.
And of course, Greer knows a lot of these things, having to do with, Platonism and Neoplatonism that Bruno is concerned with. And so it's probably the clearest introduction that you could ask for also with a translation, even though I think Bruno shifts over time and is not so concentrated with the ideas that he's worried about on the shadows of the ideas. But anyway, it's a legendary memory training book. A lot of people struggle with it. And that's what I think Bruno wanted you to do, to struggle with it. So everything's working.
What about the Peter Jones book here?
This is, a very serviceable way of looking at terms that we use in English that come from Latin and what they really used to mean, and in many cases, how they've changed. And
So it's sort of a etymology of phrases.
yeah, and it's just a sort of quick afternoon read, and something that you pick up again and again just to memorize something new or refresh your mind or whatever. Evolution of Modern Metaphysics. I think Adrian Moore is my favorite of the analytic philosophers, and part of the reason why is because he's one of the few analytic philosophers who's sympathetic to continental philosophy, and that's just a really good book. I mean, if you're interested in metaphysics, that's the one to definitely make sure you read.
So it's a history of metaphysics after a certain,
Yeah, so we're going to start with Descartes in
or
terms
something?
of modernity
Okay.
in this particular context, but not at the expense of leaving out some discussion of other earlier things like the etymology of metaphysics itself and what it meant in Plato and Aristotle and so forth. But yeah, it's really Descartes and then up through to I think probably Wittgenstein is around about where it ends. But
Could you just explain for people quickly the difference between continental and analytic?
Well, I think it's a really ridiculous division, but in any case, the idea is that, or at least as I understand it, there's better philosophy than other kinds of philosophy. And the better kind is the one that's premised in logic, strictly attenuated to mathematical reality and things that follow, needing to really take the emphasis, as opposed to continental, which is often accused as being totally divorced from logic and people kind of making things up. But continental philosophy will be the first to say, well, I mean, how much of analytic philosophy is just made up? How much of this architecture that you're using to force your agenda, where is that premised in your special, need to have equations that follow logically? Like, please show us this special history, because we'll show you in Aristotle's Metaphysics, where Aristotle says, oh yes, the law of non-contradiction and the law of the excluded middle and the law of identity, these are very, very important. We're going to stick with them because they're probably better, but I see all these problems. Like, for example, things do contradict in ways that are not problematic, right? There can be things that are contradictions, but still equally true. But we'll just put that under the rug because of the little people. No, he doesn't say that, but he literally does sweep it under the rug. Bruno takes extraordinary umbrage at this, and it's a big problem for him because he can't shut up about the fact that everybody is beholden to Aristotle, and that beholdenness is itself illogical to their own standards. And people throw rocks at Bruno to chase him out of lecture halls because, and I mean, I don't know if that's true, but that's in the historical record, and it's independently told by different scholars that he had a real hard time because he was holding their noses to their own claims that Aristotle himself acknowledged, but nobody wanted to acknowledge that Aristotle acknowledged. So anyway,
I was also
that's
thinking like
continents.
pataphysics. We'll get to pataphysics later, but
Right.
would you say, this is pataphysics leans more towards continental?
No, I think it's its own.
No, it's its own thing.
It's its own thing, and it's its own thing that would point out that its thingness is pointing out the production of production itself in so many ways.
I think a good metaphor for people not too familiar with philosophy is sort of the AI revolution we've seen over the last few years with less focus on logical systems. And we're seeing kind of a reversal of that with these new reasoning models that sort of add the reasoning back in as a layer on top of the neural net type architecture. And so that back and forth, all the issues with hallucinations with these chat bots that are now getting those kinks are being ironed out, shows you the sort of back and forth usefulness of both of these architectures, you could say. So at least that's kind of how I think about it. I'm sure.
I mean, my only resistance to it is that it's always just coming into whatever it's going to become. And if we have a telos, some end in mind, I think we're going to be sorely mistaken and sorely harmed in many cases when we get too far ahead of ourselves where this is going to emerge or evolve or so forth. So
there's another one of your books here.
Oh, yes.
Math.
One of the early ones, which I need to do a sequel for or an update because, well, there's a tension, right? Like some people find that one too difficult, even though it's very simple. So I want to do one that is more advanced, but then at the same time, make it simpler. I don't know. I'm very stubborn sometimes about just doing what the market wants. But in any case, yeah, that's an old one of mine.
What about Ars Notoria?
Well, this is a dangerous book, or it has been. I think John of Morine, his name was, went insane from having it read, or his sister went insane, one of the two. And basically what it is people really had a hard time with mastering the trivium and the quadrivium, grouped as the 7 classical liberal arts. So they knew about memory palaces and these kinds of mnemonic strategies. But what if we just prayed to angels in a particular way? Maybe angels would help us learn the 7 classical liberal arts faster. And there's a beautiful mystery to it because, of course, meditation improves memory. We know that now through many studies, or at least for many people it does, because it helps enhance focus and concentration. So this book has all these images of various prayers that have been put on different geometrical shapes, and then it collects the names of I don't know of a book that has more angel names than Ars Notoria. And the idea is that you would chant the names of the angels and focus on these shapes and sigils, and that this would somehow help you learn the 7 liberal arts better. And Bruno talks about Ars Notoria, and he kind of says, now that we're done with the superstitious stuff, let me show you some real sigils that are worth focusing on. But it was a book that you could get in trouble for having, and it was it's really interesting. And Matthias Gassel, who put this together, he did a really good job because there's other editions and so forth, but this has a fantastic history and a new translation, and he's quite knowledgeable of all these things. I am a bit terrified by some of the things that happen when I do experiments with things like that, because terrifying things do happen, and I think that's because I have I'm very susceptible. So my current novel project that has a lot to do with drugs that switch on placebo genes has a lot to do with Ars Notoria and things like that, and all the horrible things that can happen when your mind believes And, you actually are, it's very Oedipal in the sense that you become the source of your own problem, and selling your soul to a devil that you actually believe in is the poison or the plague that is corrupting Thebes, that sort of thing. But it's beautiful. I find that stuff quite terrifying. And the stories of people just going crazy from using those sort of techniques. And I think also the problem with it is that if you really believe that there are angels and so forth, when things go wrong, you get a boil, your memory lapses, who do you blame? Because it can't be you. You're just this person thrown into the prelapsarian world. Adam, it's Adam's fault. but you never take responsibility when you're praying to angels and so forth in order to pass your.
Why is it specific to thieves when you say corrupting a deal with the devil with no
Just
if anybody?
an extended metaphor to Oedipus.
Could you explain that? I'm missing something there.
Oh yes, well, it's just Thebes being a metaphor for your world, the world you live in. But in Oedipus, there's a plague that is cursing Thebes, and Oedipus decides to figure out, why is this happening to my people? And long story short, it's his fault. And because he's so stubborn about finding out, and people tell him, don't investigate this, he pays a great price for figuring it out. And
okay.
himself. So anyway, maybe an obscure reference, but
no,
that's what I'm thinking of.
I misheard.
It was Thebes, isn't it? In Oedipus, maybe I'm wrong.
I thought you said thieves, THEIVES.
Sorry. Let me get some water here to see if I can get my pronunciation fix.
Nice Hume book here, Cambridge.
Yeah, Hume. He's the thing that leapt out at me about this intellectual biography of him is that he was quite into self-help stuff, the self-help of his era, which fascinated me, given his.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. Could you say some more about that and who these people were?
Well, I still need to go and do a deep dive into it and follow all the references, but there is one book in particular that apparently he was quite taken with that I haven't memorized the title of or gone and read yet, but I'm quite interested in what that is. Also with Hume, what interests me, and I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet, but there is some sense that he may have gone to Italy and through a monk or a Jesuit anyway, have encountered Advaita Vedanta. And wow. I just have this from a journalist, but I haven't totally tracked it all down.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting history there with the encounter with the East in these times, and how that influenced things, and often is not included in traditional histories.
It is a big mystery, and it's so fascinating because it's like a mathematical question: is it invented or is it discovered, right? And
that was a big thing with Thoreau. He was one of the earliest recipients in America of a lot of Eastern writings and stuff from India, and the process of sort of anglicizing that is a really important part of intellectual history.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look that good on the West, if there is such a thing as the West. That all this time goes by and you guys didn't independently discover the conclusions of the Vedas. Come on, what's taking you so long? But at the same time, I don't know. I mean, if you read The Cloud of Unknowing and you read certain mystical texts and so forth, it's there. So I don't know. I don't know if if I'll ever get to the bottom of it in my research, but I'm fascinated by the story anyway, especially since Hume is such a big skeptic. Because the question I would ask is, to what extent would you have had to spend time in quote unquote self-help territory in order to arrive at any skepticism worth having? I don't know the answer to that, but.
And he's sort of the opposite of an incel in terms of philosophers. He's a very social, outgoing guy. So
yeah, I don't buy the incel portion that you're extending. I think it's like starting with Socrates being ugly is already a misstep, because ugliness, I'm ugly, so what? And he was a great soldier and warrior and so forth. So it just kind of it goes nowhere for me, this idea. And the outgoingness of philosophers, I really don't care if they're outgoing or not. It's the ideas that matter, and ideas flow through meat tubes. And like Spinoza, from whom I often get this idea of ideas flowing through meat tubes. He was an extraordinarily accomplished entrepreneur, on top of being a diligent philosopher. And also, I think he was probably a mnemonist. I mean, he writes about memory, and he has a whole book on study techniques that was never finished. But no, incels are people who drive cars into traffic due to an irrational hatred. And I don't know anyone who could care about philosophy, that truly care about it, that would wind up in that circumstance or that situation. Anyway, not to put too hard a line on it, but I just I can't see it. And
I guess it's more of I think it's a part of a larger class of, which is really what I think is the core of the thesis, which is to what extent are thinkers or philosophers broadly accepted by their community, and how much are they integrated into sort of the mainstream socializing or even the elite socializing. And I think Hume is a good example of somebody who was quite integrated into that, whereas Socrates and Nietzsche weren't. And so that's sort of,
yeah, I don't buy that though. I don't see that actually playing out if you do any analysis of them as figures. And even if it did, so what? It doesn't. The idea doesn't have any special connection to the biography. And also we have a problem, this idea of classification. I mean, I've worked with guys and sat there and said my highfalutin stuff, and they're like, yeah, I saw that in an episode of The Simpsons. They're like, they get this stuff. Like, people get this, a lot of it. They just don't have this technical, often pyrotechnical vocabulary for a lot of it. But it's not like these ideas are somehow belong to dudes who, or dudettes for that matter, who write books. I think that's the opposite conclusion that the great philosophers wanted us to have.
which conclusion?
The conclusion that classifying people and sitting there and coming up with equations and calculations that these people belong to this set, right, is exactly what they're working so hard against, right? It's just, it's so not the conclusion of the great philosophers. It's the opposite. Run from category. Kant, okay, gives this categorical imperative, but that's why you get Nietzsche absolutely showing the weakness in the categorical imperative. It's not that it's not useful in certain contexts, but categorization is the great poison. And this, if you want to take this to the AI sort of thing, right? Mm-hmm. What can happen is that you're going to have exoskeletons that jump on top of you every time you make the error of categorization, because it will say, no, 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 no. Now, look at this glorious brother or sister that has given you some piece of their energy. And here, the first thing you want to do is put it in a box. No, wake up. And then the exoskeleton will go away until the next time that you fall into error. Foucault's pendulum speaks to this actually quite a bit. And Umberto Eco overall. I mean, Eco was a pataphysician in every single way that I can imagine. And he managed to pull it off in literature that people actually read. But he was, anyway, I'm starting to get into like lecture mode as if I have the correct conclusion and I have the classifier. But in any case, I don't. But I think that this is the battle. In philosophy, the battle is, are there essences or are there not, right? And is reality somehow doing stuff out there? And does it admit of classification and classifiers? And I think that is the question. And Foucault's pendulum, the title itself speaks to it, right? Where do you find the freedom? Do you find it here? Do you find it there? Or do you find it in being the pendulum? It's So I'll put it that way. And if you're moving, you're too busy to be classifying, I think, at the end of the day. Anyway, that's also a theme in Hermetic Art of Memory, which is Alexander Dixon. It says there on the spine, Martin Fox and Paul Ferguson, but actually the books in the Hermetic Art of Memory are by Alexander Dixon, who was a student of Bruno. And he literally says how he talks about the smell of how bad some ideas are. It's really quite funny. And the smell of certain philosophers who perpetrate those bad ideas. So maybe they were incels, I don't know. Eselswelt, or Eselswelt in German, that is Ulrich Voigt is the author, I believe. And that is a German book of memory techniques, which is quite good. If you can read German, I recommend it.
How much do you think there's a difference in the sort of different national cultures of mnemonics?
I haven't seen any other than that they will arrange the major system in different ways. So to get the maximum amount of words in German, the major system as we tend to use it in English works. But in Spanish, people rearrange it to get a different set of words. It's rearranged in Russian, and in Ukrainian, it's rearranged differently. And the Japanese arrange it differently, but the principle is the same. I don't know how the principle could be different, but I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, I always wondered about that.
Well, I mean, one easy thing that I tell students all the time, because they always ask me, can I do this in my mother tongue? I am taking your course in English. And I just, one sentence solves it all. These techniques were around before English was even a thought in anybody's mind. Because it doesn't have anything to do with a language. It's just about language.
I guess the one thing that I think about with like rhyming and like the Greek classics and Sanskrit and Arabic, where you're able to chant these scriptures, or you have the bards and they're able to recite things, and there's a rhythm to it that's baked, that's sort of requires certain features of the language which English doesn't have. And so that makes it maybe difficult for English speakers.
But rhyme is only a mnemonic technique if you use it deliberately as a mnemonic technique. The fact that rhymes promote memory doesn't make them a mnemonic technique. As a mnemonic technique, rhymes need to be used intentionally as a technique in order to produce that effect.
Yeah, I think meter is probably what I should have emphasized.
Well, that's an interesting question, because most people will say that Shakespeare or iambic pentameter is not that it's not as simple as Shakespeare is doing that because of a poetic conceit. It's because that's how English works, right? It's actually a simulation of the rhythmicality of English. It seems weird to us now, but we still basically speak in a kind of iambic pentameter.
Wow, I've never heard that before.
Oh yeah.
Is there any books about that, or?
Yes. Well, Carol Satyamurti talks about this. I think that's her name. I might have to check that. But I think she produced probably the finest translation of the Mahabharata that I've ever seen. Even though it's an expurgation, it's still like 600 pages. And yeah, she makes that observation, and I think I don't see anything incorrect about it. And if I quote iambic pentameter that is in more modern English than Shakespeare, you'll hear it. So in Shakespeare, oh, for a muse of fire that could ascend the brightest heaven of invention, right? Like that already sounds modern, but that's Shakespeare. But let's make it more modern. See if I can remember this. The poet hammers on the grim gate of Dis to demand of demons one night of rest. The right of each guest to wait like a host, or sorry, the right of each pilgrim to wait like a guest, greeted by death at twilight. So I butchered that. I'm sorry. But just, the poet hammers at the grim gate, the gates of, the grim gate of Dis. The poet hammers at the grim gate of Dis to demand of demons one night of rest. Like, it's just sounds like normal English, right? But it's actually structured in strict iambic pentameter. So I think that's an easy example that comes from my memory, even though I apologize, I butchered. I haven't had any coffee yet. That's my weakness with my memory.
Word power made easy. I think that's there's different word power books, but I think that's a pretty famous one, right?
It is, and it's worthy of its fame. If you're a fan of getting to the bottom of making word power easy, it really delivers, though. I like that book a lot.
And for people unfamiliar, the word expurgated just means sort of censored, or stuff is left out or translated in a less offensive way.
No, I don't think it has to do with offense. Expurgated and unexpurgated, like it can be, but expurgation in the literary sense means we didn't put every jot and tittle in here. So if the Mahabharata is 800 pages and we have 600, it doesn't mean that we took stuff out because it was offensive. Oh no, Carol Satin-Yurti's her translation, it's offensive. Don't worry about
it. Okay, because some of them are.
It's
less so.
I don't know exactly why that she took out the stuff that she took out, but it feels like a movie in your head when you read it. So probably she just was like, "Oh, this doesn't feel like a movie." So I don't know. She's dead. I can't ask her. I believe she is. She's an extraordinary poet of her own regard too. So great choice to translate that book. And speaking of Mahabharata, there's the Odyssey, and I don't know why there is some flare up of Emily Wilson being lambasted for her choices in how she translated Homer, especially with the most recent Iliad. But speaking of Carol Sachin-Murti, if I'm getting her name correctly, like I think it was in the 80s or the 70s that she translated the Mahabharata. I don't think that there was any pushback when she did it, but somehow in our era, there's just been this strange wave of criticisms of Wilson's translations, which I find perfectly serviceable and really quite good. I mean, the Lattimore, yes, people have their fond memory of earlier translations. That's fine, but I think she really does a good job of doing those stories. Anyway,
what are the criticisms about?
Oh, I can't even begin to. I didn't commit them to memory, so I can't begin to say. But I dismissed them immediately because they come from anonymous user accounts on various platforms, and I went back at them because a person, I think his book is right there, Brad Kelly, House of Sleep. He was responding to this, and he said, "Well, I haven't read it, so I can't judge. But your criticisms of Wilson sound very bad." And I responded and I said, "No, these are coming from people who clearly have no books to their name," which is a bit of a fallacy on my part, but they're whining and crying over nothing. It's a perfectly serviceable translation. I don't get it anyway. Look, could it have been better, more exciting? Of course. But I don't know. I mean, if you're not a reader of ancient Greek yourself, I don't know what you're even complaining about. But House of Sleep is an interesting book. I like what Brad did there, and in this world where we have so much conventional literature shoved down our throat, he did a good job of being literary. To my mind, it's kind of like DeLillo meets McCarthy, and it's a bit nostalgic for me in a way that a new writer in our time is actually being literary in that sense. Anyway, it has to do with this guy who starts a cult where people go and they do stuff with their dreams, and obviously things go wrong when they're trying to heal themselves through their dreams when a cult leader is in the midst.
Can you talk about these two books here on hermetics?
Sure. So I'm not sure exactly why they use the word hermetic sometimes, but are they really thinking about Hermes Trismegistus, or what's going on here? But Franz Bardon is quite popular in some circles for delivering what the title suggests, an initiation into hermetics, which is a mystical thing where you become a magician. And a magician, basically, here's the way I think about it. And it comes back to this, like, this is for the little people theme, right? Is that in order for you to get to the point where you no longer care about levels and category, you have to go through a period where you care about levels and category. And you use this focus and concentration on classification systems and little activities like rubbing your arm in this particular way each morning with a fine brush made from horsehair, and then you stand at an altar and all this sort of stuff. Then eventually you will realize that all of that stuff was completely unnecessary if you would have just focused on the present moment and been like, what the hell is this crazy mystery? This is the magic that I was looking for. So the initiation is nothing I'm going to do because I feel like I kind of missed the boat. I found it a different way, that realization. And I have to re-find it all the time, because one thing that initiation into hermetics does not speak to is the maintenance so much. Although I think it's implied that you're never supposed to stop these things. But I just, I think it's got to be for some people. And I'm really glad that I read it. And, I've done, you meditate on different colors, for example, and I've done the color meditation and so forth. And it certainly creates an effect, but whether it made me a magician or not, I don't know. We'll see. Maybe one day the magic powers will turn on, but that is the magic power. So a lot of people come into it, they're like, man, what can I do to get a Lamborghini? And that's not what this is about. This is about getting rid of the desire to have anything other than what is. And how Hermetic is being used with Deleuze, I think that there's an Umberto Ecoian misinterpretation of that term, just simply because Deleuze believed that, of course, fantasy is real. What else would it be? And it's that theme of, are there essences or not? And the answer here is no, there are no essences. It's real. It's all real. It's just a matter of how you're going to come to embrace that and find joy. So Deleuze was very unusual in his time, because in philosophy, there's the affirmation and there's the negation. And he said no to negation. I'm not going to be negative. I'm going to be positive, and this is going to be about joy. And that must have been a very hard thing then, as it is now, because so many people use philosophy to tear things down, to destroy. And that's not the case. I mean, Levinas, I think, was the guy who said, the love of wisdom? No. We need to turn philosophy around and make it the wisdom of love. And that's a very,
Well,
I mean, philosophy has always been self-helpy, right? And a lot of people don't see it because there's all this stuff about, little logical equations or this, that, and the other thing. And analytical philosophy has tried to get rid of the self-help stuff, which assumes that they are beyond in somehow this need to help themselves. But unfortunately, so much of it has become this war machine to destroy capitalism. And it's just, capitalism has to exist in the first place in order for it to be destroyed. And Deleuze would be the kind of person who would say, and Deleuze actually admitted that he went with those trends and he regretted it. The 1968 stuff in France and so forth. And it's a very tiny admission, but it's in there. And I was relieved to see it, because there's another book we'll come across eventually called Based Deleuze by Justin Murphy. And I feel like I'm just like the only person who sees what Deleuze is saying. And thank God there's like an apology for his own contribution to how people thought that he was this destroyer person. He was not. It is about rolling with it and not categorizing things. So yes, he did write books that criticize capitalism, but I think people just are missing the larger point. It's It's that you are participating in a system that is causing you linguistically to perpetuate it when there are alternatives available, basically. Something like that. Same as ever. That would be a great phrase to pick up on. There's the classical trope. Here we are, back here. So same as ever. That's quite a good book to remind oneself of the eternal recurrence of the same, as Nietzsche would have it. Jeffrey Klempner is really interesting to me. So I found him on YouTube randomly, and he's one of these angry guys who is all about how everything has to be torn apart and destroyed. But he's nicely balanced by a strong focus on metaphysics. And he has this great term, which I sometimes quote without attributing it to him just because of the speed of conversation. But he basically defines metaphysics as what the is, which is just such a great line. Anyway, I don't know what happened to him, but his YouTube channel was quite amazing. And he looked like he was living in a portable, I don't know, home sort of thing that you could just move from place to place. And he would get drunk and smoke cigars. And I don't think he was quite happy with where his career went. But I really enjoyed his channel when he was doing it. And I thought that was quite a nice self-published effort. Your mileage may vary. Classical Trivium, really important book, I think. McLuhan, of course, really important figure overall.
Yeah, could you say a few words on McLuhan and like place him in history?
Yeah, well, he was important for a couple of reasons. A lot of people know him from his, medium is the message kind of thing. And the global village idea also, but the global village idea he got from Wyndham Lewis. And Wyndham Lewis is quite a train wreck of a historical figure, but Marshall McLuhan tried to save his career and get him a job at a certain point, and Lewis wound up in Toronto, I think, largely at McLuhan's bequest, but I'm supposed to be speaking about McLuhan. I think McLuhan was quite concerned about how that some of the slower ways of acquiring knowledge were being obliterated by mediums that were so rapidly consumable and invited an immediate response that seemed more sophisticated than it was because of the sophistication of the medium. So TV, for example, begat more TV. So Walter Cronkite is on, and so now you can have another show that comments on Walter Cronkite very fast, and that's very, very hot. And by hot and cold medium, he didn't necessarily mean hot in the sense that, this is modern, this is new. He meant that it takes no effort in order for it to be mercurial and create the response that seemed as sophisticated and as fast and furious and as the previous thing. Whereas a cool medium, like a novel, it takes time to warm up. You got to read the first 20 pages before you even acclimatize yourself to the style of the author. And I think that's a very misunderstood metaphor, the cool and hot thing that he talked about, and a very powerful one. Because a lot of people, they're like, man, if this video doesn't answer my question in the first 20 seconds, I'm out of here. But new things to you are always going to be cold. You got to warm them up unless they're hot. And if they're hot from the get-go, well, McLuhan would say that's the time where you got to stop and pause and think, why am I so hot on this? Why is this immediately gripping? Because usually the reason why it's immediately gripping to you is in memory. The memory is already super heated, right? And we can see this in our YouTube era more than McLuhan ever dreamed of. You're instantly on the side of this YouTuber you've never heard of before because of whatever signaling they're doing in the first couple of seconds. You don't need to warm up to them at all. And then there's other YouTubers you fall in love with because the algorithm pounds you with them until you finally give them they do for 20 minutes. And then the next thing you know is it's the only guy you're watching for 3 months, that sort of thing. So I think that's a very powerful metaphor for students to learn, is that some media just needs time for you to warm it up by interacting with it. And it's not that good necessarily that you're instantly hook, line, and sinker with some person who's basically saying things you heard before, or whatever, for whatever reason you are immediately caught into their web. So the classical trivium, I mean, he didn't talk about it really, as far as I know, ever since that's his dissertation, but he had it in mind, I'm sure.
Wow.
And his Catholicism lends to that. Anyway, I'm a little bit partial to McLuhan because I used to walk past his house frequently, and also the Innis building at the University of Toronto, and Innis was one of his partners, so to speak, intellectual partners in Toronto. So yeah, I'm partial to it on that regard as well. Oh, there's the old Michel Foucault. Someone gave that to me because they wanted to have a conversation about it. I had an earlier edition when I was in university that has a cover I much prefer, but in any case, interesting book. Strange in some ways how Foucault has been used, but
yeah, there's an interesting book called Foucault 2.0, which gets into how he sort of reversed course, not necessarily midway in his career. I forget the period, the timeline of it all, but I haven't finished the book yet, but it's pretty interesting in terms of kind of complicating Foucault and putting it all together in one place.
well, in the words of a professor of mine who I caught up with recently, because I haven't kept up with the full Foucault picture, but I was like, man, it's so weird how Foucault wound up being used. And he said, no, actually, Foucault fell in love with power, and that's a big problem. Because as Nietzsche would point out, power has this horrible characteristic to it. Because once you get it, all that you want is more power. So it's almost better to never have any at all. But if you can, manage that correctly and not want more power as a result of getting it, then that can be fine. But according to this professor I caught up with, Foucault didn't manage to escape that snare. And that's hard for me because in History of Sexuality, Volume 1, he talks so much about the problem of power. And he says, like, power is the ability to conduct the conduct of others. And he said, this is like a warning, like, just stay out of that sort of thing. Or at least that's how I read it at the time. But I guess that's just not how it went. And so he contradicted himself. But this is, again, this sort of thing where I really put a cautionary warning on a biographical or any physiognomy attributed to philosophers, because it's totally possible that I have great ideas, let's say. It's not to be self-serving here, but let's just say I'm the most genius philosopher in the world or whatever. I can walk out of my house today, this neighbor can throw a rock at my head, and then I become a horrible anti-version of myself, right? And, we deal with this problem in Superman 3. Superman becomes a horrible version of himself. He can't even go to the bar without destroying bottles of whiskey with the hors d'oeuvres or whatever you call the little snacks. He's like flicking corn at bottles of whiskey. He's so evil, just because he had red kryptonite or whatever it is in that story. There's no point in ever placing too much wealth in the individual. That's a grave error. It has to do with the ideas, and the quality of those ideas are free of flesh.
There is sort of an interesting connection in that Foucault also came out of the Catholic Church in terms of Catholic education and the Catholic
Stoicism with Pierre Hadot. Like, he was a big Hadot student.
Oh, I didn't know that. So, I I think there's an element of sort of rejecting that overarching structure and kind of his interest in institutional power, with the Catholic Church being a sort of prime example of that.
Right, right. Yeah, and maybe the Discipline and Punish is with the focus on prisons and all that panopticism could be quite. I mean, there's endless rabbit holes with every one of these figures and institutions. But I think that Foucault himself was, well, I know he wrote this, or at least as I remember it, he wrote this wonderful essay called "What is an Author?" And he basically says what I'm saying. He's saying, who cares about Marx? Who cares about Freud? Let's not get into too much fascination with them as people. What matters is that they opened discourse. They opened discussions that weren't there before. And so, you know, the as yet confirmed in my own reading that he became a power tyrant himself, that makes me very, very sad, because I feel in my reading of him that he was warning against that kind of stuff and really urging us to focus on the discourse, the conversations that are enabled by certain things. But not only that, the genealogy, which is a Nietzsche thing. It's not just that we focus on the discourse, but what is the history, the genealogy that enables us to speak about it? And what is the truth in that history? Because often we create this fantasy version of it that actually never really happened, which is essentially what Derrida's deconstruction is, you know, make sure that the history that you believe that you're seeing having a cause and effect here is actually real, not just a delusion built by words.
I just, you made me think of Roland Barthes' Death of the Author, and I just wanted to read a little thing from ChatGPT that might, I don't know if you have any reaction to it, but the phrase "death of the author" originates from Roland Barthes, a French literary theorist, in his 1967 essay "La Mort d'Arthur," in the Death of the Author. In this essay, Barthes argues that the interpretation of a literary work should not be limited by the author's intentions, biography, or personal meaning. Instead, meaning is created by the reader through their interaction with the text. Barthes' essay is a key moment in post-structuralist literary theory, rejecting the traditional view that an author's life and intentions determine a text's meaning. He contrasts this with a reader-centered approach, where interpretation is open-ended and constantly shifting.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I like Barthes, and SZ is a great book. I think, I mean, this is not a particularly new conceit. Back in the 30s or so, I think it's Wimsatt and Beardsley, but I might be getting that wrong. The intentional fallacy, the authorial fallacy, one of the two, where there's a great metaphor in one of these pieces. It's either the intentional fallacy or the authorial fallacy, where they basically say, look, you could have James Joyce himself sitting on your lap and dial through him all the way back to Adam, which is a reference to Finnegan's Wake, and you would still never have anything other than this sort of endless cycle of interpretations. But the problem with that is that we don't want the author to be dead. We don't want to remove the author from the picture. And when I did my film studies stuff in my PhD, I was really concentrated on things like reader response theory. And so when they asked me in my dissertation defense, they're like, what's your theoretical grounding? And I was like, what do you mean grounding? And they like, Heidegger. What do you mean Heidegger? I don't know what that has to do with all of this. But if you need a theoretical grounding, I would say that people who are making films have the theoretical grounding of economic science. They're experimenting, and they have a hypothesis, which is this will work in the market, right? Even experimental people like David Lynch, who gets funding from Canal or whatever in Paris, there's still somebody is making a bet here that this is gonna do something, right? And so that was what I called the grounding. Now you can't remove, I don't know, Michael Mann from the equation, because Michael Mann says, okay, Miami Vice is going to be a great remake, and he was involved in the first one, I'm pretty sure, if memory serves. So he goes now to producers and he pitches this kind of thing, pitching his own previous product, so to speak. And now we're going to put in these different actors and all this sort of stuff. And it's going to work this way. Now I'm picking Miami Vice on purpose because I went to a preview screening of it when I lived in New York. And I watched that preview screening and I filled out some of the survey stuff myself. And I saw the demographic that was there. And then later I went to see the actual official release and they changed it based on the response of the audience. Now, who is they that changed it? Is it Michael Mann who had to greenlight it? Or is it a committee? Or is it both? Did he, did he have some, well, if we're going to take out this, we're going to have that? I don't know that whole story. But I think it's a grave error to say, oh, well, the author must be dead and it's only interpretation. No, I don't think that. I think it's more of a cathedral, to get back to Foucault and Catholicism. There's a hive that works, and hives need queen bees. And I don't think we can remove them just that cleanly. Although I do respect the thing that interpretation has its reign. But there's a really interesting guy named P.D. Gilles who wrote a book called Interpretation, and he uses math to solve the problems that some people have misunderstood out of this kind of continental philosophy, postmodern, all interpretations are equally valuable nonsense, because that's not what a lot of these people said anyway. But if that was going to be your conclusion, what P.D. Gilles says is, he says something like this. I'm just going to paraphrase it. He says, go on Amazon and find Sense and Sensibility and look at let's just say it has 1 million reviews. Well, if you read all of those billions of reviews, or 1 million reviews, you're not going to find 1 million unique, special, wow-inducing interpretations of this. No, it's going to collect into sets. You're going to have 3 to 5 buckets max of possible interpretations of Sense and Sensibility. And that's going to happen with everything due to the recursive nature of information. So interpretation does not take reign. There are limits that are imposed upon it due to the nature of information, which is one of the reasons why Spinoza says that information is alive. It is its own living thing. It has, like a body, it has these characteristics, these organs, and there's only so many of them, and you don't just spontaneously produce a new organ out of nowhere, right? Although in a Dale Cronenberg movie, you might.
Can you spell the guy's name? P.D. Juhl, you said?
Oh, Juhl is Juhl, and P.D. is an initial.
Yeah, okay.
And that is an astonishing book for people who care about information and knowledge and interpretation.
Yeah, I'm going to look that one up. You mentioned SZ by Barth, and I just wanted to give people a little taste of that. There's 5 codes of meaning: the hermeneutic code, aka enigma code, which is elements that create mystery or suspense, delaying resolution. Number 2, pro-eretic code, I think is how you say it. Action code, narrative actions and events that drive the plot. It's like a plot or narrative analysis. 3, semantic code, which is connotations and symbolic meanings associated with words or characters. 4, symbolic code, binary oppositions like masculine, feminine, or life and death. And then 5th, cultural code, aka referential code, references to broader cultural, historical, or scientific knowledge. So these are sort of 5 different lenses or ways of reading text or watching a film.
Yeah, and one of the codes that I think that leaps out at me about that book that is fun for us who are in accelerated learning is he points out the strange habit that we have of reading books from beginning to end. He's like, why must this be? Why can't you enjoy a book by just flipping to the middle and reading only that part, right? And to me, that was the most amazing idea. And I often remember the day I started reading books backwards. Essentially, I often read the end first because of that book. I was like, damn.
So what if people do that to your mystery book and they flip to the end and ruin it?
Oh, I don't care. I mean, this is their book. You can't ruin the mystery the way that I wrote it, though, because the epilogues end on philosophical points. Like, I'll ruin it for you right now. At the end of Flyboy, Jerome, the blind memory champion, who is the mentor to the detective, they're talking about the nature of evil. And Jerome is like, there is no such thing as evil. You can't separate one form of being from another. And then the detective's like, well, I'm going to have to cover this in my book or whatever. And he's like, it's something about how he's probably never going to be able to write the book or whatever. And Jerome says, if you think that you can stop yourself, go ahead and try. Which, of course, is like a kind of low-level paradox, because obviously the book is written because you're reading it. But nonetheless, there you go. There's no spoiler alert there.
What about this artist strategy?
Sorry? Oh, this is a book about, things like the liar's paradox and various mental models, and just doing math basically on various studies, what they have shown in terms of strategic efforts, and can you be more strategic, and so on.
Was there something else you were going to mention before that?
Calocane, I think, is just an amazing novel. Karen Boy, I don't know enough about her, but whatever she did there is just jaw-dropping to me. It's like a 1984 kind of meets Brave New World, where there's a drug that causes certain effects, but the hallucinatory, at least the way it's translated, is very hallucinatory and strange and unsettling and just wonderful, wonderful, and very short read. Artaud there. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to find it and I lost it there. And which one were you on?
If you go to the bottom of the pile, Antonin Artaud, that's a Twain series book. And one of my ambitions is to have all the Twain series books. I only have 2. The other one is over here on Northrop Frye. And a professor of mine wrote that one, which is how I found out about the Twain series. Anyway, there's a lot of Twain series books. Maybe I don't have to have every single one. And there's no.
Is that connected to Mark Twain, or what's Twain?
I don't think it is,
okay,
but it might be. But in any case, there's a Wikipedia page that collects, I think, every single title in the series, but they're really brief. But at least the 2 that I've read, they're very brief, and they're very good studies of individual figures. So again, like, I don't dismiss the biographies of people at all, but this one on Artaud is especially quite good, and the one on Northrop Frye is good, but I'm biased because he, the professor that wrote it, Ian Balfour, I was his research assistant, so I can't say anything but praise for him. And he actually helped me so much. And he was one of the best professors ever. He would take time to make fun parallels to things that you would never imagine, like going from the Odyssey to how he used to be Jebediah Bush's roommate in college, and you better believe they inhaled like jokes like that. And the opium was pretty good. Anyway, he was a great philosopher, but a great professor. But the thing is that I'm making him seem different than he was. Like, he was so droll and so deadpan and so not a character of hilarity, but he would just say these things that were so funny and unexpected. But Artaud, for people who don't know him, he was a playwright. He was one of the earliest actors on screen. Maybe not super early, but anyway, in silent cinema. And he had this extraordinary theory about theater, which essentially, as I understand it, is that the entire world is a theater, and it's like you've got to make the theater point that out and make it so extreme to wake people up, kind of like the exoskeleton that jumps on you and reminds you, this is it, this is the moment. And he had mental illness issues, which is why I'm especially interested in his history, how he dealt with that. And he didn't deal with it always all that well. He wound up going to Mexico and doing experiments there. He had a stick that he believed was magic, and wound up in Ireland. And then he was in France in an institution, and he was unfortunately subjected to a lot of shock therapy. And he wound up making an astonishing poem called "To Have Done with the Judgment of God" that he recited on radio while banging all kinds of instruments. And I can't speak to the French pronunciation or the French performance of what he did, but as it's translated in English, it is I mean, if you think about The Scream by Munch, what that guy might be saying in that painting, I think "To Have Done with the Judgment of God," that poem fits that painting. Wow. It paints the scream, as Deleuze would put it.
Makes me think of the scream emoji.
Oh,
It's sort of funny that they it became an emoji.
yeah. Have you ever seen it? The real one in
The painting, yeah. I haven't seen the real one, but I know the painting you're talking. It's like the guy who's like that on the dock.
yeah. Jeez, that's some next level stuff. Back on that previous shelf, what might interest people are the Greg Good books. I think that was his name.
You're talking about this shelf
No, the
here.
one we just left. So the direct path and standing as awareness. If anybody's interested in these kinds of non-dual themes where you wake up to the now and the most direct means to eternal bliss, that one is a bit quirky. That's a very strange book, but a very good one. These are books that the Greg Good books in particular, they have these exercises that are quite interesting for, like if you're into Bishop Berkeley and what Berkeley was talking about as everything being sensation, these are exercises that could help you sense what they're talking about. So it might seem a little bit pedestrian and slow going, but they literally involve like putting an orange on a table and examining it in particular ways. Quite good mental exercise.
Did we already talk about Eckhart Tolle and Power of Now?
We did, yeah. I mean, this is Eckhart Tolle Power of Now stuff times 1,000, I would say.
Okay.
I mean, I'm exaggerating. Not that that's not to take anything from Tolle, because I think he's done amazing things, and I find Power of Now to be quite a shocking and interesting book, especially the little people stuff. But
Oh, that's
I'm just
okay.
going to stop with that. I really find that against itself, really.
Yeah.
But I have to also wonder, like, where's my blind spot where I'm doing it too? So it's kind of like a wake up call. But I have this deep anxiety that in my own mission to enjoy non-dual experience, I will somehow wind up having missed the entire thing because I myself am dividing and categorizing in unwarranted and unnecessary ways. And I will not have escaped, as the anti-Oculus philosophy of escape from Acid Horizon suggests is possible. Repeater Books is an interesting press. And that's a interesting podcast. There's not much to say beyond that, but they're fans of Artaud also.
It's a podcast.
Yeah, and they made this book. I'm not really quite sure what to say with it. I share many of the ideas, but I'm not a political person, so let's put it that way. I don't quite know what to do with the politics.
You mentioned Gödel Escherbach earlier.
Oh yeah, that's epic. And the thing to say about that, in addition to how it connects to everything, is if you pick it up and you feel frustrated, just keep reading. I made a mistake when I first picked it up. I thought, oh, this is too hard. I'm never going to figure this out. And that was dumb, because it starts with, I don't want to give away the plot here, but it starts with a puzzle that actually can't be solved. And here I thought that I had to solve it before moving on. But the shame is on me, because if you just keep reading, I mean, it's not solvable. And you learn a lot from that book about that problem of complexity, sets of sets, what it is for true contradictions to appear, what all that means. And also, I think the nature of technology and how technology is evolving, even though that's a book from the 70s, it's very apt for our times. So one quick little story from the book it has these, and if I hadn't kept going, I would have never realized that he teaches things very simply through these narratives, these dialogues. They're like platonic dialogues between Achilles and the rabbit of history or metaphor, mythology. So at one point, I forget which character is which, but at one point, let's say Achilles brings this record player and he says, this record player is amazing. It is the only record player in the world that cannot be broken by any record. And then the tortoise is like, you kidding? Here, try this record. And he puts it in there and it immediately breaks the record player that cannot be broken. So Achilles or whoever it is goes back, creates another record player that now is better than the other record player that can't be broken. Anyway, the next thing you know, the record breaks it. And then another record player is built and then another record breaks it. And it goes on and on and on. And then they make a record player that plays on its side. And it goes, basically the implication is reality builds itself out of itself and it's constantly breaking itself in order to create this extra new layer. So the internet, right, starts as one, and then the next thing you know, there's a deep web, and then you have Bitcoin, and you have blockchain, and you have like all these things, and then the next thing, and the next thing, and then this country says, oh well, we can't have that, so we have to have a backdoor into this, and then the backdoor is now going to need another layer in order to secure the backdoor, which then has another layer that needs, and it's just like the record is just going to keep getting broken over and over and over again. And this is an image and a story of becoming. It's, as the subtitle says, an eternal golden braid. So really good book, but
Yeah,
challenging for.
I put it into ChatGPT to see kind of its one sentence summary. It's a philosophical exploration of self-reference, recursion, and consciousness using the works of Kurt Gödel, mathematical logic, M.C. Escher, visual art, and Johann Sebastian Bach, music, as central examples. And I think most people know Escher's art and like the staircase that goes around 4 times and connects back to itself. That's sort of the essence of recursion. And one of the, and Gödel really gets at positivism and sort of the problems of logical systems that always have these backdoors or problems with them. And I haven't read through it. I'm interested in the connection with Bach and but the idea of variations on a theme within classical music maybe gets at that.
Right. And Erasmus de Copia thing where there's 200 plus variations of a sentence and so on. I think I would go the step further that makes this interesting is that Douglas Hofstadter said in an interview one time, which I find really hilarious. He says, I hated Zen, but Zen is a very important part of this book because Zen is the thing that breaks the record player, right? So you think consciousness is one thing, but then when you start putting in these koans, well, you're breaking the record player that plays the normal way that you perceive reality. And so I don't know why he said he hated Zen because he seems to be in love with it in this book. And I only read the interview after, but that's a huge part of what is going on here with consciousness it's not just that staircase connects to itself. It reveals something about how we perceive what's possible and what's not possible.
Yeah.
And we clearly, and this is a pataphysics thing, we clearly are not a species that is satisfied with the idea of the not possible. And so we make a lot of things possible that should be impossible, but yet how could they be possible if they were impossible, right? How can you catch a rocket out of the sky? Well, you experiment and you lean into what? You lean into the possible? No, you lean into the thing that they say is very unlikely to happen. It's always pushing into the unlikely territory. And that's what people like Gödel, Escher, and Bach did. And Gödel, he not only did all this stuff to break Bertrand Russell's set theory, right? But he did it in a way that astonished Einstein, of course. And there's a really, really good book by Pavel Yorgrau.
Can you spell that? Yeah, or I can look it up.
P-A-E-L. I think it's Yourgrau. And anyways, I'm trying to think of the title here, and it might come to me or not. But it's Gödel and Einstein and their walks and the things that they talked about. But the thing is that Gödel's revelations came from a lot, not just from his math, but from his meditation. And he talked about how that he did it. And basically, it's like an instruction manual for very similar things that I've learned to do in my meditation. And he thinks that you literally can not just understand or have words for, but experience set theory and experience incompleteness if you do things in this particular way. It's really quite something.
Is it A World Without Time, The Forgotten
Yes, that's
Legacy?
the one. Yes. I kept going for part of it, but I kept coming with the world, but didn't get World Without Time. It's a really short book. It's a really good one. And Gödel is often, it's like this myth of the sick poet thing. He's often, oh, well, at the end, he went a little bit nuts and starved himself and like all this sort of stuff. Oh, who cares? I mean, the record is still there. It is interesting and so forth, but that doesn't diminish the fact that his program for meditation that might help you experience the things that helped him reach his conclusions is not valid. It doesn't invalidate it at all.
Yeah, it's ad hominem.
Yeah.
I just wanted, you mentioned koans earlier, Koans, within Zen. For people unfamiliar, those are sort of paradoxical statements, like the one hand clapping, I think is the most famous one.
Yeah, a really good one is in the
riddles.
Cliff Record.
Could you say
the one that I love in the Blue Cliff? I think it's my favorite koan of all times. The student.
What's it called again? Because it didn't come through.
Sorry, the Blue Cliff Record.
Blue Cliff. Okay.
So the student is walking with the teacher, and the student asks the teacher, "What is an example of a person of the way?" Meaning, give me an example of an enlightened person. And the teacher says, 2 eyes and a skull. I love that. I mean, that just gets to it, doesn't it? Assuming you have 2 eyes. The other good one is the monk was away and came back to his hut to find a thief inside. And the thief had stolen the very few things that the monk had. And the monk says, "Are you sure you're not missing a shirt there? Would you like the shirt off my back?" And the thief says, "Yeah, give it to me." And so the monk takes off his clothes, gives it, and the thief slinks away. And the monk sits down and he realizes he misses the moment. He sits there and he looks up at the moon and he says, "Damn, I should have given that moon to the thief too." It's so beautiful.
Yeah, so those koans are really cool. And a couple other just geometric things for people interested in visualizing this stuff are the Mobius strip and the Klein bottle. Those are famous sort of geometrical examples of sort of unusual or paradoxical things. This looks interesting. Good. Well, readings in classical Chinese philosophy.
Yes. So Van Norden, he's, I don't know about Ivanhoe, but Van Norden came to my radar through a book called Taking Back Philosophy. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, Taking Back Philosophy. And it's a very heated and I think exaggerated argument that people like Hume and whatnot were horrible and they stole all the, I mean, I don't want to actually go too much further than that than to misrepresent it. It's a book worth reading, but I like his rhetorical force, that's for sure. But it's just so over the top, brimming with umbrage at the West. And I think the East is great, but I just don't know where the West and the East begin. I think there's just such I don't know, like an unwillingness to see the future in the now, and how all these things are constantly shifting, and to put so much blame on the past as if that's going to be a corrective to the future is troubling. But that's not a bad reader in classical Chinese philosophy. The problem I find with it is it's a little bit light on the Chuang-Tzu. So I think that may be a clue to Taking Back Philosophy, because they want order and they want this Confucian kind of, or at least that's my interpretation, this structure and ritual. And, Confucius is good, poor yet delighting in the way, rich yet a student of ritual, all that kind of stuff. That's fine. But Chuang-Tzu would be the guy who's saying, okay, look, what about just not having either of those ideas in your mind? Why do you have to be poor or rich? What's this focus on, the categorization all the time? Couldn't we just put that aside and notice the Tao becoming whatever it will become, and Dao Ke Dao, Fei Chong Dao, all that kind of stuff, Ming Ku Ming, Fei Chong Ming. Like, it's so, that book is just too thin to have the alternative view. It's very order and structure focused.
Could you spell that guy's name that you mentioned? Chongzu.
Chuang-Tzu.
Chongzu.
That's going to be spelled in lots of different ways by different people, but I'll
Yeah.
give it a try. It's something like Chuang, and then it may be that it's TZE or TZU.
Yeah. Okay.
These things, it depends which system that they're using to
Romanize or Latin.
unify them.
Yeah. God's Philosophers. This looks interesting. The connection with modern foundations of modern science.
Yeah, this is one of those I'm angry books where he basically says Bruno is a fool and Bellarmine was really on the right side. Bellarmine should have been harsher. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like, he's literally so pro-religion, and religion really has so much more responsibility to take for science and so forth. And you know what? He could be right. But the idea that Bellarmine shouldn't have been, should be considered a better inquisitor, and the Inquisition should just be tickety-boo. I don't know. I don't get it. Anyway, good read. It puzzles me. And I like to be puzzled, actually. I just, that's a WTF argument to me in many ways. And it starts from page 1 and it doesn't let up.
What about this last one, Robert Flood and the End of the Renaissance?
So that's an interesting study of Robert Flood, kind of a biography. It goes with another book that the author put together, which is a collection of Flood's writings that we'll see. My interest in Flood is, of course, as a mnemonist, and this book is trying to repair his reputation as being more important to science than is often attributed to him, because he's basically thought of as a quack and a crank and so forth. But I don't know. I mean, I think that the argument that he makes here in terms of Flood's contribution to, I think it has to do with some metallurgy thing that he was involved in, and maybe something to do with circulation in the body and so forth, because he was a doctor. I don't know. I mean, when we make these battles, this person's contribution is more important than it seems. I mean, I do that too. Chuang-Tzu, like, come on, get the Chuang-Tzu in there. You always got to kind of think of, like, okay, so what is your deep psychological impulse that you have to spend an entire book sort of correcting the record that other philosophers or other historians are just missing? So I think that that's a good book, but it's missing a certain je ne sais quoi to me, because it doesn't get into Robert Flood's philosophy, which I think is really fascinating, even if I don't share it. If we're going to correct the record of his contributions, it seems to me that I would want that book to be strong on his philosophy. But anyway, maybe that's just not in that guy's wheelhouse. But we'll see further on one of his collections of Flood's writings. Those Bruno novels, by the way, by S.J. Paris, The Devil Within, Stephanie Merritt, that's her real name, and S.J. Paris is a nom de plume.
Okay.
And she has a history with mental illness and so forth. And so that is the story in which she shares that. Tom Waits, that's a really good story of his musical career biography. The Max Perkins is for people who like modernism in the sense of uh, T.S. Eliot and Hemingway and Fitzgerald, that movement in literature. Max Perkins was one of their publishers. It's basically the story of Max Perkins, Fitzgerald, and Hemingway, and it's really good. If you like heavy metal, that's a interesting biography of Rust in Peace. Great album, really important album, I think, in music history. The Artaud, those are actually the 1937 Apocalypse. Those are letters that Artaud wrote from Ireland. They give you a real sense of just how off his rocker he was. Although the argument would be, and people make this, like Deleuze, is he off his rocker? Or is it that the world is so hypnotized by the word machine that causes us to basically, build white picket fences so that we can be happy about paying taxes to systems of control? Is he insane, or is he just the one guy who's pointing out the madness that everybody else has sold their soul to?
Yeah.
And that's a interesting way to think about it. That would be in Anti-Oedipus and A Thousand Plateaus, those books by Deleuze and Guattari. The Orwell essays are there. They're very interesting. Books and Cigarettes. the extent to which that he goes through this mathematical analysis of how worthy it is to save money for cigarettes instead of books. I mean, I don't have any fast and hard conclusion about his conclusion, but it's just wild that he went through this analysis.
It looks like it's part of the Penguin Great Ideas series.
Yeah.
Not too
I like those little books. I mean, those are expurgations, right? They are not unexpurgated, but they're not censoring anything. They're just gathering little pieces here and there. I mean, they may have shaped and shifted it, but I doubt that they've pulled a Roald Dahl and, said that you can't accuse witches of being bald or whatever it was. It was a controversy a couple of years ago.
I guess I think of that as more of like abridgment or anthologizing.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, you're probably right, actually. That would be a finer word. But with the Satchimurti thing, she uses the word expurgated, which is why at least as memory serves, in her introduction to her translation of the Mahabharata. There's Houellebecq's book on Lovecraft, which is quite a nice little read.
John Grisham.
Yeah, I
Classic.
find it difficult to find fiction that I'll actually read. And with him, it's hit or miss. But the Judges List was really good, I thought. I think he's quite good overall, but some of them I just can't get into. And I find that I can get into his books if they're in the first person more than the third person. But I think Judges List was in third person.
Wasn't The
I don't know what it
Associate made
is.
into a movie? Or am I misremembering?
It could be. I don't recall. A Time to Kill, I believe, was a movie with Matthew McConaughey and Samuel L. Jackson. What's that?
Maybe it was The Partner.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Rainmaker was a movie, I remember. Pelican Brief was a Pakula movie, and there's a conspiracy theory that Pakula was taken out after the Pelican Brief because it was revealing secrets. And Pakula had a history of this because he made what was it called? The parallax view and Clute. And Parallax View in particular is a very, very good movie of how patsies are made. So if someone's going to be a patsy, then that movie is the formula for how to do it. That is an astonishing piece of cinema, if ever there was one. Highly, highly recommended. Anyway, Grisham, I don't know what it is that drew me to him. I just grabbed him one day when I was in Berlin, and then sometimes there are authors I just try to read everything that they have for whatever reason. There's that collection from Robert Flood, put together by Huffman.
What about The Art of Thinking Clearly?
Yeah, the Ralph Dobelli things. I mean, they're mass culture books, so
Yeah.
it's quite easy reading, and I can't say that there's anything that dropped my jaw, but I see those kind of books in my reading as dental floss. You know, it's good to just keep going through the ideas of what it is to have an idea and to think clearly and find your blind spots and so forth. So every once in a while, just pick it up, read through them.
Yeah, I was thinking of The Firm, which was Grisham's breakout novel with The Associate. So
right. Yeah, they did a sequel of The Firm recently. I didn't read it though.
And that was,
I actually haven't read The Firm. It's one of his books that I haven't read. And one of the reasons why I haven't read it is because I thought, man, this movie is good enough. I'm not going to ruin my memory of Gene Hackman taking on Tom Cruise, because see those two guys together in a movie, that's quite something.
Yeah, so The Firm, 1991, his first, not his first novel, but it was a 1993 film starring Tom Cruise. And The Pelican Brief was, had Denzel Washington. That's what I'm seeing here.
Oh yeah, and the red-haired girl from Pretty Woman.
Julia Roberts, 1992. Or 1993 film also. Wow.
Yeah.
So
I didn't find that story all that compelling. I think The Chamber is a great story. It's quite nuanced, that one.
A Time to Kill was turned into a 1996 film with Matthew McConaughey and Samuel L. Jackson. So, yeah, I feel like there were a lot of movies in the 90s that were kind of Grisham adaptations.
Yeah. I had that Sonia Rossi novel. Oh, it's not a novel, really. I'll never forget someone on my YouTube comments saying, "You have a naughty book on your shelf," and I responded, "Only one." Anyway, the sequel to this is called Dating Berlin, and it's I don't know, autofiction, I guess. So it's a biography that has a storyfied element, I guess. But she was an Italian who moved to Berlin, and to pay for her studies, she became a prostitute. And in Dating Berlin, she tries to get out of that world. In any case, I love to read in German, but I find it very hard to find books that I'm interested in. And so for whatever reason, I find that one very interesting. But I love that comment. I found a naughty book on your shelf. Oh, really? Only one? Like, the things that people leave in comments can be quite hilarious sometimes. Rebel Bookseller is interesting. It should talk you out of trying to start your own bookstore, but somehow it inspires me. All the problems and troubles that he faced are good to know in advance.
How do you pronounce that? Ladies?
Lattes or ladies?
Lattes.
Yeah, I'd probably pronounce it Lattes. Could be Latias. Who knows? The Robert Silverberg novel there, Dying Inside, that's kind of interesting. It's interesting because it has a university campus logic where a character can read minds or something like this, or see the future. He's got some kind of weird thing in his mind where he writes essays for people anyway, and that's how he makes money. And other than that, anyway, just it comes to mind as something to point out, because the style of focusing on these loser characters and giving them some sort of sci-fi advantage that only makes them more of a loser is really quite interesting. And you see that in Shrinking Man too. And I don't know that they were perceived as losers at that time, but to me, they feel like losers who only become more losers whenever this extraordinary thing happens to them. Because you could just imagine with Shrinking Man or whatever ability it is that allows this guy to write people's essays for them. So many astonishing things you could do with that power, but they do nothing astonishing with it. It's so wild.
It's making me think of this image sort of makes me think of Faust and his sort of pact with Mephistopheles. It's one of the classic German, sort of the German Shakespeare and his most famous work.
With Goethe, yeah. But of course, Christopher Marlowe, I think Christopher Marlowe's version is my favorite. I like Goethe. I did a project on Goethe and elective affinities, but I'm not that big of a fan of his Faust, except for on the stage. I mean, to read it is not that interesting, but on the stage is really quite something. But I could read Marlowe anytime. Really good stuff. The Pledge is an interesting novel there. Yeah, for people interested in crime, because it's a much more community focused thing. I think it's in Switzerland that it takes place, and don't quite see that community feel, or at least I don't, in reading to that extent, where every person is so central to how things play out and how they're decided, and the forces between them really tight and intricate. And that was turned into a movie, I believe, with Jack Nicholson. And the movie kind of kept the tone to it. And that's why I got that book, because I wanted to see if it was based on the movie. And
sounds kind of like Ocean's 11 and that whole thing where it's like multiple characters.
Oh, no, I don't mean it in that sense. It's really quite located on the speaker.
Okay.
But the forces. So if you were to think of a city as a wheel, and the forces are all pointing in inward directions, but they refract in a particular way that causes these sort of unexpected tensions and so forth, so that you ultimately are blind to the thing that's right in front of you the entire time. Ocean's 11, that kind of fracturing of stories over multiple characters was never really my bag.
Okay.
Not that it wasn't entertaining, but
Fast and Furious is another kind of
right.
I don't know if that came out of a novel.
Fast and Furious. Well, chariot racing, I guess, in the Iliad or whatever. That Michael Taft, Mindful Geek, that's a good book for people who are skeptical of claims of meditation and what it can do to your experience. That's the science book, and he's very, very good on the science. And not only is he good in writing about it, but he's been involved in a lot of the experiments. And there's some upsetting things in that book, because it's not all flowers and roses. I mean, some bad things can come out of meditation when you become so detached from yourself.
Like, what's an example?
Well, if everybody puts on their gross meter, I mean, he gives an example of, this isn't meditation. This isn't something that came out of meditation, but there's a condition where people can't feel anything, so they bite their own lip, and you can bite their own tongue off and not even feel it, right? And you even have the urge to do so. And the reason why that's related to meditation is you can become so distanced to yourself. I mean, there are people who have an awakening, and then they just realize that there's no meaning to anything. Everything is just building itself out of itself. Like that, it just is what it is, and we're not going anywhere. There's no special destination, and if there is, then do you really want to be there? Because the implications of many of the religious stories really lead to a kind of hell. As Christopher Hitchens would point out, why would I want to be in heaven on my knees for all eternity? That sounds terrible. But anyway, yeah. So if you have an awakening, you can wind up, like, there are people wind up homeless and all kinds of things. And that's not a good outcome, you know? So it's got those kinds of things, that are a wake up call to the material basis that we can derive from scientific studies that help us understand what it is in the brain that we're messing around with. And, you know, it's the typical thing. We understand normal by looking at the aberration or the disease. Anyway, Taft has an amazing podcast called Deconstructing Yourself. And it's not that he doesn't go into mystical things, but it's well founded in the critical thinking of what's mystical about the mystical in the first place is just solid on his show. I really like it a lot.
Can you say a few words about this series of books?
Yeah, well, I am interested in the abridgment, to use that term, that they put together, why they make the choices that they do, also just to practice Latin. And in one case, the Cassian I got just because it's really about how you're going to study, and it highlights the problems that students today have that they also had in the medieval period, and what they did back then not being so different from what we would do now. And that's quite interesting. But sometimes the translations are, to me, a little bit weird. Like in the John Cassian, you have this one, nos hominis rusticos et idiotus, which is translated as we hicks and hillbillies. And, you know, I don't get hicks and hillbillies out of rusticos et idiotus. But anyway, it's fun to see how translation is changing over time, and how people, like, literally the translator there, Jamie Kreiner is her name. She makes an argument for why she's translating things a little bit fast and loose that might surprise you. So there's an awareness of it, which is cool. But overall, I mean, I'd kind of like to read those books in their full form as opposed to abridged.
Cherokee alphabet.
Yeah,
That's cool.
Someone who's been following my project for a very long time sent that to me, and she's been a huge supporter. So that was cool, and I always keep that there.
What's the significant? It looks like there's several dozen letters.
I just don't know enough about it. I mean,
okay.
One of the things that people have asked me about over the years is dealing with a native language, and I tread very cautiously. I mean, I had a girlfriend who was Shuswap when I was first in university, and she was studying, it's hard to say it, but Tlingit. And Tlingit is a language where, you know, you can impose an alphabet on it, but it winds up being a bunch of pronunciation marks. And even that is a bit contentious to some of the people to do that because of the oral status of the language and so forth. But anyway, I have lots of native friends and so forth, and I don't know what to do when people ask me about those kinds of languages, other than that, if I was going to do it, I would want to go and have the blessing of someone who would teach it to me. And that's not to be a bit prissy about it, but or whatnot. But I think there's just something to the guidance that one would want, given all the history around it and so forth. Same thing here. When I first came to Australia, I went to the library and I asked them about how they could hook me up with anybody to learn an Aboriginal language. And that told me a lot about how that may not be a thing to do. And not out of cowardice, but just out of the complexity and the need for respect around it that they're asking for. Tyson Yunkaporta, we went back past his book Sand Talk, and even though many of us wouldn't agree with it, I think it's worth listening to. And we talked on my podcast about it, and he's quite serious about about the issues that surround these kinds of things. And I can do philosophy all day long about, well, we're all coming into being at the same time and we're coterminous and there's no there to get to and blah, 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 blah. But that can't discount that other people think different ways. And they do have codes and requests for respect around certain things and so on. So I ultimately don't know what to do about it. I would love to learn one of those languages, but haven't found the right way to do it.
How would people find that podcast episode?
With Tyson Yunkaporta?
Yeah, maybe you can spell his last name.
Yeah, it's Yunkaporta. I think I spelled that right. We passed his book, Sand Talk. He has another book more recently that I haven't read yet. And anyway, he's a very interesting guy, and he talks about memory techniques in there. In fact, I still remember the hand memory technique used in tribal meetings. So since I've used it before right in front of him, I imagine I have okay to do it. It's respect, connect, reflect, direct. And you literally memorize that on your hand. And those are the meeting rules. Or it might be respect first and then connect. But anyway, reflect and direct. So that people just aren't putting mush out of their mouth, but they actually slow themselves down with their body and use their hands. At least that's how I understood it. And there's more where you use the left hand for other principles that remind you to reflect on your elders and their value and where they came from, what their stories are, etc. Which, we lack a lot of that in our culture, and we should think about what wisdom might be lurking in there that we dismiss or that we don't study enough. There's so much in those things to explore and to think about. Oh, we missed David Morrell there. He's interesting to think about for learners. So that's First Blood. And David Morrell wrote First Blood, which became Rambo. And the reason why I pause on him for learners is in his work, he does these really deep dives into things. So I think it's called The Shimmer. Before he wrote The Shimmer, he went and got a pilot's license so that his writing is more on the nose about what it's like to be a pilot. And I took that as deep inspiration for my memory detective stuff, because I took courses in forensics, and I took a course in gun handling, and I took a course in there. I mean, it's not as deep as I would have liked it to be, but it was called Writer's Detective Bureau, and the Richardson is his name, Detective Richardson. He's I think he's retired now, but he was still a detective at the time, and he's a big fan of fiction, and he's taking authors through all the little things about what goes on in an investigation. And I never would have got that idea without David Burrell and the lengths that he goes through in order to bring verisimilitude to his fiction. But it's a principle for people who want to be autodidactic overall, because there are no formal schools to be educated in many of the ways that we would like to. So you kind of got to like put together your own formal or informal structures. Anyway, he's just a great guy to follow for that. The Successful Novelist is where he talks about some of these things. And he also has this inquiry process where he basically just asks why of everything. Like, why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Over and over and over again. And if this was real, what would really happen? So it's great. And Rambo is a really interesting book, especially because of how they changed it in the movie, and how it ends in the book are so very, very different. Might make you wonder how they got to Rambo 2. Let's put it that way. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's there's a whole world of books about stuff for writers of fiction, and it's sometimes the best book on a subject will be, or one of the best books on a subject will be X for writers who are writing novels about that subject or that field, and they need a primer on it, or they need enough background knowledge
The massive Michael Connelly collection. That's also me paying my dues. So before writing a detective novel, I mean, I just wanted to get deep into one thing. Although actually that's not the full story. It's one of the few truly mystical moments that I've had in my day. So I read a book called Rest by Alex Pang. It's like a book for entrepreneurs or book for people. There it is. And at the end of that book, he says, some people are just not going to get rest the normal way. And it turns out that there are some studies that show that taking a sabbatical where you use your existing skills in a completely different way gives you rest, even though you're technically still using your existing skills. So I was thinking about this, and I hadn't read fiction for a very long time. It was all business books and philosophy and memory stuff and blah, blah, blah. Just work, 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 work. And so I thought, I'm going to take a sabbatical. And without knowing exactly what I was going to do, I went to the bookstore and I was just looking around and I came to this Connolly thing. And I must have heard of Michael Connolly before. Like, I can't imagine that he sold 80 million novels and I never heard of him before or seen the name before, right? But it was just totally new to me nonetheless. And I pick up I stand at the shelf, and this one book called The Poet just like almost pushes itself into my hands. And I read the opening. I'm like, holy crap, this is serious. Like, this is not just crime fiction. This has a literary component to it. And so I read that, and then I thought at the end, quite arrogantly, of course, I can do this. So I kept reading and reading and reading, and then that's where Flyboy came out. And I am not anything like that level of skill, but I did it, and people liked it, so it was cool. But I think part of why I was able to do it is just the depth of really working out what a guy who sells 80 million does, and how he does it. So I genuinely like most of his books, and I really liked The Poet, even though in my memory, the ending is maybe a bit not as great as the first time that I read it, but still, it's quite astonishing. And not only that he goes on to be executive producer on multiple series based on his books. Bloodwork was the movie that Clint Eastwood was in. I'm not sure if Clint Eastwood directed it, but that's a really great story. And that he can do so many different characters. And the one thing that with Connolly, a lot of his books have to do with this character named Bosch. And literally he has Hieronymus Bosch in mind, those landscapes that have so many characters in them. And he's trying to make a version of LA that is like those paintings focused on crime. So he had a mental image of what he's trying to do and how he's going to do it through crime. And I think he's pulled it off quite astonishingly. And also he was a crime reporter. So it speaks to that need for us, if we're going to succeed at goals, to have this existing competence that we talked about previously. Mm-hmm. The denser the white matter is, if we look at it in a neuroscientific way, the more likely it is that you're going to pull stuff off like this, I think. So getting early practice early and in a substantial way clearly is important to a lot of success stories. Or David Morrell, even if it's only just getting a pilot's license for a project, you at least are developing these deep neuronal connections that allow you to bring verisimilitude to what you're doing. Or gravitas.
Another Bruno, the Yates book.
Yes. So the Monad book that's just yonder from Gallows Press or Gallows Books. I think that's what they're calling their press. They are also now putting out a new version of Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic tradition. And I'm interested to see what they do with the introduction. Anyway, I'm in correspondence with them and we'll probably be getting a copy to make a video about. I find Yates quite frustrating. I mean, I think she's a very good writer, but even her biographer is a little bit astonished by her fixation with Bruno, and how there's the idea that she may have made him like an ersatz father to project certain things onto. But I don't feel it's an accurate representation of Bruno at all, really. And I think it's Dorothy Sayers who also just totally miscalls Bruno in her. She presents a translation of one of his books, and she says the problem with Bruno is he got all hooked up on Lowell and all these memory wheels. And it's like, no. That's precisely the value of Bruno, is that he got hooked up on the memory wheels. So I don't know. Anyway, everybody builds their own Bruno, and that's what John Michael Greer told me when he was on my podcast. I told him, I said, one of these days I want to write a book about Bruno, but I'm terrified that I'll wind up making the mistakes that Yates made by inventing a completely different Bruno that doesn't actually exist. And he said, that's exactly what's going to end up happening. Don't even try to avoid it. So I've gone the other way, and I've just willfully made a Bruno as I want him to be. So far, so good. Nobody's read it, but I'm happy.
Didn't Dorothy Sayers write a book about?
Oh no, that's the novelist.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm probably getting her last name wrong.
No, I think it's just two people with the same the same name.
Singer. I did get it wrong. It's Dorothy Singer. So I got to correct that.
Oh, okay.
But I probably used Dorothy Sayers as the mnemonic, and I shouldn't have. I should have used Michael Singer, whose books are coming out, or one of his books is coming out. Or I didn't memorize it at all. That could be also, because I was so annoyed that she has to spend time on saying that Bruno made mistakes by focusing on information. It's like, what? The guy studied something and this is a problem for you? Are you kidding? But in any case, Yates is well worth reading. The Art of Memory is well worth reading. It's just it just exposes my wimpy little bias that I get. I get a little hurt because Yates is like, well, I never actually used memory techniques, which is maybe not even true, but the way that she built the memory wheel sort of shows that she didn't quite really, I don't think she really understood what was going on there. So I'm half believing that she never tried the memory techniques and half not believing. But her biographer thinks that she talks about how extraordinary her memory was.
I think I was able to find what I was thinking of. Dorothy Sayers wrote a book called The Lost Tools of Learning. And it's popular within the classical education and sort of homeschooling communities. And probably mentions the trivium and the quadrivium and stuff like that in there. I've heard it's a pretty small book. I think it's classical homeschool curriculum. So Lost Tools of Learning. People, excuse me, look that up. I think it's on my to read list.
Well, in any case, with Yates, I don't want to complain about it too much, but a great corrective to Yates is Lynn Kelly, who's beside there. And so she uses memory techniques. And so Memorycraft has a history of medieval and Renaissance mnemonist, and is much more enlightening because she actually is a mnemonist. And the memory code, of course, goes into prehistoric ways that mnemonics may have played out, such as Stonehenge being a mnemonic tool and other structures like that. So it's really great. And then the knowledge gene takes it a step further and thinks about how like FOXP2 and stuff like that may be related to how we learn. And it's again one of those things where we find the normal by looking at the aberration or the disease.
Have you put out any content about Anki flashcard software?
Yes. And basically I say, or I get the hands involved in it in a more integral way if people are going to do it.
So is that on your YouTube channel or?
No, I've never made a video about it, but it's on my blog. And
Okay.
I did an experiment with it to see if it would actually do better than without, but I find spaced repetition software tedious, boring, and the only way to make it fun is to use an element that actually does not require this step. So long story short, what I did is if I use index cards, I'll tend to do it like this. And that'll be like a drawing and there'll be no answer on the back so that it's a proper act of recall, like a visual close test. I have to solve the puzzle.
But what if
And
you
so-
forget what it is?
Oh, I don't.
No.
I mean, I make mistakes later, but no, I don't. The source of the information is easy to find if I ever do forget it, but I really don't tend to forget things while I'm learning them because of how I do things. And this is a problem with Anki because people get into card fetish and they wind up just having way too many cards than you could ever reasonably review. So basically all I did is in my experiment is I photographed the cards and then put them in Anki. But the problem is the creation of the cards itself is so foundational to the memory formation that I don't even really need to look at it anymore because I've already basically formed the memory that whether I look at it on a screen or on the actual card, I'm going to get the information back most of the time. The places that I make mistakes are like Sayer versus Singer, right? And I don't even know that I ever memorized Dorothy Singer's name in the first place. So that can't be a mnemonic problem. That's more like, or it's more likely that I never did. So it's more like a didn't use mnemonics problem. Then we had Martin Luther earlier where I couldn't get back that name. But is that a mnemonic problem or is that guy talking for hours already on a podcast getting tired problem? Like not every solution or problem has an explanation or a fix in mnemonics. But in any case, I don't use spaced repetition software except for these experiments. I've never understood the appeal to it. I've only seen the traps. And one of those traps is way too many cards. So when I do memory palaces, it depends what I'm doing. But if it's like this, I needed to learn this symbol and I needed to learn a bunch of symbols in order to understand dialectism. And so I did it in sets of 10 and no more than 10 because a memory palace with 10 stations can be revisited with recall rehearsal following the patterns very, very quickly to establish long-term recall. When I memorize Bhagavad Gita, Idam Shriram Kaunteya Kshetram Iti Abhidyate Etedyo, all that stuff, it's line by line. Now, is it always 10? No. But line by line and then recall rehearsal following those patterns. And that gets it into long-term memory way faster than any other thing. This is in Aristotle. Ebbinghaus later codifies it basically as primacy effect, recency effect, serial positioning effect. And I do not understand why it hasn't gone viral yet, but it's not for lack of trying. I mean, I'm out there every day pounding on this.
Do you go word by word? Do you go or verse by verse?
Depends. It really depends. And I don't know how deep you want to go into the rabbit hole, but that's the
We should
word.
probably save that for the mnemonic video, but I was just curious, kind of.
Let me just put it this way, though. The mass market doesn't like the word "it depends." But if you want to enter this dojo, that's above the door.
Yeah.
So it's like, I basically, in what I do is I just market to people who have been failed by other approaches, or it has failed for them or whatever. And there's reasons why that it fails, and those can be fixed. But that's where you need to start bringing your thinking and saying, okay, so what is it you want to memorize? And now let's build, or let's choose the memory palace that's going to fit the purpose or whatever, and the way of using it. But just as a general rule, if it's in English, I don't normally have to memorize every word. If it's in Sanskrit or a foreign language, I do tend to have to memorize every word. But I often don't use cards for language. I mean, I'll use cards for Mandarin. And the reason why I did that, when I passed level 3 in Mandarin, it was the classes were at 6 p.m. I'm running a business. I was running 2 businesses at that time. One of them was Sunset. So I had 2 businesses going at the same time. The classes are at 6 p.m. The exam's going to be at 6 p.m. And I'm just racing, and I've got very little amount of time. And I have to do characters. I have to do tone. I have to do meaning and sound, like all this stuff, right? And so I just used cards in that particular way, but I did it by drawing them, and very few had answers on the back. And when they had answers on the back, they were closed tests, which means there would be some description and a line missing the key word. So I'd still have to fill it in. And it worked because I got 99.9% on that exam.
Wow.
In level 3. And they didn't even make me take level 1 and 2 because my Mandarin had already developed in such a way that during the intake test, which was just verbal, they were like, yeah, you're sorry. I said, yeah, you're fine. Level 3. And if you don't like it, we'll push you back, or maybe we'll push you forward. They didn't push me forward, but I did. That's because I didn't have more time. Otherwise, I probably would have been pushed forward.
What about this Ramus book?
Ah, Ramus. One of the scourges of society. No. So is quite important for things like oral literature and how oral literature becomes printed literature and so on. So I'm going to give my heavily biased view of this. Basically, Ramus thinks that there's a better way to learn. And he doesn't think that we should be using the imagination, because indexes and tree charts and diagrams that don't have images are so much more efficient and effective. So he starts going around and preaching that books should be changed and put in a particular way. And so this is where we get books that no longer have illustrations, or illustrations are often replaced by charts and tables that are not in any way figural. And you get indexes and all this sort of stuff. And again, I'm really cramming in a lot here that risks being wildly inaccurate. But at the end of the day, people really don't, like, a lot of people really like this. And so they become Ramists. And a lot of people really don't like it, to the point that they dislike him so much he's killed on the St. Bartholomew Day massacre. And yeah.
When was he alive,
roughly?
roughly?
Well, is St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, I can't quite remember when it is. It's either like late 1500s or early 1600s. I should memorize that date, actually, because it comes up in my conversations. In any case, he's around Bruno's time and in that general area. And he's kind of the antithesis, in the sense that Bruno is like, imagination is everything. Symbols and sigils on paper, fine, but do it in your mind, that sort of thing. And this is kind of like a shutdown. But, in his favor, by having information and charts and diagrams and so forth, I mean, it hasn't stopped us from getting into space and all those sorts of things.
I looked it up. This is kind of interesting. I'll just read it out to you. It's about a paragraph. Petrus Ramus, or Pierre de la Ramée, died on August 26th, 1572. He was murdered during the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, a large-scale killing of Huguenots, French Protestants, by Catholic forces in France. He was a Protestant convert in a time of intense religious conflict between Catholics and Huguenots. The St. Bartholomew's Day massacre was August 24th to 26th, 1572. Many prominent Protestants were assassinated in Paris. Ramus was dragged from his hiding place at the Collège de Preslès. No, I'm saying that wrong. And stabbed to death by Catholic militants. His academic rivals may have played a role in targeting him, as his controversial reforms in logic and rhetoric made him enemies.
Yes, indeed.
So it sounds like a controversial character.
Yeah, well, his ideas are interesting, but they're just so anti-imagination. They really are, in my view. Astonishing, to the point where you just, like, there are people to this day who consider themselves Ramists.
What about this one? Forgotten Ideas, Neglected Pioneers.
Oh, that's very interesting. So I'm not sure why that book has pioneers in the plural, because it's mostly about Richard Simon. And Richard Simon is a very interesting post-Ebbinghaus memory scientist. And I haven't done as deep a dive into it as I want to, but he came on my radar because various scientists are starting to get back into his stuff, which has to do with engrams and ekphory. And working out ways that memory is physically instituted into the brain and traces that are made. And how is it that our minds make connections both to semantic information or information that is right, wrong information, as opposed to novel ideas or creations of things. And he had an architecture for it and a way of testing it. And there's a kind of just sort of breezed through it to get a sense of things. But there's a kind of story that he went through that explains why he's been forgotten. And I think some of the conclusions of the recent scientists that I've been looking at who mention him is just simply that he was very preternaturally thinking about things that brain scans will later reveal or allow us to analyze. And that's very good, because so much of memory science is actually behavioral psychology and not really getting at the physical core of what's going on. So whether those ideas pan out or not, I don't know, but it's really cool to find the past in the present, so to speak, and then realize there's this guy who did all this work, whose name is mostly forgotten, except for by Schachter here, who does a whole book about him. And now some very recent studies have been re-examining his not just his ideas, but his processes by which he was determining that the formation of memory and then how those memories connect.
This book,
Jameau. Yeah.
You talk about, because Masonic, I remember visiting Masonic Lodge and really being struck at the painting that they had on the walls and the ceiling, and how it was seemed like a mnemonic landscape.
Yes. Well, I really want to become a Mason, but I cannot. And there's two reasons why. One is that you need to swear fealty to a supreme being. And you're also, I don't know if it's true in all clubs, but you also are supposed to swear fealty to a country. And those two things just aren't going to happen. I mean, it's the idea that you have to accept a supreme being just seems to me a non-starter. Like, what about an inferior being? Couldn't I worship that? No, must be supreme. No, I don't know. I don't mean to make light of it, but I want to do the memory challenge of it, but I can't, I have a hard time taking, as we know, this theme has come up again and again. There's levels and, these things and so forth. It's like, well, why can't we just jump to the conclusion that is in your tradition anyway? Because that is what it is at the end, right? It's like, oh, we did all this stuff just to make you more appreciative of the present moment, that sort of thing. So, and that book is an interesting study, but
does it have the pictures in it, or?
None come to mind, so I don't.
No.
I'd have to pull it open and look. But I read it, and then I put it on the shelf. And Solomon's Memory Palace is also in this Masonic realm. The guy to really talk to about the Masonic stuff with memory is Martin Fox, and I think he knows a massive amount of it, because I believe he's owner or part owner or something like that of Lewis Masonic, which is we've seen a few of their books, and they do glorious editions of things.
So they're publisher?
Hermetic, what's that?
Their publisher? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And like the Art of Hermetic Memory, where they have Alexander Dixon, who was the student of Bruno that we went past, they produced a wonderful footnoted and bilingual Latin-English book. Just fantastic. So I don't mean to make light of all that stuff, but it's just not for me. And I wish that it could be, because there is a kind of loneliness in not having a club I can join.
You just have to create an offshoot that doesn't require.
Well, no, I can't though, because that is also the error, right?
Oh.
it's kind of an ongoing thing. Like in memory training, if I would just do what the masses want, I would create, some kind of thing that has words and levels. And I might actually, I might have finally reconciled to it, but still in my own kind of, not that it's my own, but in a way that is still going to be very, very difficult for me to take seriously, because it's so obvious to me that, those kinds of fracturing and slicing and dicing and this and that is just not where the goal is. So why not just go to the goal? But I might do it. I'm working on it. We'll see how it emerges.
Diogenes, that's always a good one.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's probably the deep core inside of me, right? Like Diogenes
Living in
going around looking for the true man, and that story with Alexander the Great. I don't know, you know that one?
Yeah, Alexander says, if I wasn't Alexander, I'd be Diogenes.
Well, yeah, but the reason why, right? The reason
Just respecting him for kind of not caring of this world. And
no, it's not. It's even more. Alexander sees Diogenes in Athens, and he says to Diogenes, "You are my favorite philosopher. Make a wish, and I will grant it, whatever it is you want." And Diogenes looks up at him and he says, "Get out of my sun."
oh yeah,
And then Alexander says, "Man, if I wasn't already Alexander the Great," which is important that he says that in the story, "if I wasn't already Alexander the Great, I would want to be you, Diogenes." The other thing that's important in that story is the sun, because the sun was a metaphor for truth in the Greek world, right?
didn't he carry around like a
lantern? Yes,
a lantern. So
I'm looking for one truthful man.
And that's sort of that link. Isn't that Nietzsche calls back to that with the guy who runs into the market? Or is
I
that?
suppose I suppose there is that tendency.
Yelling, God is dead, God is dead.
Yeah, the problem is that God is dead is not really the thrust of it. It's it's like if this is the way you're going to behave, then your God may as well be dead. And the point, yeah, I mean, he could be referring to Diogenes. I think he's referring to all kinds of stuff all the time. Like
Yeah.
in Also Sprach Zarathustra, one of the great lines, I sometimes mess up the German grammar, but it's like, "Du kannst dich für deinem Freund nicht schön genug putzen, denn du sollst ihm ein Pfeil und eine Sehnsucht nach der Übermensch sein," which means you can never adorn yourself enough for the friend, but you must be like an arrow and a longing for the best possible version of himself, the Übermensch. And this is kind of like the "get out of my sun" statement sort of thing. You have what you have, and you have to be you. You have to be the best possible you, but you in the favor of also the other being the best possible them. But you can't force it. So it's a Zeno's paradox, and that's why he's using the arrow there. You have to be the arrow, right? You're never going to hit that target, sort of thing. And Diogenes Diogenes is kind of a problem, because Diogenes is the guy who thinks that he has reached the target, right? So we should take great lessons from the Alexander thing. But when he's shining that light around, looking for a true man, is he really concerned to also have a mirror? I don't know. I'm not sure. So I don't think Nietzsche would venerate him, and I certainly don't either, even though I think that's a really, really great story. But also want to focus on what that sun is doing in there in the first place.
Could you explain Zeno's paradox briefly?
I'm not sure I can, but I mean, part of the idea is that if you think of distance in terms of math, then if your target is 5 feet away, then half of that distance is 2.5 feet. But then that distance can be cut in half also. And then that distance can be cut in half also. So apparently there's an infinity between any target, and you can't technically ever reach the target. But we all know that, of course, arrows shot at targets will reach them. But the implications that are used are not for physical things. It's for philosophical things or things that have to do with what is good. And good is a process, and it's never fully achieved. Derrida says in On Religion, I think it is that it's like democracy. Democracy is always yet to come, is the phrase that he uses. It's not like it's not that we ever reach the state. We're always striving for it. And that's also what Nietzsche is saying about friendship with his thing about you can't adorn yourself enough, but you can be an arrow and a longing, even though it's never going to be that any of us are our best possible selves. It's not in the nature of things to achieve it.
Another book that caught my eye is The Wandering Mind.
Yes, that's Jamie Kreiner, who translated the Cassian that I was talking about before, which he chooses to have nos hominis rusticos et idiotus as hicks and hillbillies. And so this book is much wider than John Cassian. It's talking a lot about medieval monks and how downright distracted they were. And, it's just very interesting. We never think about things like how they get funded to be in monasteries and the duties that need to be taken care of on top of just sitting around praying and studying all the time. And one of the standout points from that book that takes us back to Ramus and his dislike for illustrations is that the monks would often draw pictures to wake themselves up. They would literally have this picture of like a surprised, shocked monk to help this person studying remind themselves to be alert, or even to wake them up. Sometimes the pictures were quite shocking. So Ramus wanted to put us back to sleep. It's a nice book. I feel like I want to reach out and interview her about it, but I also feel like I'm such a bad interviewer that I might put interviews on pause for a very long time and maybe study interviewing so I can find my inner Larry King. Happiness Beyond Thought, that's amazing stuff.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. You were going to say.
Well, I was going to ask you, I meant to ask you earlier, actually, if you'd ever gone to Vispana silent retreat or any other sort of silent retreat, like a 7-day, 10-day type of thing.
Well, not by choice. When I was a kid in church, we had fasting, and there would be silent periods for that. And we went on retreats to various places. So the idea of willfully doing things of that nature when I'm quite happy with the achievements that I've made in my practice, no, is the answer. And I think that, if everything were to go to pot, I might just go to an ashram or something. But without everything going to pot, I mean, that is the question of enlightenment. Like, couldn't you be enlightened just where you are in the way things are? And so that would be a failure, I think, if I did like, oh man, everything's not so bad, I'll just go to an ashram. So no, but I can see that some people really, really benefit from it. I just always think that the architecture, I don't know, there's always this in not all of them, but many of the books, there's this theme of like, you have to have a teacher, you have to have a teacher. And I was just think, what does that mean? Like, why is there this imperative? Sounds like a business model as opposed to a different message, which would be, this book is your teacher. That guy you don't like down the street who's constantly annoying you, he's a teacher. The politicians are lying to you again. That's a teacher. I don't know why there's always this thing where you have to like have a spiritual guide and, take care of your spiritual guide. The very fact that there is such a condition should be considered a teacher, but should is a very dangerous word. In any case.
Was there something you were going to say about one of these?
Yeah, I just think Happiness Beyond Thought is outstanding. But we could dive into if we're doing the top 10 thing, we can pick it up then.
Yeah. Okay.
There's early versions of Flyboy. We went through 22 versions. I didn't order physical ones of all 22 versions, but we kept going through it over and over and over again. The person who helped me design it.
And what's the sort of 1 or 2 sentence description of the book?
It's about a detective who has PTSD.
Okay.
And he reconnects with a friend of his who is the world's only blind memory champion. And that person says, PTSD, there's research that shows memory palaces and memory training helps with the symptoms. So that sets him on a certain adventure in one sense. And then a killer finds out about why the detective has PTSD. And he makes sure to do everything he possibly can to aggravate it. And that's what it's about. And I put everything that I know from my years of being a film studies professor, from my time being a story consultant, into making a roller coaster. And the only problem is that the character, pauses every once in a while to talk about memory techniques, which is not exactly roller coaster friendly. But nonetheless, the people that I wrote it for, they really like it. And it was worth the elbow grease that's gone into it for sure.
Could you talk a little bit about what it's like to be a story consultant and how you got started in that?
Yes, it's fascinating and heartbreaking at the same time. I actually was a lucky one because 2 of the projects I worked on actually got finished and made. And a lot of story consultants are hired as a tax advantage. So when they make movies, if they don't spend the budget entirely, then that can cause problems. So a lot of people that work on movies are hired just to make sure that the budget is spent for tax purposes. And so anyway, there are ones I worked on that I wish would have gotten made, and I don't know why they didn't get made. And it's been useful to me, to my career, to have an actual screen credit. Not super useful, but well, maybe. Speaking of fealty to country, I mean, it's helped establish myself because I have a global talent visa in Australia, or I had it. And part of establishing that was being on IMDb, like it's those things when you're a solo dude like me who just has a website that's easily dismissed as some crank that belongs to accelerated learning woo-woo, because that's what it's considered a lot by a lot of people. It really, really helps that, no, actually I have a Mercator from the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft. No, actually I did belong to whatever union you have to be in order to get a screen credit and blah, blah, blah. So
Screenwriters Union?
Well, I think I had to be in IATSE.
Oh.
And that was annoying because that takes a piece out of it. And IATSE is International Association of Theater and Stage
Actors?
No, I'm not sure what that whole acronym is anymore. This is a long time ago, but whatever it is, it's like official according to other official people. So it's not exactly virtue signaling, but it's something signaling, credential signaling, I guess. So I got a lot of alphabet soup behind my name, and that's been helpful for sure. But it's heartbreaking just because a lot of your ideas that don't ever get used, and then even in the projects that do get made, they often don't use your ideas because they never wanted to use your ideas in the first place. It was just a tax thing. But I got to meet really interesting people, and I got to be on set a couple of times, which, as a film scholar, really helped make me a better film scholar, even if I never wound up continuing to be a film scholar. And quite frankly, I don't know what I would do as a film scholar if I were to enter that field again, because studying Netflix just doesn't seem like fun to me at all. So I don't think there is cinema anymore. So I was a cineast. more than anything. But there is no cinema. Cinema is dead.
What do you think about mere Christianity?
Well, I think
C.S. Lewis.
we talked about Lewis before, and I think he worked really, really hard to convince himself of something that needs apologetics.
Mhm.
So I don't really have that much to say about it, other than it's part of a thing I'm working on, which is to try to do a kind of deconstruction of how that there's a non-duality in a lot of these people, but they don't own it yet.
Mm.
And I don't know what it is psychologically that makes it so difficult to leave duality for non-dual explanations.
Is it sort of the ego death of it?
Well, yeah, I think so. But I think also it's that the brain produces the big other, as Zizek calls it, or Lacan call it. So Lacan in his psychoanalysis has that. Well, I dare say famous. It's famous to people who study it, I guess, but probably nobody's seen it. It's like S over S, so like a big S over a small s, or there's different ways that he has these equations. So in non-duality, it's not like they say, oh, there's no such thing as duality. It's just that how does duality appear? And so it's quite similar. The whole idea of the jiva and the jivan mukti in the Sanskrit stuff and Lacanian psychoanalysis is very similar in that the big other is this feeling of being observed. And if you behave in particular ways, then particular outcomes are going to happen. And often why people suffer is that they fantasize of currying favor, even whether it's a god or whether it's thinking of society in a particular way. And societies create these big S's, these big subjects. Sometimes they're called egregores. It's just big movements happen when enough people are hypnotized and are convinced that things that you can't prove exist actually are real, and they behave in accordance to it. So Jesus would be one of these. And there's 256 versions of Christianity. So there's a lot of egregores that are competing with each other, but the brain seems to do something to produce this need. So like Sam Harris in what is it called? The Moral Valley or something like that. He would say that, partly the reason why we don't need a religion is because we feel ethical anyway. But because we're code making, symbol making creatures, and it's very difficult to imagine reality without us, what is the thing that we're most likely to do? We're going to anthropomorphize God. Now, Lewis doesn't necessarily make that mistake. And that's an interesting thing about him. He doesn't necessarily anthropomorphize, and he knows the power of allegory because he's a medievalist and a Renaissance scholar. So when he makes Aslan, he knows what he's doing. But yet, that's the fascinating thing to me. You know what you're doing, and yet you do it anyway. Instead of what I try. Like, I am fascinated by myself because it would be easier to have a religion. It would be easier to be a Mason. It would be easier, but I can't get myself to do it. So why is it that I can't get myself to do it? I don't know. But anyway, that's what I get out of Lewis at the end of the day.
I looked up the Sam Harris book, The Moral Landscape, How Science
yes.
Can Determine Human Values, 2010.
Yes, and I think he has great ideas there, but we're seeing that metaphorical truth has greater thrust than he allows for. But nonetheless, it's not, I don't know. Anyway, I see these things as a foil in some ways that help me better understand myself, even though I don't think that myself exists in quite that way. But I also love when people say, oh, those stupid gurus always saying that they don't exist, which of course is right.
What about this Utopia's creepy book?
Oh yes, Nicholas Carr. So that's that's a collection of essays. He has another book, I think it's called The Shallows. And it is very interesting. He's against what's happening to us now, and he's quite prescient in warning against this territorialization of the internet by not only tech bros and corporations, but a bunch of humans who are in favor of it. Yeah, let them take it over, Like, yeah, let's go and give them all our identity. And oh yeah, they're gonna do this on Instagram. Cool. Let's make more pictures of ourselves. Oh, I can now make an AI version of myself. Hot damn. I'll be the first to feed this thing with every jot and tittle of my image and my voice and my personality and so forth. Right. He's just like, don't, no, please, no. Back to Gödel, Escher, Bach, that's what's happening, right? This new layer of the internet is now coming, and there's going to be something that breaks it, and then another thing that layers on top of it, and so forth. So that book is, and his writing in general is, it can be hard and challenging because I love the tech stuff and so forth. But I think at the end of the day, he's right. It is creepy, but it's creepy when you think that you are somehow divided from the larger scheme of things and what's really going on. I mean, is it really the case that there's all these tech bros against us, or are humans ants that have learned how to talk, and we're all following a queen ant that we can't see, and we're behaving in particular ways in order to produce outcomes that we're just going to have to produce one way or the other. And so there's not really that simple division between, oh, well, people on the internet surrendering themselves to tech bros, when it can't possibly be that simple. We can see that we're already on Mars, and we just haven't realized it yet. And something is calling us to build hierarchies. And it can even be that the scapegoating of the illusion of a guy named Elon Musk, somehow being in control as much as people think that he is part of the energy that's needed to help consciousness escape this planet and possibly even escape the heat death of the universe. We'll have to talk eventually about Deinococcus radiodurans.
I noticed
which is a deathless bacteria into which a very interesting poet, is seeking to inject poetry so that it literally can outlive the death of the sun.
I noticed Frances Yates here.
Yeah, that's a good biography of her for those who want to dig deeper. And yeah, I mean, I have my criticisms and so forth, but what a great contribution nonetheless. Doubt Truth to be a Liar, really good. One, very good book if you're interested in non-classical logic.
Priest. So is this
Graham Priest?
Graham Priest.
Yeah. Those books will require a few symbols to learn, but, well, not really. I mean, you could read them without symbols, but I found learning at least some of the symbols really helped follow what he's trying to establish in terms of true contradictions.
Is he a professor somewhere? Do you know? Or is that?
Sorry, what?
Is he a professor somewhere, or just?
Yeah, I think he may be retired now, but I believe he's an Australian who wound up at a university in New York, but I'm not entirely sure.
What's this one? The German.
Oh, the acta Victorin. That means like the eight. I think it means the eight woken up or something like that. I haven't fully read it. But Zeitenspringer means like time jumper. It's a time travel thing. Anyway, I found that I could gel with the German quite well, but even as exciting as it is to be able to read in German, I kind of got a little bit bored after the first chapter. Basically, she gets invited to become part of a troupe of time jumpers or something like that. So that's as far as I got.
What do you think of the
Christopher Priest? Sorry, what was
an American Story?
Yeah, he wrote the affirmation and he wrote the Prestige, which is we were talking about before with Christopher Nolan movies.
Was this helpful to you, the Mastermind book?
I found it kind of interesting, but I mean that's the kind of material that I do my work in response to
Okay.
to dimensionalize. So yeah, I think it's great. The more the merrier, but I can't say I took away anything from it. And it's another thing where I know I'm such a bad interviewer that I didn't even really reach out, which anybody who I have reached out to is probably thinking, man, what an ass. You reached out to me, but no, but I made a deliberate sort of thing to start to remove interviews, at least until I have a better place to shoot them and I can shoot them in real person. Cause I think I would be better as an interviewer if I was in the actual place with people.
What did you mean by reacting to? Like, what's the idea or the dichotomy
Well,
there?
it's just generally what I do in memory or in learning techniques and so forth is to say, well, Mortimer says this, but is that really going to help you? Like, what about that is going to actually help you? And then say, this would be the alternative to that. And also like people, to expose people's favoritism to things. People come and they say, well, it's just great. I read it. And I ask them, well, what is it about it that's so great? Like, defend yourself here. Tell me, what did it do? What business did you start? What degree did you follow or complete? Like, what is it in that book? And I'm sometimes not happy at how impatient and unnice that I am, but I sort of demand to know what it is. And partly that is what my business is it was meant to be the university where we look at every possible person I can find. So I've covered Aquinas. I've covered this, that, talked to Mark Shannon, I talked to every memory competitor who will speak to me, right? To create this thing that is not about my particular approach to the techniques. It's about the techniques themselves and radical honesty about what you did and how it helped you specifically. Because a lot of there's a kind of like, remember I was talking about P.D. Jules and like the million interpretations of Sense and Sensibility collecting into buckets.
Yep.
There's a kind of set of buckets of people who are interested in memory techniques. They are the people who actually use memory techniques, who don't need me because they figured it out, right? But they still come to it to see what my take is, what my angle is, and they often get nothing out of me, which is fine. But often they do, and they go, oh, well, I'd never thought of that, or I never heard of that, or etc. And likewise, they tell me things. I'm like, what? How did I never hear of this? So that's great. Then there's the other people who are just fascinated by these techniques. They just want to know, like they just want to know how the trick is done. And then there are people who they don't care. They just want anything that will get the job done. And there may be more categories than that, but that's typically how I think about it. And so there's no way to really address them all, but I do try to bounce between those sorts of things and entice people. Like, there's a deep adventure here that is so rich if you actually do the thing. And I don't really care who you do it from. Obviously, I got to trade clamshells, but I'm much more interested in, did you actually do something? And are you honest about it? Because there's lots of people who will say, oh, I memorized all this stuff. And I go, I do the Morpheus thing in the Matrix. Show me, because I play it straight. I botch stuff up all the time. But if I'm going to recite something and I botch it, then I just own it, right? But a lot of people don't have the courage to actually fail in public. And that's what I would encourage them to do, because that's where you'll learn so much. Anyway, that's what I mean by bouncing off of or responding to, reacting to, but without doing it in a react video. I don't, except for, these odd slips in our conversation. I try to avoid casting shade on anyone or anything. And I've done a lot of it, of course, because I'm just a dude. But at the end of the day, I mean, it's just all great. It's just an amazing, inexplicable miracle that any of this is happening at all. So do worse. People could do even more worse stuff because there'd be more fun to be had by analyzing it and talking about it.
I noticed the lucid dreaming journal.
Oh yeah, Steph put that together. He had some prominence for some time. I don't know what's happened to him. And maybe he still does, but it never comes up on my algos anymore. But How to Lucid, we did some projects together because I have a course on remembering dreams. And for reasons that I don't know, it surprises me, but a lot of people do not want to remember their dreams. They're just not interested in it. But I think it's one of the most fascinating things. It's so rewarding. And I can't even begin to list the treasures that have emerged in my life by being able to remember dreams better. And there's a technique to it. So
do you mix that with dream analysis, or is it?
I do, but in a quirky way. Or
so not just a standard Freudian.
No, I do not believe that dreams have any meaning.
Oh, wow.
But that doesn't mean they can't be analyzed. So we passed by at least one of his books. Robert Lange's was my analyst when I did psychoanalysis. And that's Langs, not Robert D. Lange or R.D. Lange, sorry. Sometimes people think I'm talking about, oh, what? That can't be true. No, I wasn't.
What's the title of the book?
Oh, he's got so many books.
On dreams, maybe, or Freudian.
Yeah, if you just, like, he has the dream workbook and the daydream workbook and all these sorts of things. His really most interesting book that I think is very short for people that gets to the quick of his theory, I think it's called Love and Death in Psychoanalysis. Might be Love and Death in Psychiatry. No, it's got to be Love and Death in Psychoanalysis. He was also a psychiatrist, which is why I think that I may be misremembering that.
What was his first name?
Robert. It's just like a weird accident of history that I wound up in his office, but what a gift. So his thing was that dreams have no meaning, but they are a tool for figuring out how you're responding to things nonetheless. So in his analysis, you would come and tell him a dream. And then what he would say is, after you were done telling the dream, he would say, what comes to mind? And then you were supposed to free associate, not analyze the dream, but just free associate to whatever comes to mind. You dreamt about this, what comes to mind? And then he would pivot at one point every time, and he would say, what does this have to do with me? Which was very alarming, right? But and you knew it was coming after a while, and you would have to like try and free associate what it had to do with him. And wow, I could go on and on about all my experiences from this, but I learned how to hear myself and hear latent content in what I was saying when I was telling stories. You may have noticed that I keep jumping on the thing that I just said and say, oh, I can't believe I just said that. Or, what a stupid thing to say, or, endlessly qualifying it. It's just because I've trained for years to hear myself. And it can be awfully frustrating, I know, to listen to somebody who's equivocating or something like that, or just shakes to a strong position. But I believe, sorry, what?
Your super ego.
Well, I would, this is the categorization thing, but at the end of the day, I think that is the goal of psychoanalysis. And the only other person that I don't really know him, but I've spent a lot of time with him, is Slavoj Žižek. He was a professor of mine at the European Graduate School in Saas-Fee, Switzerland. And I think he's like another person who's been, quote unquote, fully psychoanalyzed. Like his freedom and his catching of himself and laughing at this weird crap that comes out of his mouth is just like, is one of those signs, I think, of what I think psychoanalysis was meant to do, is to create this kind of play and understanding the semiotics of being a code producing machine. Not because you are a machine, but because that's what civilization does. And as Freud put it, it's very, very discontenting if you can't work your way out of it. I think Freud says in the introduction to the course on psychoanalysis book that may or may not even exist. Maybe I dreamed it. But I remember I had it when I was very young, and it was just a short thing. And I think it was called Course in Psychoanalysis. And he was doing I think it's transcripts or a written version of what he was talking about in America in his presentations when he traveled around. And he said at the beginning, he said, the problem with psychoanalysis is that you could drive yourself insane. So as long as you manage to avoid doing that, then, everything's good. But there is this risk in it. In any case, Lange's had a very, very, very specific way of dealing with dreams. And he didn't want you to sit around thinking some mystical meaning. He wanted you to make them meaningful as a connection that could help reveal what was happening. And it just made me look at the world in a very different way. And it helps with conflict resolution in many, many ways. Like an example.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, this sounds weird, and you could say, oh, you're making a mountain out of a molehill, but I've just seen it work so many times in so many different ways. When a former partner I had when we lived in Germany, I was a film studies professor, so I was often at home on the couch watching movies, which makes you look like a lazy slob. And my wife at the time, she came in and she's carrying all these heavy groceries. And I'm like, hey, how you doing? And I'm like at work, right? So I've taken notes and all this stuff. And she starts to tell me this story. She's like, man, I can't believe it, at Aldi today, which is this German grocery store. This father was letting his daughter put all of the groceries on the conveyor while he was looking at these magazines. Can you believe that? Now, what is she really saying to me, right? She's saying, get up off the couch and help me immediately. Now, before psychoanalysis, I would just be like, yeah, whatever, tell me later, sort of thing. But I hear this and I get up and help. And then there's no conflict, no fighting and so forth, because those things turn into fights later if you don't catch them when they're happening. And that's his theory in a nutshell, basically. And if you can hear yourself, what you're really saying in the stories you tell to other people, you can perhaps neutralize the projection of latent content completely and not be commenting on things. Could make you quite narcissistic, I guess, because now you're only
would that be A View from Nowhere?
I'm not. Did he write a book by that title? I don't know it.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's a sort of philosophical or hermeneutic ideal of
sure,
A View from Nowhere.
Yeah, actually, now that you mentioned that, there's a book we went past called Points of View by Adrian Moore, who wrote that evolution of metaphysics that we talked about a bit. His argument in Points of View is that it is possible to not have a point of view. So yeah.
Adrian Moore?
Yeah. A.W. Moore is what it's listed as on his books. Sorry. In any case, that's one of his arguments, is that it is possible to have no position. And I would agree, even though I have to also contradict myself and say, obviously I have a position. Obviously I'm hugely biased. Obviously I have my little deep hurt with Yates misrepresenting Bruno, even though I know that I'm going to misrepresent him myself. It's just, but anyway, that's what the world becomes. And I wasn't like that before. I really thought there was like this fixed, absolute, perfect kind of thing that could be developed. And I didn't see the play at all. And that psychoanalysis was huge, and working with dreams and being able to remember my dreams to this day remains huge for me. Also, there's a thing called nirvikalpa samadhi, which is sort of like no thoughts bliss. And reaching that state while you're sleeping is really wild. It's cool. Like it's not lucid dreaming, I would say. It's being in nirvikalpa samadhi. I mean, that's why there's a term for it, I guess. It's not full samadhi, because according to Ira Shepperton, if you ever reach full samadhi, you just disappear in a puff of smoke, which I think is not likely. But people do spontaneously combust, I've heard. So maybe. So nirvikalpa samadhi is something that I think my not dream analysis, but like techniques for remembering dreams has helped induce, along with meditation.
I just wanted to mention a couple things that I thought of while you were talking earlier about your wife came home and wanted help with the groceries. It reminded me of a famous sort of thought experiment or vignette used in linguistics, where the wife says she wants the husband to close the window And so she says, it's getting cold in here. And that's the indirect speech act. So that goes to Searle's work on all that stuff. I had it pulled up here if people.
Right. Yeah, I think Langs would say to that, he would say that's fine. And yes, that's related to this, but he's really concerned with the narrative content, the stories that people are saying. So yeah, I see that totally being related, but he sees the greater threat in when people encode it in a story, because the more it's encoded in narrative, the more they are in fantasy, trying to avoid whatever is violating and threatening their ego. And typically it comes down to 3 anxieties for Langs. So there's the predator anxiety, the prey anxiety, and the existential anxiety. So this happened to me after I finished my psychoanalysis with him, so I couldn't run it past him. And he wouldn't give me an answer anyway, because he would just say, what comes to mind? But
Does that make you feel?
No, he never did that. Never. No, it was always what comes to mind. Really, really important part of it. I've read 44 of his books. I recommend if people are interested in that kind of thing, if that guy was one thing, he was not only consistent, but he was very clear about what he meant and what he didn't mean. And he was it's quite interesting him actually, because he was free from critics, because his critics, according to him, were only revealing their anxieties because of the truth of what he was saying. Now, I think that is a flaw. And I think the flaw in his thing is that it's too mechanistic. It's too perfect, right? Like everything has to do with his theory and everything is playing out from it. But in any case, those things aside, I think he's really onto something, especially because of the frame anxiety. And he's literally pointing out the various frames and conditions that the psychoanalytic situation is a simulation of. So it doesn't come out of nowhere. It's connected to the like when we talked earlier about how humans project a big other, right? Well, that's happening in this clinical setting, but the clinical setting is also just a simulation of other settings in which our brains project more authority than there is. And I remember feeling very threatened from him. I remember him showing up one day with a Band-Aid on his face, and later reading in his books how he used to deliberately show up with a Band-Aid on his face in order to invoke a certain death anxiety or a predator anxiety, because his theory is that you would want to heal the sickness in the analyst because of being in the therapeutic frame. So you know deeply that you're in a therapeutic frame, so you act therapeutically. When you're in a family frame, you either act or fail to act within the codes and the structures of that frame. Here, there, and the other place. Is that universally true or not? I don't know, but he took it to religious proportions at the end. And yeah, he's just a super interesting guy. I wish that I had all those books again, because they were just such a wild adventure and an alternative. But he's more like Lacan than it seems at first blush.
Could you explain the predator anxiety? Because I think most people would understand why a prey animal would have anxiety, but not what the predator would be anxious.
Well, that would be like that Sam Harris thing, Moral Landscape, where we avoid preying on others, or we try to, because that's known as bad. But for Langs, it's not just bad, it's that our memory builds up guilt of the fact that we have the impulse to prey on people every day. And in fact, we are preying on people every single day. You can't go to the grocery store and buy something without preying on some multitude of things, right? So the unconscious in Langs, which is quite different, is that it's like a virus filter. It catches all this stuff that the ego does not want to know about, because it's just too violating to know that you are the enemy of so many people. We went past a Jonathan Franzen book at the very beginning, which we should have seized upon, because Franzen says something very nicely in that book. It's called like something like the end of everything, I think it's called. Anyway, he says in there, the reason why we read is because it reminds us of why they hate us, right? Because we learn so much about why we're hated by people, other people, because we're preying on them. So our unconscious filters out our awareness of this. And then it comes out in latent content through, in his view, usually through when we're telling stories. And so those stories encode a comment on the frame that we're in. This is where it's too clean. Like every time, like if I tell you, I've told you some stories, am I really now betraying in latent content some things that I feel about you? I don't know. Maybe I'd have to go back and analyze it, but I don't. The way that it would work is if I took umbrage with I took serious offense to the incel thing, what would have happened in the Langesian theory is that I would have then told a bunch of stories that betray or comment upon my deep anxiety about that issue. Right? That would be an example if that happened. And maybe some of my stories do have some anxiety about that, but the problem is that I already wrote Flyboy, which has an incel as the bad guy. So I'm pretty confident that that guy is not a philosopher in that story. But anyway, it's so good, Langs. There's like one YouTube video, and I don't even know if it's still around, and he's so old and he's suffering from the disease that took him out. So it's really not a good representation of who he was, but it gives some of these ideas. And oh man, it's just amazing, the Langs thing from beginning to end. I read almost everything he wrote. And then I ended up actually projecting it to him because I told him about a dream where I was reading books that I wasn't supposed to. And then he's like, what does that bring to mind? And then I told him, I said, oh man, I don't know if it connects or not, but I don't know if you know this, but I've been reading all your books. And he said, it was one of the few things that he said that was not a question to me. He said, you might want to think about how seriously you're taking this psychoanalysis. And I thought I was taking it very, very seriously. But that was the moment where I knew his theory was correct, because I didn't see it coming. I was totally lost in this different world. I was telling this dream. I had no thought about him and his books or that I was reading them or anything. I'm just, I was in this basement old thing and they had these books and I wasn't supposed to be reading them. And I was reading them anyway. And I was just getting these amazing insights or whatever. And then he just did his thing. So what comes to mind? Immediately what came to mind is my frame, he would call it a frame violation. I was in his territory. I was the predator. I was preying upon him. And whether it caused me some deep anxiety or not, I don't know, but I was so embarrassed. But I found the courage to actually say to him that that's what brought to mind. So it's cool. I felt really good about being brave enough to say it, actually, because I was ashamed. Oh man.
I'm kind of confused how you're preying on him in that situation.
Well, because it's a secret, right? And I'm taking his energy. I'm taking his ideas. I'm trying to work out his system. It may not be a clean one-to-one correspondence between the meaning of that, but that's how I would read it. And besides which, he's also preying on me because every time I go there, I have to write a check, right?
So by you going and trying to read all his books and kind of figure him out, that's sort of a predatory behavior.
I think that can be fairly read that way. Yeah.
Okay.
And it was held. I did it for months before it ever came up, right? And it was this kind of like, I'm gonna, this guy's so strange. This is so off the wall. I've been in therapy so many times in my life. Like I had points of comparison, and it's just like, this is bizarre. I just went to this guy so I could get off lithium. And he says to me, hey, do you ever think about your dreams? And I'm like, no, what about them? And then he says, well, I can help you with your medication. You should spend a certain amount of time getting off lithium before you add a different thing. But if you want to, you can come here. I have a space open every Tuesday at 10 a.m. and we'll talk about your dreams. And I'm just like, what the hell is this? And so then I go home and look him up. And I remember talking with my wife. I was like, should we really do this? And she's like, well, who is he? And I was like, look, he's got all these books. There's so many books. she's like, well, it sounds pretty interesting. I'm like, yeah, it sounds like the guy for me. So I was really more interested in figuring out the thing than getting the therapy, but I got the therapy, that's for sure. But yeah, I wouldn't go too deep into what predator prey mean literally. I think there is a preying in that sense of stealth, subterfuge, not revealing your real intent, and then it comes out anyway when you're not even noticing, you're not even paying attention. Like, that's an Oedipal moment writ large, and I'll never forget it. Or maybe I will, but in any case, I think that I saw the theory in action against, or not against myself, but while I wasn't looking. It happened just as it should have, even though I wasn't paying attention to try to hide it.
What was the title of the Jonathan Franzen book you mentioned?
I believe it's called The End of the World. I can go and look if you want me to look, but
Yeah.
or I can just type into Google here quickly.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to ask you is, did you ever read the book by Brad Blanton, Radical Honesty?
No, but it sounds like one I need to read.
Yeah, I think you'd enjoy it. I thought when you mentioned, you sort of put an emphasis on the phrase radical honesty, so I thought you were kind of calling that out, but that's, I think, the famous book on
Right.
radical honesty, and there's, he actually ran for office. He was just an interesting guy, so
Oh, I should check that out. I don't know where I got the term radical honesty, but I know I didn't. I know I've heard it from somewhere.
I think he's the guy that sort of popped it into the zeitgeist several decades ago.
Right. Okay.
And
Sam Harris has that book
yeah.
on lying, I think. Also, maybe that's where I got it.
Yeah. I also wanted to mention Slavoj Žižek. You mentioned him, and he, just the two kind of things about him that sprang to mind. One is, like you said, his humor, and you'll notice if you watch him being interviewed, and he's often at these very academic events, and he'll break through the kind of staid environment that's set up, and break through that in a very unique way that most academics don't do. And also, I would recommend people check out his debate with Jordan Peterson, because I think it was a major sort of turning point in Jordan's career when that happened. And because it was really, I think in many ways, the only time he really got involved in a debate like that with somebody of Zizek's caliber. So it's a really interesting debate to watch from that perspective.
Yeah. What do you think what made it a turning point for Peterson?
Because I think people like that in general don't subject themselves to debate. And so it was sort of like a heavyweight match. And I think debate, like debate used to be sort of like the dissertation defense, and just going back in the history of the European universities, and how there was the disputation, and you had to subject yourself to public debate, and you had to debate other scholars. And that's been almost completely eliminated as part of this larger pattern, I think, of kind of removing conflict and removing risk and danger from the academic life, where
Right.
you sort of, and even like the rhetorical skills, and really the oral verbal skills to be able to talk and speak extemporaneously, that's all been taken out of the academic life and the life of the mind. And I think it's a real negative.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally see that. And it's sad because there are a lot of people apparently that are, no longer having dissertation defenses. So
I didn't know
I
about
had,
that. Can you say a little bit about that?
well, I think partly it's like a COVID effect or something like that. That I don't know that much about it, but Well, there's my own experience in seeing it is just with my wife's PhD. Like that was not a defense; it was a presentation. You know.
Yeah.
The questions there were questions, so I shouldn't totally remove it from that, but it wasn't a
Baptism by fire.
When I did mine, well, I had 3 because there's 2 field exams and then there's the dissertation debate, or not debate, but dissertation defense. When I had my first one was pretty easy going. That had something to do with the nature of the information, which was not that difficult to wade through. But the second one was quite contentious, and I was also in bad shape. And someone smelt blood that was on that committee. She saw I was in bad shape because what had happened is we flew in from New York into Toronto, and just when the plane was about to land, it jerked right up, and I was flying in circles and was like so close to the CN Tower, and we weren't that far from 9/11 in time that everybody's like freaking out. So I was shooken to the core and still like a little bit queasy the next day because I didn't sleep properly and I was not in the greatest of health and anything so forth. But nonetheless, even if I had been on and that person hadn't smelled blood, she was quite a force of nature that was just bam, 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 bam. And so that I had to debate. And then in my dissertation defense proper, I was attacked, and it was quite a savage attack. And they debated for 2 hours after I was done because there were forces on that committee that did not want me to pass. And I'll never forget Victor Vatenza. He was the external. He came after, and he said, I'll never forget this because I didn't even really know who Miles Davis was at the time. I did, but no real mental image of who he was. He said, I have seen people leave these rooms in tears after what happened to you. The only guy cooler than you is Miles Davis. And I was just like, okay, but I had no idea what that meant. But in any case, it was such a thing, a moment, because I was just getting into this meditation and breathing. Maybe I had maybe 4 or 5 months of practice, but I remember using like NLP techniques on myself where I was pressing in my leg to anchor in deep calm and so forth. And man, did I ever need it, because there was a force of just absolute destruction who was so concerned to preserve the ivory tower that, some wacko with these weird ideas is going to come in here and say there's no philosophical grounding and that movie makers in capitalism are experimentalists, like doing science. Come on. This is not gonna. So, but anyway, I took it, and I
wish I could have been a fly on the wall for that. That sounds awesome.
There were flies on the wall too. That was a little bit.
So what?
Because
what is an external?
Come right. Anybody got to your dissertation defense, and I thought, like, I invited my uncle and my aunt, and I thought I was the only one who was allowed to invite people. But lo and behold, there's like people there, and I'm just like, who? What? Oh yeah, anybody can come. So
you mentioned there was an external. What's that?
Okay. So let me see if I can remember it in a cogent manner. At that university, I don't know that this is at every university, but when you do a dissertation defense, you have to have, and also in your field exams, well, your field exams don't have to have an external, but you have to have an internal. You have to have your dissertation supervisor. You have to have someone who's internal to the program that you're in, which is, in my case, humanities. Then you have to have an internal external, who is a person who is from the university but external to your program. Then you have the dean's representative, and then you have an external, which is somebody from a different university. And it's on the university's dime. They flew Vatanza in from his university, put him up in a hotel and all that sort of stuff. I guess it's on my dime at the end of the day, but whatever, tuition and government funding, whatever. Somebody arranged it. I don't know who, but they got the external there. And that's a big thing, because if they're going to fly somebody in there, they're expecting him to have minimum bias, minimum care or concern for the opinions of any of these people. And he's representing his other school. And if wind gets out that, they let the Muffin Man through with some wacky ideas, that's going to shine poorly on that school too, right? So in any case, apparently part of the thing is they worried that I had actually some, because I named the external, and that I had some connection to him, which is not true. I mean, I knew who he was, but I'd never had a class from him. So I don't know. That was part of the debate. It wasn't merely just my the merits of my ideas, but if that had been true, then I could have been in a lot of trouble. But in any case, that's how.
But it was definitely rough and tumble.
It was. Oh yeah, I mean, case in point. Where is the Nietzsche in this dissertation? And I push it forward and I say on page 72. But no matter what I said, and there's a whole section, there's a whole chapter that's Nietzsche derived in there. But nonetheless, there was nothing I was going to do to satisfy the thing, especially because it was a German scholar. So, it was just couldn't be enough Nietzsche in there if the whole thing had been Nietzsche. But anyway, she was in charge of the corrections, and I had to make corrections. And as far as I know, she accepted the corrections cheerily, because eventually I don't have it anymore. I've gotten rid of it over the travels, but I had the thing, and a dissertation is considered a published document.
What was it on again? What was the thesis?
Friendship
of...
So, just friendship as well, if we get into I'll try to not get into the nuts and bolts of it, but basically friendship as not being what we think it is. And it had to do with hypothetical consent and friendship as a kind of monstrosity in many, many cases. So I was doing a kind of deconstruction. Normally, like in Friends and Toy Story and all this stuff, friendship is portrayed as virtuous.
Yeah.
But I tried to show it as being quite predatory and having all kinds of dirt in its corners. And then I looked a lot at things like Hannibal Lecter, where he's like the Aristotelian virtuous friend in so many ways, where because he is the most evil character you could possibly imagine, yet he's venerated as a kind of anti-hero or a hero that explodes through the culture as more important than any of the detectives. And why is that? What makes that possible? And it's because he's the friend, so to speak, who's willing to rub your nose in it. And people might say, oh, well, he's not pictured as a friend. Oh, au contraire. He is pictured as a friend. He's pictured as the friend to many, many people throughout the series, both in the novels and the movies. He's the friendship structure A-B follows so many conventions of those plot structures. It's not even funny. And so I look at things like the Lecter series, Seven, how friendship shows up in Seven. And again, you have there, it's not as Aristotelian, but you still have this kind of like rub your nose in it kind of guy who's teaching a lesson.
What about Fight Club and the alter egos?
Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't look at Fight Club in particular.
But that's an example of the dynamic, right?
Yeah, I don't know if Fight Club had even come out at that time. Maybe. But nonetheless, Seven had emerged. I just looked at a lot of these kind of extreme examples, like Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, the friendships in there and so forth, but not without thinking through Toy Story and Friends and all these kinds of things, like the King's Speech, to really look at these violations that are treated in our culture as being quite virtuous, but Friends is just the
TV show Friends.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a bloodbath of deeply anxious people violating each other through hypothetical consent. So basically, hypothetical consent, I found, and I don't know if I agree with myself anymore, and I don't really care, because I might write like an update in a book one day, friendship chapter or whatever. But hypothetical consent creates a tautology in which, because you allow me to assume that I can be me, you are my friend. And you are my friend because you're the one who allows me to assume that consent. Maybe it's not a tautology, but anyway, that's
I'll have to think about that. But
I think it's tautological when you take it into pop culture because of the structure of A-B narratives. So friends come together, A and B, then thing happens that separates A and B, and then thing happens that brings them back together because they needed each other all along. Why? Because they need the consent to be violators, essentially, of each other. But these virtuous, these truly Aristotelian top-level virtuous friendships, they don't need to come together or go away. This is wrong in the world, and I will use any means necessary to show you that it's wrong, and you will learn horrible lessons. Look at Saw. Saw is another one, where Saw is like Job in the Bible. You know, there's these friends that they're made to be friends, to collaborate together, to try to figure out how to get out of that room, and they don't see that the killer is in the room with them the entire time, and they're constantly blaming and all this sort of stuff. That's a great example of all kinds of assumptions of hypothetical consent that require them to be friendly with each other and prey upon each other, etc. Anyway, I'm quite distant from it all. And
it's a really interesting idea.
Yeah, I have actually sort of like drafted out a kind of thing to see where the implications went. The problem with my dissertation is that it's not particularly well written, and it's a document at a time of, and as it was explained to me, you know, it's meant to be the thing that you turn into a book. So it's almost like a poor man's draft of whatever grand, glorious idea that I defended, but not the thing in itself. But again, my theoretical grounding was not in friendship as a philosophy. My theoretical grounding, because they forced me to have one and defend one, was in these are pop culture things. People are trying to see what sticks. So let's look at the money that was made, and let's use that as the determinator of the success of the project rather than any philosophical grounding. And I think they found that really problematic. And I don't know why, because yeah, Nietzsche says this, and Plato says that, and Aristotle says this, and so forth. And these things are reflected there, but they wouldn't be reflected there to see in the first place if they hadn't succeeded in the market. So what is it about the market that causes these things to flourish? And that, to me, is where the question gets interesting, because Hannibal Lecter doesn't just become like some novel that a dude writes, which was called Red Dragon. It becomes Silence of the Lambs. It becomes Hannibal. It becomes now movies. It then becomes later a Mads Mikkelsen series, which did not exist at the time. But I had talked in earlier parts of my scholarly work about synergy in my first MA. And so that was all in my mind, synergistic product development. I hadn't even read Gödel Escher Bach yet, and I was already thinking about reality building itself out of itself. But yeah. Anyway,
autopoiesis. I love that word.
Yeah. It is like that, and it is what it is. In any case, I had some good academic scholarly experiences after that, but I never did turn it into a book to go into it. And I'm not sure I would agree with even that it is a tautology anymore, or even agree with my assessment that I had at the time.
Yeah, but it is really interesting to think about how stories reflect, how they affect us, but they also kind of reflect what's internal to us, and is a way of us sort of working out what's inside.
Yeah, I think the culture is, I think cinema, Shakespeare, Neo, Matrix, whatever, I think it's trying to wake us up. It's waking us up to a fundamental thesis that our unconscious mind works very, very hard to have us ignore. You are a slave, Neo. But the problem with that is that people wake up to the wrong story with the Matrix. They don't realize that actually it's Agent Smith who is the one. Agent Smith is the one who realizes that he is built out of the prison that he's trying to escape, and he will never escape it precisely because he is it, right? That's the, if I can be so bold, that's the real interpretation of the Matrix that we all need to have. That's the alternative philosophy. That's pure immanence that has been rejected by the transcendentalists over and over and over again. They always need to be me and that. But that story ends very tragically. Instead of the Agent Smith actually escaping the Matrix, because he does, and we celebrate, yes, and Neo's dead too. No, no, no. It all repeats. And it repeats in the most godlike mistaken way. Why? There's a rainbow in the sky, right? That's God's failed mnemonic to remind him to never flood the earth again. So, I mean, maybe they get it and I don't. I'm missing the point. There is separation. And yes, there is a God who's so cruel it's going to make it go over and over and over again and flood and flood and flood. And notice that it ends in rain too. Like they literally flood the matrix to the point that they're in a mud pit, right? And then there's a rainbow at the end. Anyway, I think that that friendship is probably where I would start and end and point out the success of the movie is its failure. We haven't really quite learned the lesson that I think it's trying to wake us up to. Or we have, and I just don't have enough X-ray vision into enough heads. But I think we all do get it. And I think some of these weird stories like Hannibal Lecter that are so violating and strange, the reason why they go so viral, they're so successful, and they capture the imagination to the point that it becomes a talking issue in the most recent election. You know, it's like that people feel it deeply, whatever's going on in there. We need to have our noses rubbed in it, whatever it is. As Jeffrey Klempner says in the Philosophizer trilogy, what the is.
Well, I think that might be a good place to wrap up the session for today. And then we can
I noticed myself going on these.
Well, there's several movies now I need to rewatch because, like, you were talking about the ending of Matrix, and I was like, I don't actually remember how it ended. So,
yeah,
I need to.
The thing is in the sequels, Agent Smith manages to escape the Matrix, but he finds himself in a body, and then he is again made out of the same stuff that he's trying to escape. He's in the prison that he's built out of.
I actually, one of the things that really got me more into philosophy was listening to there was some like Criterion collection or something with Matrix where they had a bunch of philosophers talk about how they interpreted the movie. Cornel West was in there, a bunch of other, and I just, it sort of captured my mind how they did sort of a commentary on the movie. And I've never really seen that kind of thing done since, or not in it's not done that much. So maybe I don't know if I can even remember Seven enough. Maybe they did something like that. There's a Jason Statham movie. I don't know if that's Seven. Do you know the Jason Statham movie? That sort of got this spiritual message.
I can't say I've seen any of his movies all the way through. So no, I don't know.
Let's see if the Revolver.
No, I haven't seen it.
Psychological thriller with philosophical themes. Film explores the nature of the ego, self-deception, transformation. Statham plays Jake Green, a con man who is manipulated into a mysterious mind game involving power, identity, and self-destruction. The movie draws on Kabbalistic, Jungian, and Eastern philosophical concepts, particularly the idea of the false self versus the true self. I actually think you would really resonate with that potentially. You sort of wouldn't, it doesn't come across initially as that serious of a film, but it actually kind of ramps up to it in a way that I can't really think of another movie that is so, and with Jason Statham, you don't think he'd be involved in anything that serious, but I think you would especially maybe get something out of that. But yeah, there's a lot of, almost every movie you mentioned, I'm going to have to go watch or rewatch because I feel like all the movies these days in the last 10, 15 years, I just sort of don't even try anymore because Christopher Nolan is sort of the exception where, I know he's not going to put out a piece of crap, but
do you ever get into Cronenberg stuff?
No, could you say a little bit about him?
Yeah, so I think a really interesting background for me is Cronenberg with The Matrix, because that same year he made a movie called Existence, and some of the imagery in The Matrix is Cronenbergian, and it's just really weird that they both come out at the same time. So Existence is spelled Existen, and Existence is kind of a remake of an earlier Cronenberg movie called Videodrome, and a lot of McLuhan ideas are in Videodrome, and
Drome.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and there's a professor in there called uh, Professor Oblivion is his name, and he's meant to be a kind of McLuhan guy,
Hmm.
and he'll say weird things like the television is the retina of the mind's eye, and anything not on television is less than television, or something like this. Anyway, it's a really great movie, Videodrome, and Cronenberg's hit or miss to a lot of people in his most recent days, but Scanners, The Fly, Dead Zone, even Crash, even though Crash is kind of like into weird territory, Crash is really a great movie.
I think I may have actually seen that. That's the only one that really rings a bell. I'm not
Sometimes
sure.
people hear
There's
that.
probably multiple movies called Crash.
Yeah, yeah. There's one in LA that's like a group of characters, but this is very specifically about people who get a sexual kick out of car crashes. It's it's
Wow.
based on the J.G. Ballard novel. Speaking of incels, but they're not incels. They're far from it, and it has so many great lines in it. I think we mentioned it actually already with safety propaganda, where I was talking Adam Lair why he calls it safety propaganda. It comes out of J.G. Ballard's Crash, and in that book where the character says, "I've seen so many road safety signs, it was almost a relief to finally have an accident." Um, there's another line in there where they're talking about why they bury people so soon. I wish they would leave the corpses out for days. Really wild. But anyway, Cronenberg, I think would some of his older movies, maybe some of his newer ones. History of Violence is a really good movie. Eastern Promises, really good. He's like the Canadian David Lynch, but without the surrealism. There's definitely some surreal stuff to him, but it's not like an attempt to be surrealist. But The Fly, is quite an iconic, well-known horror movie. But if you see The Fly in the context of Cronenberg's oeuvre, it's a very different movie when you see it in context. And Cronenberg's very Nietzschean also. And if you anyway, the reason why it comes to mind is because when it comes to like philosophy and movies and commentary, Cronenberg's movie commentaries are really worth listening to on the DVDs because he's quite philosophical. So, I mean, when I say his movies are Nietzschean, I mean, partly I'm getting that because he talks about Nietzsche. And there's a quote in The Victorious Mind where I quote him saying how he wishes, or he encounters certain people like Nietzsche and he wishes that he could meet with them and talk with them. But that line always stuck with me, that desire to have more than just the text. Not that I need it, but I see the human impulse in it. I don't totally share that need, but it's interesting that he talks about it that way. Because in a way, that's what we're doing when we make our products. We and it's Harold Bloom, I think, has this book called The Anxiety of Influence. And he talks about all these anxieties that creators have. And it's like one of those books that's like a nice listicle of the various anxieties that poets have and need to contend with in order to become their highest poetic self.
Yeah, for people unfamiliar, Harold Bloom is a really famous literary critic and I guess cultural critic to an extent. Wrote a bunch of books.
Yeah, he was very forceful and very wise, a lot of depth in his analysis. But Anxiety of Influence is a mercifully short book. But a lot of his books are quite long, and But he will teach you how to think about Shakespeare and other literature.
He sort
And
of defended, yeah, good.
well, he was interesting in terms of like business too, I think, because he would be series editor and he would just do endless series of books on various topics, but they would be written by other scholars, like chapters, essays, and so forth. But he would always write these introductions, and there's just so many of them. He's like superhuman. I mean, he must have had lots of assistants and so forth, but nonetheless, the productivity of that guy is just astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, there's so few people who have name recognition like that within whatever, literary criticism or whatever. So
Mm.
he was sort of the only option, I would think, right? I don't think there was anybody else. I don't think he had anybody at his level.
Well, Northrop Frye would come to mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. There's
He
a lot of competition.
and part of it was he was a defender of the Western canon, but from a sort of unusual, he wasn't like a classical Christian guy defending, it wasn't that. It was more of, I forget exactly what his defense was based on, but it was more of like an aesthetic thing, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I used to teach this a little bit in my film study stuff about genre, and I think maybe we went through it already. I'm not sure, but
I don't think so.
there's like genre, and then there's super genre, and then there's like the Oedipal genre, where you have these pieces of work that just transcend for whatever reason, and that reason can be to a certain extent reverse engineered. I guess another guy that comes to mind would be Frank Kermode. I think one of his books was called. Well, anyway, he wrote a book I think that's called The Canon, and so he was also a defender of these kinds of things. But yeah, you're right. It doesn't really have to do with the West. I mean, anyone with two nuts rolling around in their head would question the idea that there is a West in the first place. Like, is most of these Greek philosophers that are considered the West, they're not from the western part of Greece or even from Greece at all, right? Like, it's just such a bizarre condition to place upon the canon as being West. I don't know why exactly it works that way that they do that. But anyway, Frank Kermode would be another guy who talks about canon, and they're really at something more. There's a grain to the text. That would be Barthes. Roland Barthes would say, and he has a book called The Grain of the Text. And if you were to do an East-West division, what is different is that there's often like many, many, many more characters. Like in Mahabharata, right? There's not so much to seize upon from moment to moment because you're with this character and then there's that character and then there's this character and that character and this character and that character. And it's not as central to, and this is not a bad thing. This is actually a great thing. I love Mahabharata. It's like, oh, I take that over Odyssey and Iliad any day. And of course, Iliad is a counterexample here. Iliad has more characters. You put their death location on a map and it's going to be covered with pins. So it's not totally true. But as a general tendency, there's a focus so much on the individual that leads, and I think this is their ultimate argument for it, that leads to freedom, that leads to a conception of moving in the world that makes puts the I in universal, so to speak, or in university, right? So that it actually has debate. It actually has debate with depth or grain that can lead to conflicts that resolve into the creation without destruction, creation with preservation.
What are you talking about right now in terms of they?
I'm talking about what I think was different about Harold Bloom and some of these people who defended the Western canon or the canon as such, and they being the forces that are trying to demolish any sort of preservation or care or concern for something from the West. Not that that really means anything, but if there is a division, there are tendencies in literature that are less hero-focused. They're more communal-focused in literature. And
that's what you're getting at with the Mahabharata.
Well, it's an example. I mean, obviously, Arjuna is a central character, and it really quite has a lot to do with his thing. But by the way, speaking of him, the Bhagavad Gita, which is part of Mahabharata, is often taught as him being somehow taught enlightenment or whatever. But that's not quite true. In the opening of the Mahabharata, he actually has his awakening, and he forgets his awakening, and he has to be reminded to awaken. So taking the Bhagavad Gita out of Mahabharata is a very risky proposition. But in any case, there's a tendency to overload. Like if you get into like kung fu cinema, right? There are lots and lots of films that are just about many, many characters, like Crippled Avengers. Who do you root for? You have to root for the group, right? But the alternative, or the Five Venoms, like all these movies are just so focused on groups, as opposed to individual. And it's not that one is right or wrong, but I think that's part of what Bloom or these various figures, Kermode and all these guys are trying to show is, look, there's nothing wrong with having this central focus on things, on a hero. And you don't have to exclude all these other things, but people have seen it as that it has excluded these other traditions. But I'll bet you Harold Bloom could throw down on Mahabharata any day. I'll bet you he knew that thing inside and out. And he probably knew whatever the Red Book or the ring stuff from the Chinese tradition and all that stuff.
I thought you were referring to Jung's Red Book.
Oh, no. I mean, who knows what Jung knew? But no,
that's one of, I think, it's more esoteric things, but I haven't read it.
Yeah. I'm a bit weak on Jung, but when I read his mystical stuff, I kind of just think, oh, this is duality again.
Well, let me just give people a little list of Harold Bloom books. The Anxiety of Influence, the ChatGPT describes as in 1973 introduces his theory that poets and writers struggle against their literary predecessors. So there's this anxiety about, I think that's almost different from a lot of the anxiety today, where I think it's people are so anxious about what other people think about them, and they're sort of ignorant of the past, and they don't realize the giants that they're standing on the shoulders of. He's got his Western Canon book, 1994, most famous book, Genius, A Mosaic of 100 Exemplary Creative Minds. Shakespeare, The Invention of the Human. That's a really interesting one. The Book of J.
That's super interesting. I mean, if you're interested in Bereshit Bara and all the Old Testament stuff, Book of J is really interesting.
So that's sort of a sort of alternative interpretation of the Hebrew Bible. AI argues that parts of the Hebrew Bible, the Pentateuch, were written by a female aristocrat in King Solomon court. How to Read and Why encourages readers to engage deeply with classical literature. The Daemon Knows, Daemon, Literary Greatness and the American Sublime, 2015, study of great American writers from Whitman to Faulkner. And just so many things. And you really have to know a bit about Harold Bloom, because he was at the top of the...
Yeah, now that you mention it, other critics that come to mind is, maybe she's not so literary, but she still comes to mind, Martha Nussbaum.
Yeah.
Probably we would want to think about. And I think
Did you have a Susan Sontag book?
I don't. I'm not a great reader of Sontag, although she's a great reader of Artaud. I haven't totally gelled with her stuff.
I'm just looking at what Martha's key books are. The Fragility of Goodness, Luck and Ethics, and Greek Tragedy and Philosophy, 1986. Explores how Greek literature and philosophy, Plato, Aristotle, Sophocles, deal with human vulnerability, fate, and morality. Cultivating Humanity, a Classical Defense of Reform and Liberal Education.
You know, a good book that just comes to mind when I think of Martha Nussbaum is called Arts of Living, I believe, by Kurt Spellmeyer. And it's a interesting book in the sense that it was quite concerned about some years ago. I think it's got to have come out prior 2006. It's got to be like 2004 or earlier, or maybe 2005, something like that. I don't know when it was, but in any case, it is like a big signal. Like, man, there are forces trying to tear apart in universities the kinds of things that Harold Bloom, was so good at helping develop and institute. And he's not sure that he's really questioning, like, what is the value of this? Giving every single possible interpretation the same value as every other interpretation. Like, where is that going to lead? Those kinds of sorts of questions. And I remember even reading it at the time and thinking he was exaggerating a little bit, but not so.
Yeah. All right. So I think we were on this photo. I don't know if there was any other books here you wanted to say anything about. I thought the Inhuman Resources one was kind of interesting. Is that a novel or?
Yeah, that is an interesting novel. So my eyes fell upon this because one of this guy's books has a appraisal from Stephen King that it's, some thing that gripped him. So I was like, okay, let's see what this is. Not that Stephen King is a standard of mine to follow, but I've never seen him on foreign literature, I don't think. So I thought, well, maybe I should say that him doing Lars von Trier's The Kingdom was the only other sort of European thing that I'd seen King connected to. So anyway, I picked this up, and it is really good, that novel. It's kind of like the Welbeck style, where you just have egregious and intense social commentary that you may not agree with, but it's meant to get under your skin. And the hero here is literally exploring what it could mean to turn the human resources department into an inhuman enterprise. And it's meant to expose, the bizarre, contradictory, unhappy, unhealthy ways of society. And the beauty of it is because it's true literature, it's telling a kind of truth, which is that the hero's criticisms are as wrong as they are right. So it's just, you just don't get out of that feeling either good or bad, because it's not pulling any punches.
Okay. So was there anything else here that you wanted to talk about?
Only if health stuff is interesting, but nope.
Okay.
I mean, those kind of things where if you have an issue and you read these pop culture books with various things to say about healing psoriasis and so forth, those are well worth going through, but you ultimately always have to experiment. And the interesting thing to me about them is that comes to mind related to everything we've been talking about, or the themes that come up over and over again, is the limits on what's possible. So in a marketing sense, it's like, ooh, this is the new drug-free program that really works, right? But because there's only so many possible things that can happen in reality, it all collects in these buckets. It's like set theory applied to health. So really what you have is a recursion where you're revisiting the same themes over and over again, even though you're desperate to find some exception to the rule. That said, if you keep reading enough, you will find these little exceptions to the rule, and you will find these new things to try and so forth. So just by doing all kinds of experiments over and over and over again, I've made headway with what is quite a challenging condition, and it doesn't get better over time, no matter what you do, because age and so forth. So Yeah, it's the least interesting thing for me to study, but I've gotten a lot out of paying my dues anyway to deep dive into the condition that I have to deal with. And the carnivore code there. I mean, I paid my dues with the carnivore diet. Didn't work out for me. And the cruelty of the world is that there are all kinds of people that if you share this in your public space as a YouTuber or whatever the hell you want to call it, people will say, "Oh, well, you just didn't do it right." Right? And it's just how do you know? I mean, I've only mentioned it. I haven't written the book about what happened when I did that. And yet people just, well, you must have done something wrong because X, Y, Z and so forth. They tend to think that wherever they're at is the be all and end all explanation for where you could be. And so the lack of critical thinking in commentary world and how sharp those hooks are for my sensitive little fish mouth is quite interesting. But nonetheless, Carnivore Code is interesting. I have written a fair amount about it, and it will be in one of my books, but that was not a good idea for me. And not only that, but I don't think I've ever smelled my own breath until that I started to eat carnivore, full on carnivore, and it was not a nice experience at all. But I'm glad I did it anyway, even though I think I caused permanent damage that's probably undoable.
Wow. Um,
Think is a dangerous word in all things medical, but I throw it out there anyway.
there's Awaken the Giant Within.
Oh yeah, I love Tony Robbins. I
It's like a
don't.
newer edition.
Oh yeah, I got it since I was here in Australia, so probably I got that in 2017, 2018. But it was mostly his audio stuff that
Yeah.
I went through and benefited from. I saw him in Brisbane, and that was amazing. And the thing that amazed me about it was that it was happening at all because it was just this random.
UPW,
Sorry, what is UPW?
Unleash the Power Within.
No,
Name
no,
of Destiny.
it was a random thing where there was another business event going on, and they said, "Oh, Tony Robbins just is in Australia, and he announced he was going to stop by." So there was no planned thing in Brisbane. And I was like, "What
Oh,
the
wow.
hell?" And so anyway, I've got pictures of it, and actually the pictures are in the most recent video I just put on YouTube because it came up for some reason. Tony Robbins as a kind of example of an autodidact. But what I
What's the
haven't,
title of the YouTube video? Because this will come out later.
how to become an autodidact.
Okay.
I was kind of like thinking, oh, am I really going to share these pictures of me living goofy, trying to get him in a selfie with me? But nonetheless, the thing that blew me away about it, it's one of those weird moments where I think, oh my God, maybe there is a spiritual component to the universe, because it was around the time that I was still going through all this Sanskrit memorization.
Mhm.
And I spent lots and lots of time listening to Tony Robbins tapes and so forth. But never once had I ever heard him talk about Advaita Vedanta. But here he is, not only talking about it all of a sudden, but he's talking about studying in the very, very Chinmay ashram where this one teacher that I was reading a lot of was what had done a whatever you call it, a semester, but like 11 years of study at this particular ashram where Tony Robbins is now talking about him having gone to, and it was just like, what? Uh, in any case, I grew up on Tony Robbins. I mean, if I saw one of his infomercials on TV, I would watch the whole thing when I was a kid. It was more interesting to me than Knight Rider or whatever.
What were your favorite, or what are your favorite audio programs of his?
Oh, I don't even know what the titles are. I just had hours and hours and hours of them because they always have. I mean, there's a lot of repackaging of things that go on, but I've had so many things, and I had at one point Brendan Bouchard's bonus with him, and I
Mm.
don't know what that was called, but it was one of the most interesting things I ever saw because it was a Brendan Bouchard, how to be an expert kind of thing, And Tony Robbins was just like, I'll tell you how to be an expert. You just drop the whole idea because it's invented, right? And he went through his whole history and he told stories that I don't think he told, or, that's what they always say. And of course, hypnotizable me. I'm just like, yeah, you never told this before, of course. But meanwhile, this is the 89th time that he's telling it. But he talked about like the invention of Tony Robbins in a much more blunt and direct way. And and there's like a Canadian connection that I woke up to because I was like, oh, wow, this was in Vancouver. But, the Vancouver police like literally caused some kind of trouble because they were going to do firewalking someplace. And he just had to reinvent it on the fly and had all these people paying so much money and get new buses to take them to new locations and all this stuff. But he was drawing up this metaphor to point out that all expertise is invented in this way and it's constantly needing to reinvent itself. So there's a kind of nimbleness and dexterity to what's going on, and modeling. Well, I think we talked about it before. It's like existing competence, right? Your ability to actually complete goals is going to have a lot to do with your nimbleness relative to tapping into the resources that you have. And those resources are often more immense than you think if you actually do a critical thinking exercise to them. What else could this be? It's almost like Triz or something like that. I don't know what Triz is, but it's like Triz applied to.
Yeah, it never resonated with me so much, but I didn't put a huge amount of time into it, so I'm curious what you think of it.
Well, I think it's an ars combinatoria. It's a art of combination.
Oh,
Uh, I don't resonate with it either necessarily. Quite frankly, I don't resonate necessarily with reading Giordano Bruno. Giordano Bruno's commentaries on the Lullian memory wheels are torture to read, but who cares? The gems are still in there. I mean, we're talking, what's that movie? The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, or something like that. The Sergio Leone series, basically the trilogy. I mean, these guys just want the gold, and they will do whatever it takes to get it. So Triz, Ars Combinatoria, all those old books and so forth. I think that that's essentially part of what NLP, Tony Robbins' take on NLP is
Copia.
doing. Well, Copia is not necessarily self-helpy in that
Right.
sense of like, let's reverse engineer and model things. Certainly, Erasmus has a lot of quotes that he puts together in other works. But
So Ars Combinatoria is sort of self-helpy modeling.
well, yeah,
I'm not familiar.
I don't think there is a philosophy that does not come down to self-help at its core. And I think that the skewering of self-help comes from hurt individuals who aren't there yet. But analytic philosophy may say different, but even analytic philosophy has so much neediness in it because it has to compare itself against the evil continental philosophy that it is so much better than, or more true than, or more accurate than, or less fluffy, blah, blah, blah. But no, if you look into Ars Combinatoria and Ramon Lull, by the way, if you go around saying Lull, which I will do, people will be like, no, it's ye or you or all this because of the double L in Spanish. And
it's ELLEUL, right?
LLULL, yeah. And I asked a friend of mine who lives in Spain, and he was like, yeah, that's a U Street over there, and just like a street named after him. But I mean, in common parlance, I don't know. When Bruno changes, well, I don't know that he changes it or if it's what he's doing, but he often will call Lil Lully, right? And so is he meaning to have this UE pronunciation? I don't know. But in any case, Ars Combinatoria is literally a lot of things. And it's very difficult to say that it's this one thing, but part of it is definitely self-help in the sense that Lull wanted his people that were evangelizing for his particular takes on things to be able to answer questions and convince people about his religious convictions. So why have those religious convictions? What are you doing? You're helping yourself believe something that's unbelievable. Like a guy comes back from the dead after 3 days, and that is evidence of whatever celestial conclusion that you've had about the end of the universe or whatever, right? Like this is what the wheel was. And that wheel shows up in other traditions. It's not necessarily always a wheel, but there are charts that gurus have pointed to since time immemorial. And those charts reduce certain principles down to letters of the alphabet. And so, yeah, it's helping people figure it out, whatever it is that you're trying to get to in terms of a transformation or a new understanding or what have you. So that, I don't know what that Brandon Bouchard program was called, because it seems like it has a different name every time that he produces it. But if you can ever find this Tony Robbins bonus where he's talking about expertise, there is a kind of implied memory wheel, so to speak, of going through possible, and that's what NLP modeling is. It's like, what are these characteristics? How can we rapidly in our mind deconstruct it or reverse engineer it, and then put it in a new order that we're going to follow in order to create an effect?
Personal Power is Tony's most well-known program. And I think it's now Personal Power 2, where it's gone through multiple editions. But if people are looking for something to start with, that's his 30-day program that really made him famous on infomercials and everything else sort of came from that. Although a lot of it is, the recordings are informed or actually from some of his live events.
Yeah. The thing I would say about it is, at least the programs that I had when I was younger, when he says stop the tape and complete the exercise, I don't know if the new ones say that because they're not on tape anymore, but when he says stop the tape and do the exercise, and then he comes back on and he's like, hey, did you stop the tape? I'm trusting you and all that sort of stuff. Actually do the stuff, do the exercises. Because if you're the person who's not stopping the tape and not actually going through the exercises, you have no idea what you're missing. There's a logic to it that if the brain is real, it totally makes sense, because stasis conceals what action reveals, and your brain will send positive and negative ions here, there, and the other place that will lead you to things you can't even imagine unless that you're in motion. So
here's some more of your books. Your Memory Detective Junior series.
I just got part 5 back from the artist, so this project is about to be done.
Nice.
It has been one of the most painful things I've ever been through, and I mean it in every sense of pain, where having to send it back over and over and over again and explain things to people that don't use memory techniques, don't care about memory techniques, and get artists to just go over it and over and over again, and waiting and waiting and waiting. And anyway, it's got flaws in the sense that I had to pay attention to only so many details, and I missed later, like things like the hairstyle of the characters, and I'm like, yeah, that's it's kind of a weird hairstyle, but whatever, we're gonna go with it now because it's too late, because it would take another year to get it all redone. But yeah, I'm excited to see how that goes. The theory there, because people always ask me, what do you have for kids? What do you have for kids? Do you have anything for kids? When are you gonna have something for kids? And this is only marginally for kids. It's a Trojan horse for adults and teachers. And for all the adults and teachers who think they can't get it, that's who this is for. Because I don't think throwing any mnemonics at kids, unless they're 10 or so, is really going to make sense. What makes sense is some of the things that I've cooked into this book, or this series of books, for parents and teachers to learn to work with kids and to use the books to help them. But it's really so that my theory of educational reform is this: I'm not going to go around being, Ramus and try to reform education and say, and get killed at the, 1572 Bartholomew's Day massacre. But I think that if educational reform is going to happen, it's not going to be giving kids one more thing to do. It's going to be changing teacher certification. And if you can't walk into a room and memorize 30 names in 3 minutes or less, you shouldn't be in that classroom. Then you'll have trickle down mnemonics, so to speak, where the teachers will be able to do that. They'll easily see how it applies to everything, and they'll start to actually teach through demonstrations. And we have very small scales models where we know that there are teachers who use mnemonics, who teach their kids this, and they can actually help them because they themselves use the techniques.
But there's a lot of teachers who are just like, well, just tell me how to tell the students. No, that is the garbage, slippery slope. There's 6 kinds of slippery slope. I don't know which one it is, but it's just the endless repetition of the same. There has to be an intervention. And so I'm loosely working on it with my reality hat on, knowing that I'm not going to be an educational reformer. But if we're going to try, we're going after teachers and parents because they're the ones that need to reform because of implicit memory. So implicit memory is automatic learning. If kids just observe it, it'll imprint on them. You don't have to make them do stuff. But if you're doing it and you make it irresistible to them, well, I've seen it time and time again that parents who do this stuff, their kids are like, what? And then they want to learn it. And in many cases they do. And I've got pictures of, I got pictures of one guy's kid sitting in front of a dry erase board with the whole 00 to 99 PAO that kid wanted to create because he saw his dad go back to university as a veteran dealing with pain from the war, get 101% on his exams. And he's like, Dad, I need to do this. And he said, well, you need to know a 00 to 99 PAO. And so that's what they did. And then that kid wound up getting an amazing scholarship to a really good university in Florida. So that's—
I want to explain the PAO system.
I would be delighted because it's the most amazing mental technology I'm aware of, apart from the memory palace. But it is a kind of memory palace. There's not really a difference when you think about it. So if you have a consonant that you attach to every number, you can use those consonants to make words. So typically a lot of people use what's called a major. And so 0 becomes a soft C, S, or Z. 1 is a T or D, 2 is an N, 3 is an M, 4 is an R, 5 is an L, 6 is a sh sound. 7 is a K or a hard G. I don't use the hard G myself. 8 is an F or V. 9 is a B or P. If you really want to go for gold, 3 as an M can be turned upside down as a W, and 7 as a K can become a Y because W and Y are sometimes consonants. And a lot of French speakers apparently like to do it that way. In different languages, they'll rearrange it different ways. Anyway, to get to the 00 to 99 PAO level, rather than spontaneously creating words, like if someone throws a number at you like 97 and you're thinking, okay, so 9 has a P and 7 has a K, and you're coming up with something on the fly, which you can do, and that's fine. The alternative is just to instantly have Pac-Man for every 97. Then if it's 97, 12, you have Pac-Man and Tintin because 12 is now T and N, so that system. So you just build out from 00 to 99, and then you just are good to go for numbers. That's what I use to memorize a deck of cards because the 52 cards are assigned particular numbers, and then every card has a number. So then when I'm memorizing cards, I'm not really memorizing cards. I'm memorizing, oh, Pac-Man is doing something to Tintin, and that's happening in a memory palace. And there's more tricks of the trade to get even faster than I can do it, called the shadow. But shadow is basically based on this principle anyway. Now, the thing is, and this is really important and powerful, is that the 00 to 99 PAO is not just about memorizing numbers. It's bi-directional. So when I'm memorizing Sanskrit, and I will typically use an alphabetical association, but if I come across, or memorizing anything, it doesn't matter what it is, if I come across something and I can't quite come up with an alphabetical image, I'll just ask, what are the consonants? So I was just reciting something to you off camera, and it has the phrase phrasal anagram. So phrasal anagram is kind of hard to think, like, am I going to have the pharaoh? Well, I don't know any pharaohs. So actually, I do know Dave Pharaoh. I take that back. But anyway, let's just say I don't have like a f sound. Phrasal. Well, I can look at that, and in the system, that's going to be 82 because F for 8 and, 80 it's going to be because of the S, and then it's going to be 5. So it's going to be like 805. So now I can have my image for 80, which is usually Captain Kirk with a phaser set to stun. And then the L, I'll just do from a different system. So I'll bring together 2 mnemonic systems at the same time because there's like this hanging integer. So that's basically what it is. And it gives you a system for any number and any pair of consonants that you can now have an image for within really milliseconds if your brain goes that fast. Mine usually doesn't, and I'd have to like think, okay, no, sorry, that's 80, not 82, but whatever. It's really fast nonetheless. And the other thing that you can do with it is I like to have alphabetical memory palace networks where I have a memory palace for every letter of the alphabet when I start a new language or whatever. But I also like to have a 00 to 99 memory palace, and I have multiple of these. So if I know that that street over there, First Avenue, starts with the address 02, well, 02 for me is the image of the sun, because 0 is S, 2 is N. And I use Sunshine, specifically the Danny Boyle movie. So now that is the Sunshine area of the memory palace on First Avenue. Then it's 04. 04 is Sartre, the philosopher. 06 is a Métis Sash. 08 is Shiva. 10 is the Don't Tase Me Bro from years ago, and on, right? And then coming up the other way, we just have the odd numbers. And these are like statues. And Bruno has a book that we've passed by called 30 Statues. Each statue has a number of stations on it. I don't use Bruno's mock-up because he talked about 30 stations per statue, but I use 10. Those 10 stations that I use are themselves linked to the major. So 0 is the space above the head because 0 takes an S. Top of the head is T because 1 and T are linked. 2 is nose because 2 is N. 3 is mouth, and on and on. So if you know your major, you know where I'm going, because 9 is going to be the bottom of the feet, which makes sense because of B or P for 9. So now you also have an image on every person that you can link, because 0 can also be a number shape. It can be a donut. 1 can be a candle. 2 can be a swan. 3 can be handcuffs. 4 a sailboat, blah, blah, blah. So it could sound really confusing to people who have no idea about mnemonics, but it totally makes sense. And you can have multiple systems that you all use in coordination, and it really, really helps with remembering lots of stuff. Unfortunately, it doesn't get rid of, like, when you're tired or when you have some flare up of a disease or whatever. You can still get into brain fog problems or whatever. But overall, if the project is better memory, this is the stuff that's going to get you there. And some people can develop all of this in 2 or 3 weeks.
I don't know if you mentioned, I think people might be confused about the PAO part of it. At least my understanding of it is the person action object.
Oh, right. Sorry. I left that out because I don't really use that division. That division is a historical quirk. So person action object, I mean, I don't know. Do you want to explain it?
Well, I think it's just a way of creating a triplet where it's subject, verb, object. And so for English speakers, that makes sense to have, SVO, but they say action instead of verb. But it's really kind of a person doing a thing, and the people can be different celebrities. So it's just a way of creating a triplet or a sort of a tuple, and then having 3 things that are sort of, it solves the problem of how do you link those 3 objects together. It's sort of, by having that verb there, it's sort of, the verb connects the person and the object, and it simplifies that process of connecting mnemonic visual objects.
Yeah, it's in Bruno. To a certain extent, it's in Hugh of St. Victor. So the idea is quite old. However, it takes on this unhealthy, I shouldn't say unhealthy, but for me and who I teach, which are people who are not going to be memory competitors, it takes on a modular function in the 20th century and the memory competitor type books, or memory competitor type books that say this works for everything. And they turned it into an advantage that lasted for a while. Because when you're in the heat of competition, if you're following a system that has no wiggle room, if you can learn it, then your mind is just going to simply have an advantage in speed, because it's just like, that's a person, that's an action, that's an object, that's a person, that's an action, and an object. And some people will change it. They'll be like person, object, action, or they'll change it to just PA, person, action, get rid of the object, right? But what I thought, and this is what helped me the most with it, is just get rid of all that extra stuff and turn the person into the object that is the action. So 84 is a good example. That word F and R make fire. And I just thought in my mind, who is a person that is fire? And I thought, oh yeah, Chuck Norris in Missing in Action Part 2. There's that scene where he has a flamethrower and he burns down the bridge. So now the person is the action and the object at the same time. And that's really helpful, because all he has to do is do exactly what he does in my memory from watching Missing in Action 2 a dozen times when I was 9, And so that fire actually can encompass 3 or 4 things down the line and have a sort of
Yeah, so I think what might be confusing for people is that PAO is sort of a higher level container kind of thing, or that might not be the exact term, but the major system that sort of converts numbers into letters or numbers into consonants, that's sort of exists within it. So you have these empty slots for a person, an action, an object, and then within each of those slots, you use the major system to figure out, okay, I want to store 2 pieces of information, so it's going to be 2 consonants. I mean, theoretically, you could have a 3 consonant word and put 3 consonant word for person, a 3 consonant action, and a 3 consonant object, and you could store 9 digits that way. So theoretically, or they could be single, uh, a single letter for a person, an action, an object, and that would store a 3-digit number. So it's
some
just
people have 3 and 4 digits. Some people have 3 and 4 digit systems.
Yeah.
And I got my 3-digit system up to 245 or something like that. And I just realized this is dumb, because all I need to do is, if I have a 3-digit number, I just have, and I mentioned it earlier with 805, I think I was saying, for phrasal. I just have the image for 80, and then I take from the number shape system the 5, which in this case is a seahorse, because seahorses kind of look like 5s. So that deals with 4-digit numbers. Now, if it's, 3-digit numbers. If it's a 4-digit number, then I just use the PAO twice. If it's a 5-digit number, then I use the PAO twice, and then I draw from the number image system. So I just, it was like, why am I working on having these unique images for 3-digit numbers when actually I could just use 2 different systems? Now, there's a 4-digit system by a guy named Florian Deleuze. I don't know what happened to him. He was on my podcast, and that episode is still kicking around. And I believe he called his the millennial PAO or something like that. And he built it out to a 4-digit system. So he has all those unique images. And in a competition setting, I can see that having its sort of advantage. But then that was all surpassed by what's called the shadow. And the shadow is a bit difficult to explain. I ask the guys who use it, I explain my understanding of it, and they say, yeah, you understand it. But then I don't feel like I understand it. And I started to develop it for a while, and then I just thought, I'm never going to use this. But the shadow is...
It might be actually good to save this stuff for the mnemonics video, because we are getting...
Or talk to Lance or somebody like this who really nailed it. But it's fascinating anyway. And there's a way that I use an idea that comes out of it. Yeah, we'll save it.
Yeah. I just want to, I know a lot of people aren't as into mnemonics as we are. So,
but you're missing, I won't try to convince you, but man, it is combinatorial logic, and it will open up so many things like you never would dream possible.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing a video where we just go over the different mnemonics books, and there's so many of them that I thought it'd be best to kind of put them in a separate video. And then for people that are into that, they can, we can just focus on that. So I noticed this dictionary of obscure something. It's kind of obscure.
Obscure terms, they're obscure words. So, obscure sorrows.
Oh yeah.
I think that's connected to pataphysics in a way. He's just inventing words. So there's no word for this particular feeling or emotion, so I'll make one up. And I thought, I'll memorize some of this. And then I realized, actually, I don't experience any of these emotional things that you're talking about. I mean, I get it. I guess some people do, but I haven't found one word in there that I've actually wanted to memorize, including the title. I didn't memorize the title correctly.
What about the Plot Genie book?
Oh, that's cool stuff. So, the AI stuff that's going on, these are premised. Well, a lot of people think that there's a really good book that credits Ramon Lull in his memory wheel, Ars Combinatoria, with being the father or the early instance of artificial intelligence or computer programming software, etc. Because what is it? It's a combination, right? It's future pacing. this is the most likely thing that we're going to need. So you combine all these symbols and away you go. So this Hill guy here, he was like, well, we could apply that to plot. Long before he came up with this, there was a thing called, I think it was called the 36 dramatic situations by Gozzi or something like this, G-O-Z-Z-I, if memory serves. Some guy like that had this 36 dramatic situations, and they worked all this stuff out that you could study and then create stories very quickly if you understood what these situations were. Then Vladimir Propp had Morphology of the Folktale, where he has like all these functions of narrative. So I'm interested in it partly from my film studies stuff, partly from being a story consultant, partly from writing myself. But it's a combinatorial book. So basically what you do is you roll some dice, or you get a random number generated, and in a category, which would be, it doesn't use this term, but let's just say inciting situation or inciting incident, you'll have, I think it's 149 or 150 different possible inciting incidents. And so if you roll 58, it's going to be shadowy figure burns a factory to the ground, right? And then the next thing will be, and it's got its own sort of way of talking about the hero's journey. So it'll be, you know, gathering of allies or something. Let's say I'm skipping ahead, but you then have 150 ways to gather roll allies. If you do 78, it's going to be like Kung Fu Master. And then, so it's just a random plot generator, and you just get ideas from it. And a lot of them are really, really bad. But nonetheless, because you are playing around and you're opening your mind, you're just going to go in directions you would never go otherwise. So it's like writing stories by lottery in a way.
Yeah, I like that.
And, you know, like people in the computer world will find it too manual to mess around with stuff like that, but I think it's really great. That's that Dorothy Singer book that I thought was Sayers. I've corrected that in my mind now on Bruno.
Which one is it?
We were talking about how that Singer, she poo-pooed Bruno in that book for spending so much time on the Lolian wheels. And I just thought, you don't understand the first thing of why that was so important to Bruno. It's really
Is this book right here, the black one?
That's Seal of Seals, Sigillis Sigillorum, and then 30 Seals. So 30 Seals is Triginta Sigillorum, I think.
So which one is by the woman you were just talking about?
This green one here.
Okay,
basically
the green
looks like
okay.
Singer. That has his book on Infinite Worlds.
So what is the title of this? I'm a little lost.
I think it's Giordano Bruno and Infinite Worlds. I'd have to actually.
Okay.
Like I said, I stopped taking her seriously when she's like, Bruno wasted his time on Ramon Lowell's wheels. Just like, what? How is that even possible for a human to come up with? Yeah, Giordano Bruno, his life and thought, with annotated translation of his work on the infinite universe and worlds. So I just found a different translation, because somebody who thinks that, I can't take their translation seriously. I mean, that's actually really snotty. And if I was still at university, I would probably not say that. And I would say, oh, the scholar must know the counterfactual translation. But for my work, I don't really need to know what somebody who dismisses Lowell has to say or has to translate. And there are people who have translated it that do take seriously the Lowellian influence on Bruno. I don't think Bruno could have conceived of the mathematical stuff related to infinity without having done the combinatorial work. That'd be very strange to me. It'd be like saying Gödel could have come up with incompleteness theorem without having done math. Like, it's just, huh? I don't know. But anyway,
So we've been waiting for a while to get to the pataphysics book, and it's finally here. So maybe you could say a few words and kind of set this up.
So I'm not an expert on pataphysics, and there are a lot of people who will say different things about it. But part of it has to do with metaphysics and the limits of metaphysics, and it has to do with science and the limits of science, and it has to do with basically what do you do about the problem of problems that are not real, and then solutions that are not real. So imaginary solutions to imaginary problems. And
Do you know the etymology of pata?
yeah, it has to do with claw or the hand. I originally thought when I was just doing etymological thinking, it would have to do with feet, podiatry or what have you. But the important thing is that even if that etymology has some special meaning, the point is that it's an imaginary solution to imaginary problems. So pataphysics has a problem with science and metaphysics, but there's really no problem, right? Because the world's just emerging and it is what it is. And yet we're still lacking a procedure by which we can come up with solutions to our imaginary problems. So what would those solutions be? There's a guy named Alfred Jarry, and he starts to develop this, and it's in Dr. Faust Roll and Ubu Roi, which is like King Ubu. And basically it's a response to the trends that lead to surrealism. In some ways, I think it is a response to surrealism. And it's about, it becomes, how do we generate text en masse? And what rules can we discover to introduce more play or aleatory mechanisms into the production of literature, but also other things that we do in order to arrive at solutions? So that sounds all strange and weird, but one of the examples that we'll get to is Deinococcus radiodurans, which is a bacteria that basically will not die or has a chance to outlive the death of our sun. And Christian Book, who wrote Pataphysics, has gotten grants, written books. One of them is called the Xenotext. We don't actually, like, our science tells us that the sun will burn out, but we actually don't know that it will burn out. That's just what our science tells us, right? So the solution to this problem is an imaginary solution. How are we going to get something that outlives the death of the sun, right? Well, we have to use our science to imagine that it's going to happen in the first place. Science is not non-imaginary. It's not that it's not real, but its realness requires imagination in order to play out the exponential implications. So now, if we know that that's going to happen, what would be the imaginary solution that we could do to really have our literature outlive the death of our solar system, right? Well, it would be to find a bacteria, which exists. It's called Deinococcus radiodurans. And we will now figure out a way to get poetry into those cells. And we will have those cells on satellites that will go out into space. That's pataphysics. And Christian Book is doing it. Like, this is literally happening. Xenotext Book 2 is coming out in June, I think. And Xenotext Book 1 is glorious. The poetry in there is some of the most astonishing poetry I've ever read. And I think I sometimes misunderstand the project, exactly how it works. But I think phase 1 of the project was that they did manage to inject poetry that Book wrote into cells. And part of the idea was to see if they actually would interact to create a third spontaneous poem. And I think that actually failed. But some of this is like heavy lifting on my brain. So I'm going to, I hope I can one day interview him and have him at the bookshop and so forth. I have one of his pieces of art also. I actually have 2 that are going to be displayed there, and I'll probably collect more because his art speaks to all of this as well, the visual art that he does. But anyway, I don't know what's in Xenotext Part 2, but the project is continuing. And I believe right now some of his poetry is on a satellite in space. But that's the idea of it. And what has always attracted me to pataphysics is I believe that is what mnemonics are. Mnemonics are an imaginary solution to an imaginary problem. You do not know that you're going to forget. I'm always astonished. Like, I was the last time we were speaking, I was like, the poet hammers on the grim gate of Dis to demand of demons one night of rest, the right of each pilgrim to wait like a guest greeted by death at twilight. And I totally botched it, right? But I don't know that I'm going to botch it in advance. The mnemonics I used are an imaginary solution because they use the imagination to make sure that I don't botch it in the future, but I actually don't know how it's going to go. So it's aleatory. It's a play. It's a bet. It's a gamble. It's a dice throw, and it works way more often than it doesn't. And so, as I understand it, pataphysics is a very minor movement of people who do experiments to try to figure out imaginary solutions to imaginary problems. Oulipo is a very big one, which we will get to, I'm sure, eventually. Oulipo is like oeuvre de littérature potentielle, which is the work of the potential literature. They have things like anticipatory plagiarism, which I'm not sure I fully understand that concept. But I guess another way to think about it, and I've always thought about it as pataphysical, is in Star Trek, they had what now look like fairly savage and uncivilized cell phones. Well, now we have extraordinary cell phones that are a zillion times more interesting and powerful than what they were carrying around in Star Trek. They're little communicators and they're little weird iPads, right? Like we have used our imagination to solve that problem but would we have been able to if Star Trek didn't do that? And when I was a kid, I would go to the bookstore and they would have books that would explain to you the workings of the Starship Enterprise. And you would open it up and they would say, well, this is this many feet long. And, they would just all work it out. Well, working it out for what? What are we humans doing? What is this? What is this strange thing where we're actually making these diagrams of a fantasy spaceship as if that it could be built? Well, Elon Musk and team are catching rockets backwards. That's what we're doing. We're making imaginary solutions to imaginary problems. So I love pataphysics. It's one of my favorite things. That's one of my favorite books of all time. And it is something that will melt your brain in so many ways if you read it. And it gets into, things about how nations imagine themselves, how flags are in some way pataphysical. I don't know if he actually talks about flags, but that's where my mind goes when he talks about the mythopoetics of a nation and how we operate as nations to create borders and then we put little symbols on things and so forth. And the war hasn't happened yet, but we're putting solutions in place because we imagine that it will. So I find it a very exciting way of looking at things.
Something that I got from the sort of ChatGPT explanation of it is that it's a sort of parody. It's a sort of a playful parody on science itself and metaphysics. And it's sort of, to me, it seems like it's in line with some of the other critiques of the scientific method and of science that have, Thomas Kuhn's scientific structure of scientific revolutions, and stuff like that.
Some people have played it that way. I think that that's very shallow. And there's always somebody who's going to politicize things and turn it into political things. Alfred Jarry, yes, Ubu Roi. If there's an amazing version of Ubu Roi on YouTube. It's just one of the most fun things to watch in the world. There is a critique of conventional literature, how it plays out.
Could you spell that, Ubu Roi?
Ubu
Yep.
Roi. So it's like King Ubu, basically, in English. Yeah, watch that movie. I mean, maybe it's not everybody's cup of tea, but that's such a fun movie. There is a criticism of science, yes, but I think it is doing a form of science, so it's not so critical. It just depends on who's talking about it, and there's this kind of comes back to this Deleuzean tension between: are we going to say yes to things? Are we going to just be pure affirmation, or are we going to sit there and criticize everything to the teeth? And the reality is, in my view, is that those people who are criticizing it are very difficult to take seriously because they're using the very mechanisms they're criticizing in order to produce their criticism. So I don't really know what to make of it.
Sort of a performative contradiction.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't think anybody's free of contradiction, but nonetheless, I really don't get it. There's something to me, and I've talked with Christian about this, and I think we've mentioned it already. Like, why isn't it the case that more people feel, and I think actually maybe there are more people than I imagine, I just don't run into them, and the world is cluttered with certain kinds of books, and there's fewer kinds of the books and they're harder to find. But why is it that we don't think that we are the same as ChatGPT? Like, why do we think it's different than us? This is a tension in mnemonics as well. There's always this natural versus synthetic or artificial memory techniques. I don't get it. Where would you find this artificiality of memory techniques? Isn't the imagination the most natural thing in the world?
Sort of post-humanism.
No, I don't. Well, there has to be human in the first place. I just don't buy this. This is the whole thing. Why are we so hook, line, and sinker, deluded by our own impulse to categorize everything, as opposed to look at those ants. They're building this weird tower. What's going on there? And then see that that's what we're doing too. We don't necessarily know where the queen ant is. We don't even know that there is one, but we're behaving in all these ways. And to what extent is the negative or the negation, to use the philosophical term, actually necessary to the affirmation? And how can we be the affirmers? Because all of the negation in the world tends to only accelerate the affirmation. That's just how it seems to me. And it's so bizarre.
Is that sort of the dialectic?
Yeah, well,
Hegel.
Well, Hegel would be an interesting thing here because, as I understand Hegel, the oneness is kind of like what I'm saying. It's not necessarily that the oneness knows about us or that it's divided to us to such an extent that it's sitting there going, and everything's going according to plan here. Like there's no teleology in it. It's just pure becomingness, right? And that there are these kinds of dialectical trends and so forth. But I think the dialectic is a big problem. Yeah, Geist. I don't know. I mean, I think Nietzsche is the great corrective to a lot of this stuff, at least if we're going to talk about figures that are known. He just beware.
What does he say about the Hegelian dialectic?
Well, what he says about the dialectic overall is just this kind of, you need to be cautious, or you would do well to be aware of its seduction, of its religiosity, right? And the religiosity of it, despite the best efforts to make it clear to people that no, there is no there, so to speak. Yes, there may be a oneness, there may be an all, and so forth, but that doesn't mean we anthropomorphize it, right? And that would be the Nietzschean thing: is analyze the thing in you that's causing you to anthropomorphize. And if you can figure that out, then you can be much freer and stop yourself from doing it, which is, as I age, gets harder and harder to do, actually, because there's something about the brain aging seems to want more and more miraculous reasons why things should be the way that they are, and some mummy to take care of you for all the pain. But
for people that aren't familiar, anthropomorphize means to make human, or to make sort of anthro meaning man, morphize meaning shape. So kind of trying to put everything in the template of a human.
I think that the great, one day I should memorize it, actually, because it's so good. The great passage to look for in Nietzsche, I think it's 109 in The Gay Science. And he just says, beware of making a living thing out of the universe. Where would it stretch its feet? What would it eat? It's so funny how he asked that question. And then he extends it to how that what is happening is the exception of exceptions. And yes, we can think of the universe as having this symphonic, orchestrated aspect to it, but beware of doing that, right? And it's just such a glorious, glorious passage.
It sort of reminds me of the in Exodus, one of the 10 commandments, thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image or any likeness of anything that's in heaven above. it's got a similar sort of idea of what should be sacralized and avoiding sacralizing the wrong things, or in Nietzsche's case, maybe anything.
Well, yeah, I don't think he's making it verboten. He's just saying, notice that this is a thing that humans do. It's human, all too human, to quote him by title. So, I mean, that's a tough thing because it sounds wishy-washy, right? But Nietzsche's against system, and that's part of the Hegelian problem, right? Is that it becomes now that there's a system by which that we can derive a certainty that our idea is correct about this, right? And so
Yeah.
Nietzsche's kind of like an anti-system guy in that sense. They just beware of the system because the system is now going to lead to an anthropomorphism because we humans can't stop ourselves from seeing the human in everything that we do.
There was a quote that came up in my interview with Alexander Arguelles a few years ago. Man is the measure of all things. And that's from Protagoras, 490 to 420 BCE, a pre-Socratic sophist. And that's a famous kind of expression of that, of a similar idea of kind of, we tend to want to measure things or compare things to ourselves.
Right. Well, Ezra Pound got a wake-up call and he wrote The Ant's a Centaur in his Dragon World. So
Can you explain that?
Pound.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Yeah, it's in one of the Pisan cantos, maybe 77 or 79. And Ezra Pound, when he was in prison in Pisa, which is when the Pisan cantos were written, he wound up there. Yeah. He wound up there because he was in Italy and he somehow got on the radio and was spouting all kinds of nonsense. And he was probably manic depressive or something like this. But they lock him up and then he starts to reflect on all this. And I think also in that poem, it's like the ant's a centaur in its dragon world. Pull down thy vanity, right? And so basically what he's saying is, as big as you think you are, you're just an ant, right? And the ant is not anthropomorphizing, but animal for morphosizing or something like this. Like the ant is making the centaur, but the centaur is in the dragon's world. So it's like whatever it is, you need to, the answer is to pull down thy vanity, to work on your ego, to dissolve it or to manage it or whatever. Because no matter how big and strong you think you are, there's a bigger and stronger thing that's going to crush you. And he could have gone further and just said, and by the way, that dragon doesn't even have a brain. It's just an actual robot that nobody designed. It's a robot with no maker. He doesn't go that far, but he's an interesting character study to learn about, where people go wrong, but then they learn a lesson at the end. And he was quite humbled, I think, at the end, especially they put him in St. Elizabeth's for 12 years, I think, after the Pisan stay. So The Pound Era by Hugh Kenner is a really, really good book about that.
That reminds, sorry to go back to the Bible again, but Ecclesiastes 1:2, vanity of vanities, saith the preacher, vanity of vanities, all is vanity.
Oh, I have no sorrow in going back to the Bible.
King Solomon.
Wisdom is wisdom wherever we can take it. It's not necessarily my preferred source, but I find lots of interesting things in all these texts.
Ecclesiastes is kind of like, I would say in some ways, the most similar to Nietzsche's works, where it's more the sort of tweet length, or what are they called? I'm blanking on.
Aphorism.
Aphorisms. It's the most kind of aphoristic of all the books of the Bible. And it's got a lot of these sort of King Solomon's aphorisms, you could almost say.
It's funny aphorisms come out. Yesterday I was like, man, I got to get good at writing aphorisms. So I wrote a couple on Twitter, and I've never had so much engagement in my life. Oh, sorry, I'm supposed to call it a post on X, but whatever. I've never seen so much engagement. I was like, so I'm just thinking, now how am I going to make the next aphorism I write just as successful, if not more so? But that was weird. That was kind of
what about this Dying for Ideas book?
That came up in my Bruno research, and this is, if I was still doing my Myth of the Sick Poet dissertation research, this would be in there, because Bradatan basically when he gets to Bruno, he kind of turns him into a clown, and must be something wrong with Bruno's brain, and da 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 da. I don't know if I am just a sensitive little flower when people criticize Bruno. I criticize Bruno. I think but I just think it's sort of missing the point. It's putting too much on Bruno and not enough on the realization that he had that Bruno is irrelevant. It's a tendency. It's a kind of thing in memory that keeps coming back due to imprints. And when people realize that about themselves, well, as Bruno said at the end, when they put him to the stake, he said, "I think you are more afraid of this conclusion than I am."
Mm.
And I haven't read as much as I have of his stuff. I take him at his word that he's maybe not happy about it, but he's in a Spinozan sense. He's quite convinced that it's the information in him that lives, and he is irrelevant to it. And how could he not be, knowing what he knows about infinity? He'll be back, but not necessarily in the same way. And that's Spinoza's sort of conclusion. You think not on death, right? Because whatever is in you came from the same place it's going to go to the next time and the next time and the next time. So I think Bradatan, unfortunately, turns Bruno into a character that's not reflected in the text. But it's a survey of people who die for ideas, not necessarily any sort of deep dive into any of them. And it kind of suffers overall as a result.
How many different people does it cover, roughly? Like a dozen or several dozen?
Yeah, it's in the region of maybe less than a dozen.
Okay.
But it's a political book. He has an axe to grind.
I mean, it sounds almost like a book of martyrs.
No, I wouldn't go that far, but
Okay.
certainly it's got martyrs in it. But to think of Bruno as a martyr, I think is problematic. In any case, that's why I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's got a very standard conclusion that is in a lot of books. I didn't find the unique take on it that I was hoping to find in it. And like I said, without getting into the exact politics, I think it's a product of its era, and it's a kind of signaling to other scholars that he's on their team. Basically, that's what I got out of it.
Okay. What about this awful art book?
That is just a collection of, I mean, it's one of these fun novelty books, and it's just pointing out to various examples of art that's really awful, according to the author. So, it's those things that they have around the cashier open for a last sale. Ooh, what's this?
So there's the book that we were talking about before.
Yeah, this is really good if you're into mnemonics. The Seal of Seals is a Tony Robbins book. So that's Bruno putting on his Tony Robbins hat and giving you a self-help speech. Don't drink, that kind of stuff. Eat well. But it's more like philosophically nuanced in the sense that he thinks that there are contractions. There are certain things that will contract you to really, I mean, it's maybe Hegelian in a sense that it will decontract if certain things happen, and there'll be a more open freeness and so forth. I'm waiting on another translation that should have been with me already. It was a Kickstarter, but it'll get here eventually.
And here's your forthcoming book
There it is.
that we've been talking about.
Yeah, I hit the 50% point in my editing and yesterday, and it's
Nice.
a constant battle of like, man, this is so stupid. This is going to ruin the first thing versus, oh, this is going to be so cool if I pull it off.
What kind of pen is this?
It's a red one. I'd have to go and get it out of my book bag to tell you.
But it's nothing special. It's not like.
Even if I went and got it, the white has frayed off so much that I wouldn't say, but pretty much, with the exception of one mechanical pencil, every pen and every pencil here has just been sourced by my wife. I'm not particularly precious or
I use the Uniball. It probably isn't going to focus, but I use the Uniball Vision Fine And I've been using the exact same pen for probably 10 plus years. And so I know some people will wonder, hey, what kind of pen is that?
Well, I always used these Faber mechanical pencils till I moved to Australia, but they're just too difficult now
Mhm.
to get replacing. And that's the only time I've been beholden to a particular pencil. But I really liked it. And it had like it has a sharpener in the edge, and then you always replace it with these. But I don't know why, but things in Australia, they fall apart, they get rusty, there's sweat everywhere. It's just a different thing here. But even then, I was not necessarily beholden to that pencil. I would just write with whatever I wrote with.
So it's hot, but it's also humid.
It's very humid. It's hot. Books take on a smell very quickly
What?
that I'm not a fan of. I used to love used books, but I bought maybe one or two used books since I've been here. They they get stains on them. They go yellow. They're very stinky. I can't go into used bookstores because it really bothers my lungs.
What's
Things
yeah,
you'd be well off visiting the place before you actually just move there, but I didn't do that this time. Normally I do that before I move, but here no.
what company do you use to do these are is this self-published, self-printed, or Amazon printer, Great Space, or
Yeah, so basically it winds up being with Ingram in the end, but
okay.
I I get Amazon to do the ones that I'm going to scribble in.
Mhm.
And one of the reasons why is because for reasons I'll never understand, Ingram will not print my books if they have any kind of image in them that doesn't fit 300 DPI or whatever. And when I make my own DPI sized stuff, it never works. So I just wait until I've finalized the book and the designer has everything tickety boo. And if they don't, then I can go back and send them the message from Ingram. Um, but yeah, I don't think any publisher will touch this series. And one of these days, I may work on getting a book published. One of my books that has gone through developmental editing, the Brianna was her name, the developmental editor. She said to me, "Please, please, 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 please go to a big press. You should get this book done by somebody who can get it much wider than you can on your own." And I said, "Are you kidding?" And she really argued for it. So I just did my sort of angry, no, that's never going to happen thing. And then I thought, well, maybe I should follow her advice because her advice on editing this book was very good. So lo and behold, I put together this proposal and I start hearing back from these agents who want to look at the book. But they all said exactly what I know, which is this is good, but it's not going to work on the popular market. And I was like, thank you, I know. And but that was really weird to me to have like a 50% batting average that I heard back from 50% of the agents, and they all wanted to look at it, even though they ultimately was not anything they were going to represent. That was really wild. So that kind of opened my mind to possibility. But I'm a
Who
bit of a
knows? Maybe
Nietzsche.
they'll want to buy the sequel if it does well.
Well, this is not a novel, but it is a sequel. Actually, it's a sequel to the
Oh,
Victorious Mind. This particular book, it's not really a sequel, but it's sort of basically the premise is Victorious Mind was great, but the universe seems to have wanted to see just how victorious this mind is, because very shortly after Victorious Mind went out, my problems got a lot worse, and my lips started to crack with angular cheilitis. We couldn't figure out what the heck was going on. It took a good 2 years and a move to to heal and to have stability where my lips won't crack. But and then I started doing like really wild experiments, quite different than carnivore diet and so forth, which was part of the experiment that I did to try to get to the bottom of it. But anyway, I think that the editor is right. If I keep pushing, it will get picked up by a major press. Or at least she wasn't right at the time, because that was before the presses were hiring authors for rights to feed their books into
AI.
AI, large language models. So I don't know what's going to happen, but I to me, it's even if it is, I know personally several people who have big publishers and so forth, and it doesn't do the things that one would hope. It certainly creates a halo effect in some cases, but you still have to do astonishing things for for them. And then the scrutiny that you wind up with, and people saying, no, this can't be in your book because X, Y, and Z. With Victorious Mind, I had, go ahead.
Could you explain briefly what a developmental editor is?
Yeah. Well, they can be different things depending, but typically a developmental editor is going to help you develop things by seeing your blind spots and being kind of like a reader's advocate and essentially saying this part is underdeveloped. So develop this. They're not catching typos. They're not doing line edits or anything like that.
But they don't come in until you have like a pretty full draft.
No, though you could hire one to look at an outline.
But you don't do that, or you didn't do that.
No, I had a developmental editor on the Victorious Mind also, and there was an opportunity to get that published by a press, but they said to me, you will have to remove this opening. And I said, are you kidding me? That's the thing that's going to make this book meaningful to people. And so I said, no. And I was right, because the TEDx Talk version, which is essentially me reciting the opening and the ending of the book, it's like 4 million views or something like that.
Wow.
And they wanted to memory hole that stuff because people want a good feeling and feel happy when they open a book. No, they don't. They want to feel an emotion. It doesn't. Anyway, I just hire my own developmental editors because I do need a big press. I mean, that would be very useful, but at the end of the day, I don't think with my ego being as big as it is, I don't think I could handle having on my soul a book that I put out that was mutilated by the opinions of some press. I mean, I did a internship for Bloomsbury, which was wild. That was an amazing experience. And that also kind of turned me off ever spending too much time on trying to find a traditional publisher.
Mm-hmm.
It's heartbreaking, the things that happen in traditional publishing land.
Yeah. Here's a Christian book.
Yes. That one is so great. He won the Griffith Prize, I think it's called, which was quite a big thing at that time. And I got a second copy because I had a signed one back in the day, and I had this weird idea. It's like, wonder if I could actually get back my signed copy. And I've only tried once, but I want to avoid building a quirky habit where I'm that guy that buys every copy of one book. But I tried an experiment just to see if randomly I could get back the copy that I had signed. But that book is pataphysical in the sense that it's Eulipoian in the sense of potential literature. So he uses very, very strong constraints. And one of the constraints is called a lipogram. No, sorry, this is not a lipogram. Lipogram would be removing a letter. So George Perec in Avoid, he avoids using the letter E completely. Here, each chapter has to have words that only have one vowel. So in the A chapter, the opening is awkward grammar appalls a craftsman. A data bard is daft as Zara, damns stagnant art, and scrawls an alpha. A slapdash arc and a backward slash that mars all ballads and jams all stanzas. What a scandal. A madcap vandal crafts a small black ong, a hand stamp that can stamp a wax pad, that at last plants a mark that sparks an ars magna, an abstract art that charts a phrasal anagram. A pagan skald chants a dark saga, a Mahabharata as a papal cabal. Blackballs, all annals and tracts, all dramas and psalms. Kant and Kafka, Marx and Marat. A law as harsh as a fatwa, bans all paragraphs that lack an A as a standard hallmark. It's so good. And I managed to get through that with only one little slip there. But I don't know, I have to read it back and see if I got it all. But just a small taste of another one where only I is used in the vowel structure. It's like homophonic, right? But it's homophonic with these wonderful little twists because of the way that vowels are not always pronounced the same. So in the I chapter, it begins, writing is inhibiting, sighing I sit, scribbling in ink this pigeon script. I sing with nihilistic witticism, disciplining signs with trifling gimmicks. Anyway, I'll stop while I'm ahead. But if you see that, hear that switch, writing is inhibiting, sighing I sit, scribbling in ink this pigeon script, I sing with nihilistic witticism. Now I could say nihilistic witticism, but you have that choice to make it an E, even though it's an I. I don't know. I haven't asked him if he has any strict performance rules or whatever, but it's one of those books where I think that would be cool to memorize the whole thing as a performance, because each chapter tells a story and there's other rules that he imposes on it so that it's quite something. There's a reason why it won this big prize.
And it's sort of got like a Finnegan's Wake vibe.
I wouldn't have gone there in my mind, but that could be played out, I'm sure.
So this, I guess we can talk about the books first.
Sure. These are the magic books I'm working on now. And the one in particular I'm working on, if people want to see it performed, in Ortiz, that's Darwin Ortiz. Darwin Ortiz is an amazing thinker. One of his greatest books is called Designing Miracles, which I don't have anymore, and I should. He died recently, which is very sad. But $1 Billion Brain is one of the tricks in there that I've worked on quite a bit. And if you look that up on YouTube, you can find a performance. I think the only performance actually is by a guy named Craig Petty. And the thing about it is that I've managed to screw that trick up and still come off looking like I have $1 billion brain. So it's quite something, but you do need to have a deck memorized to do it. Confident Deceptions by Ladany there. That's he's a memory deck guy, or mem deck. Alan Ackerman, he's a mem deck guy. Let me think if I can see if I can reconnect with this word. It's something like tetradistic. He uses tetradistic stacks, but that might not be the right word, but it's something like that. And Alan Ackerman is some kind of angel or god on earth, because he not only understands, I think he was a computer programmer or something like this. He understands math like crazy, but he's also the kind of monkey stuff that he can do with his hands. If you just watch how he holds a deck of cards, it is insane. He's quite old, and he's still, I mean, I shouldn't say he's quite old. I don't know. Maybe he would take offense at that, but he seems like he's reaching his 80s or something. And looks very, very young, even though he's of this age, and he's still cranking out YouTube videos, showing his magic, and he's in bars and stuff like this. And it's just such advanced stuff. Anyway, all in, he's really all in. And that is really pushing the limits of my skill.
And so this,
So I should mention that's Vanishing Ink, and Vanishing Ink is a really great magic company by Joshua Jay and Andy Gladwin. They've done amazing things. And right after, I shouldn't laugh, it's not funny, but right after that book came out, their warehouse burnt to the ground, and many, many unique magic artifacts disappeared in a puff of smoke. But everybody's safe. Nobody got hurt, so that's good. And the top changes by Magic Christian, and I'll never forget the first time I saw someone do a top change. And I just thought, what is that? And then you learn later, and it's just like, oh my God. So that's one to master for sure. Because
what's the blue mat for?
that's for working with cards. So it's like a casino table feel. And that is the mat that I've had probably since 2006. Carried it with me all over the world. I didn't take a picture of it, but under my desk, I have what's called the emergency paycheck. And that is my magic kit or my magic case. And I have a show ready to go anytime. These days, and I haven't tried it, but back when I did it, like card machines and all that stuff were around, but cash was very, very prevalent. But these days, I don't know how I would busk, because I'd have to like buy a thing for people to pay with a card. But magicians do it. They now have cards where you can tip them and so forth. But yeah, that emergency paycheck is always good to have. And when I was on tour with my band, I did 2 shows every night. I always performed magic for the guys in the after party. So it was quite a lot of fun. Spinoza's Religion, that's a very good book. Really good. For people interested in memory, it's quite good, because she constructs an argument by which she points out what she thinks Spinoza has in mind for you to remember what he's saying. And of course, Spinoza wrote a book about learning that I think we mentioned before, it was never finished in his life, but it's a quite a good book for people interested both in Spinoza and in memory.
You know what it's called? The book on memory, book on learning by Spinoza.
I haven't committed it to memory. I haven't even fully read it. It's on my to-do list. I might do a video about it at some point and so forth. Right now, I'm doing this. Go ahead.
I have here a treatise on the emendation of the intellect, Tractatus de Intellectus Emendatione.
Yeah. At first glance, I was just looking through it to see if it had any mnemonics in it. But ethics is kind of structured as a kind of mnemonic device in a way, if you follow his recommendation. Well, it's not clear to me that it is a recommendation in ethics, but the way she describes it, the assumption is that when he says, point 1A in section B or something like that, that you're actually going to go back every time that he refers to it, thereby not only participating in his philosophical system, but actually remembering it. So I may go reread ethics and actually try to follow that, see what happens to my brain if I do. Although,
I mean,
so many things have happened to my brain from reading Spinoza, I'm not sure I can handle anymore.
yeah, I think that numbering kind of pattern tends to be, I mean, the numbering for the Bible wasn't part of the original text, so it was added later. I think even the chapters are not, the chapter separations within the books of the Bible are not original to the manuscript. So the numbering system was added later on as sort of a reference grid. And sometimes I get the sense that some of these big philosophers who sort of create a religion or create an ideology that enough people follow, they either create their own numbering system or their followers sort of create a numbering system so that it can be referenced in a similar way that the Bible is referenced.
Yeah, that can be that. Although that makes me wonder why Nietzsche didn't do that in Zarathustra. But there's a chapter system, but I don't think there's any version where he numbered the actual verses. But yeah, that's an interesting observation. I don't know. That can be, but the idea that of the numbering system, I mean, we have to think the Bible versus Tanakh and all that sort of stuff, because who knows? There's a whole history to explore there in terms of Talmudic commentaries and so forth. But yeah, I can't imagine the first people translating from oral to written immediately having a number system. Although who knows? I mean, the Gematria, its history, I don't know if it was immediately always a number, alphabet, image. I mean, back to PAO, person, action, object. Gematria is very close to like animal or object number, so that
What is Gematria?
that's the Hebrew alphabet. And when you're using it as a number system,
Oh, yeah. Yep.
you call it Gematria. But, like Aleph or the A is like an ox's head, right? It's meant to be an ox's head. And then it's also 1. So as you proceed through that alphabet, it has a numbering system. I think I half dreamed this, half read it. So this is probably not super accurate, but there's something I read at some point in grad school where they were talking about the mnemonic properties of the Tanakh. And basically a student was saying to a rabbi, how am I going to remember all this stuff? And the rabbi said, son, you must become a serious student of the alphabet. The implication being that the serious student of the alphabet never treats it as an alphabet only. It's also a number system, and it's a mnemonic system that is bidirectional, as we discussed before. So I might even be able to track back to where I where I may have read that, but I wouldn't be surprised if I misread it. Sounds like a cool story anyway.
Definitely sounds right to me. I had a mentor who was really into that, kind of the mnemonics of the Hebrew alphabet. And I think from sort of a computational or mathematical point of view, these, or I don't know if it would be set theory or what exactly category theory, but like an ordered list of things, whether it's numerals or letters, it's sort of fundamentally the same thing at a high enough level of abstraction.
Yeah. This, like, if we were doing pataphysics or Eulipo kind of stuff, like one question that would circle back to something we were talking about before with like Zeno's paradox, right? Would be, how could we build an alphabet between the alphabets? What potential literature could we create, or what mechanism of production could we create that would visualize every letter between A and B, or every sub-letter between A and B, knowing that we would never actually reach B? What would be that machine? And so an artist might think, oh, that would be a great way to program something for an exhibition where you would show A mutating on its way to B and just have infinite combinations where it never actually quite becomes B. You could write that program. That would be like a pataphysical kind of experiment. So I thought of doing this project, and I realized how boring it would be to read. But see, the people in Eulipo don't care whether it's boring or not. It's research into potential literature. So I never did it because I would be bored. But I thought it would be a cool thing to take the English dictionary and add kite to everything at the end. Because in German, you have kite words at the end. So like Zerbrechlichkeit. Zerbrechlich is fragile, and then Zerbrechlichkeit makes it like fragileness or something like that, right? Fragility. So now if you take the word and then you have like and kite. So the andness. And then you take whatever. And I just thought that would be, but I never did it because I could, see that it's not my bag to sit there and produce those things.
Here's the Quran, and it's got English meanings and notes. So what does that mean? Like, what does that add to the just sort of original text?
Well, it's commentary essentially.
Commentary.
And yeah, it's a decent piece of work.
How did you come across this edition or this translation?
Well, I just handed out at a table on the street.
Oh, wow.
And that international group there produces it. So that was in Brisbane.
So Minority Report, this is what the movie is based on?
Yeah, and it's a very, very good story. It's quite different in several ways, but the genesis of it is quite nice. And I am ambivalent about Dick, but super interested about a particular aspect of his career and also his use of Bruno, which to me is something I'm partially, going way too deep on because of my own agenda. But he does mention Bruno, and in Dr. Blood Money, which we passed by at one point, there's an implied memory wheel. And so one of the characters, actually Dr. Blood Money, his name is Bruno. And then later there's a woman named Mrs. Lull. And if you think about how that novel works, Dangerfield, I think, is the guy in the satellite. And he's playing radio to people in the satellite. And the satellite is going round and round and round. And he's basically playing the role of a memory, a guardian of memory. And this is a wheel. It's a memory wheel going around the world. And so to me, the idea that he has these characters named Bruno and Lo just can't be an accident. Certainly not when there's a circle implied in that way. And there are other mentions of Bruno and ripples of this throughout the Dick work. So I've been mining for all the references for a project. Also, because Dick had that experience with xenoglossia, that's quite interesting to me from a memory perspective. I don't know how well that was ever tested or documented because, people can say all kinds of stuff about languages that they spontaneously been able to speak, but it's quite interesting. And then basically he had in Valis, which we'll talk about because it's in my top pile. It's a very interesting novel that gets into what it's like to have non-dual experiences.
What about this book here, The Art of Rivalry?
Well, that's quite good. I got it because of Francis Bacon and his rivalry, because he was quite a character. I don't know if you know Francis Bacon, the artist.
Not too much.
He was a character, quite contentious with a lot of people. Anyway, there's various rivalries, Lucian Freud and people like this. I only focused on the Francis Bacon part, but I breezed through the other rivalries, and it's a highly readable art history book.
What about the Greed book?
Yeah, Jelinek. So she, I believe, won the Nobel Prize for Literature, and that is kind of a detective novel in a way. It involves a corrupt cop, and it's written in a quite nuanced voice. So I don't know what people would get out of it, but it's one of those books that's hard for me to read because I want to stop and like think about these turns of phrase. So there's so many good turns of phrase. So yeah, if you like pyrotechnics in language, she's good to read. That Osterland, he's a very good mentalist. I sometimes do a thing from that book, which I did with Nelson Dellis when he was on my podcast, and it worked, and it was really, really wild. Even remote magic. So that's quite fun. I like Richard Osterland a lot. He uses memory techniques, and really wonderful. The Experience Machine by Andy Clark is well worth reading for people who are interested in the brain. It's a lot about the predictions that the brain as a kind of predictive mechanism.
Is this a pretty new book, or?
It's fairly new, yeah.
Okay.
Andy Clark overall is a really great thinker, philosopher of consciousness. So I would recommend him. Those Buddhist monk stories are really great. That has a passage in it where it talks about I didn't memorize the exact line, but it's an epigraph in Vitamin X where it says, it's from Kinko, and it says something to the effect that I have heard that the great palaces were often built with missing rooms, and the books of the wise mystics are sometimes like that too.
It's
really great. Oh, the Monty Dwyer book there is quite interesting to me. On the previous shelf, he is so red in the center there. He's an indie author, and I believe he had been a journalist. Anyway, I met him in a shopping center in Australia, and he just sells his books around Australia. He has a truck, and he carries them all over the place. And it was a great way to get more familiar with Australia, because it's not mainstream press, all self-published, but from someone with a journalist background. So well written. He's got quite a characteristic voice. He's very opinionated, and yeah, it was great to meet him and just talk to him and see how he promotes himself. I don't know how much it costs to set up shop for a couple afternoons in a shopping mall, but I've seen him a few times over the years. Just have random meeting, and I try to get something every time.
The subtitle there is, I think, Steubenville.
Yeah, something like that.
Consequences of Isolation.
Yeah, so he, it's almost like a documentary in a book. He picks a theme, spends some time in the area. There's another one that I have where he studies the RV culture. So a lot of people living in RVs that just move around Australia. That's quite good. And he just does character studies in that one, talking to people, telling their stories.
So I think this is Steubenville, Ohio. I don't know if it's.
Oh, no, he's talking about Australia. In my memory, I don't remember Ohio being part of it.
Okay, so there's a city or a town called Steubenville in Australia.
Yeah. There's a Berlin in Ontario too, but I never refer to that one when there used to be a town in Ontario called Swastika, but they changed it at one point, for reasons you can imagine.
Yeah. I don't know. Steubenville rings a bell for some reason. So that's what I was trying to figure out what I was thinking.
Yeah, it's about regional Australia, hence the title, red in the center.
Does red? I think the association I was making is like red as in Republican or conservative, which Ohio is sort of, that's where Vice President Vance is from with his hillbilly elegy. So that's kind of what I think the association I was making. And but is that not? Is it very different in Australia?
Red in Australia refers to a couple of things. One is that there's a lot of red sand in Australia.
Okay.
Red is also one of the official colors of the Aboriginal flag. So, yeah, anyway, I'm just refreshing my memory by looking at the product description on Amazon. And
well, I mean, is this art? Aboriginal art?
I don't know what you mean by art, but it
looks like a painting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you're looking at, but
this right here.
Oh, your screen. Oh, have I pressed a button accidentally? There we go. Oh, on the side there. Yeah. Yeah, that's art.
Okay.
There's more than one edition of that book, so I think so. I'm looking at a different cover, but it doesn't show the spine. In any case, I didn't do a deep dive analysis of the actual art itself, but as with the RV book, he's just going and talking to lots of people, seeing what projects they're up to, how they're dealing with the various issues that are in these remote areas of Australia and places I haven't yet visited yet, and maybe I never will. And it's just he's a great writer. I don't have that journalistic flair for writing, and journalism, or people who, whatever era of journalism, they tend to have a really tight, concise, but yet still immersive thing. And he's old enough to be, maybe influenced by Hemingway. I'm just guessing, but it has that kind of feeling to me. So,
what is this light on pranayama?
So pranayama is a breathing practice. So I've done a lot of study into breathing, and that's a good book to get a written version of various practices, kumbhaka and these kinds of things, breath holding. Really good to hold your breath at least a little bit. We went past David Nestor's Breathe before, which is another book on breathing. I've got quite a few, not that many, but a fair amount of, is that what it was? David Nestor? Oh, sorry, James Nestor, Breath.
Sort of reminds me of the book When Breath Becomes Air. I don't think you have that, but it was in another library we toured recently.
I think I've seen that book, but I never picked it up. I think that has to do with a surgeon or something, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think either he was dying or he was talking about the death of patients and just sort of like the experience of it.
Yeah, I'm not so much interested in air. I'm interested in breathing and the effects of
Yeah.
breathing for meditative and health purposes, and really working on my daily breathing, learning kaki breathing and all these things has been huge for me. That's another Richard Osserland for people that are interested in mental illusions.
There's the Nixium cult.
Yes. That's research for vitamin X. Vitamin X has gone into quite a different territory than I originally wrote it. I mean, I'm in the 7th draft now, and it's very, very different than I had originally. Well, it's weird because it's not different than I had conceived. What I did is I took the bad guy out. So there's a whole book that's actually just going to be memory hold, so that you, as much as possible, I've completely removed the bad guy, everything that's there, kind of like you would do in screenwriting. You would do all these deep character studies and then just reduce it to dialogue. And then in the David Mamet sense, you
Can you
won't have
explain that? I'm not familiar with that, of removing character and then would you say put it into dialogue?
Yeah. So David Mamet, quite famously to me, I don't know if it's gotten out there to others, but I learned a thing from him one time where he was saying,
Who is he? Just like,
"Oh, David,
what's he
yeah,
know?
we'll see one of his books coming up." He did the screenplay, well, the play, Glengarry Glen Ross, and then I'm pretty sure he actually did the movie, and he did. He's quite famous for a couple of things that are just escaping me at the moment. There's one that I really like, and I can't believe that it's not coming to my mind, but it had George C. Scott's son in it. Anyway, there are these very intricate plots that he puts together, but his dialogue is really sharp and super snappy. And his in talking about one of his plays, I'm not sure which play he was talking about. He said, the thing that you guys don't know is that I spent 2 years writing copious notes and descriptions. And then when I was ready, I wrote this play in 2 hours. So it's kind of like a little bit of both. And an example, one of his movies has to do with a guy who has like a martial arts dojo or something like that. And Red Belt, maybe it's called. Yeah, I think it's called Red Belt. It's a really good movie. I don't know why that it's not more popular, whatever it's called. But an example of this extreme overwriting that reduces itself down to like 2 sentences of dialogue is something like this. It's just a throwaway line, but it's so rich and it builds so much what's called deep narrative in narratology. So I see you came back from the war relatively unscathed. And the other guy says, that's not exactly the way I would put it. And that line is derived from a whole bunch of writing that never appears in the story, but it tells you, it gives you this deep narrative. And, I know a lot of people are just like, yeah, so what? But if you're really into this stuff and you're deeply affected by cinema or narrative, it really matters. You don't arrive at that stuff. Barbara Gowdy, she's a really interesting Canadian novelist. One of my favorite books by her is called The White Bone. And, I sometimes wonder, do I write the way that I write simply because I listen to these people and then they never actually do that? They just say that in their interviews. But she said she writes the book over and over and over again. She says she literally combs out the unnecessary. And she goes through draft after draft, just combing out what doesn't need to be there. And, in a way, her writing to me feels almost too thin. But when you just read it, the writing might feel thin, but the effect is so huge, or it can be anyway, if you're the right person for the book. But yeah, that's what I mean. And Vitamin X, the whole thing that I'm working on, it hasn't changed since I originally conceived the series, but execution is different than conception. And so possibilities emerge that I didn't think of before. And I don't mind. One of my graduate advisors, when I did my first MA, his name was Nikita Larry. He was an interesting character. He said, you want 2,000 good words, write 200,000. So that's basically been my practice for quite some time.
Can you say a little bit about this Helen Pluckrose book, the Counterweight Handbook?
Yeah, that's basically how to prepare yourself for when someone with an agenda comes to tackle you. And yeah, I mean, it's one of those sad but true kind of situations where I had it with Victorious Mind. Somebody emailed me and said, your book has microaggressions in it. And I'm just like, what? How is this possible? And it came down to simply describing that a situation happened in Harlem. And a situation did happen. My wife at the time, she had been walking and somebody came and just slashed her face open. And she still has this huge scar on her face. And I mentioned this in the Victorious Mind, but I didn't say anything about the character as far as I remember. Nothing. I just said where it took place. And naming the location is considered a microaggression.
Well,
so I don't know that I have any better mental architecture for dealing with that kind of stuff from reading the Counterweight Handbook. But my solution at that time was just simply not to answer, because that is a ridiculous accusation, and I didn't want to offer it any oxygen whatsoever, because that would misunderstand the purpose of the book in the first place. Yeah, so I don't know, like naming locations becoming controversial that is quite bizarre to me. Anyway, I got it partly because I was just quite interested in. She was on Michael Shermer's podcast. I like Michael Shermer a lot, and I always have. I was very lucky to read Michael Shermer early on in my university career. Why people?
He's a famous skeptic of a variety of things.
Yeah, well, I would hope even of his own skepticism, which I think he actually has been quite good at being a skeptic of his own skepticism. But I read Why People Believe Weird Things very early in university, and I'm very glad for it. Especially because I'm interested in so many things like hypnosis and whatnot. Anyway, I think that's a good book, and I'm considering having it in the bookstore. And I was quite happy and surprised to see that book in a bookstore. So that's a good sign.
Taylor's A Secular Age is a really important book, published by Harvard University Press. Yeah, it's I'm curious what you thought of it.
I'm of two minds. I mean, I think he's not wrong. And by the same token, I can navigate, the moral landscape, Sam Harris camp as well. I think that there's a strong possibility that our machines will grind belief out of us eventually. But there's also an equally strong possibility that we will anthropomorphize them and turn them into gods. And there will be, people praying to stations on the moon and currying them for favor. And in a way, it's impossible not to. I mean, I don't know how many times I've said things like, well, I run ads merely as pouring libation to the Google gods, right? And I mean, I know that that's what I'm doing, but it's not a good thing to do because they're not aware of me except for the ad representatives that they constantly email me and try to get me on calls to spend more. But there is that kind of thing that the mind or the brain needs to naturally not only come up with explanations for things, but curry favor. So in that book, the idea that this has been done with greater deliberation and can be done with deliberation again, I find it appealing. The major weakness that I find in it is the propensity for blame. And so when I run my various spiritual experiments or I study this, that, and the other thing, the stuff doesn't work most of the time. So who takes the blame? And then it becomes like this thing with the carnivore code. Oh, you just didn't do it right. Well, okay, where is your mansion that you live in with your six-pack abs that shows me, Mr. Anonymous User Account, that you have all of these super outcomes from this? And then what documentation do you have that demonstrates that it is this behavior that you did and these symbols that you absorbed that is the one-to-one correspondence that links this very, very specifically? Because if you aren't speaking in front of a super church congregation, I'm not sure I'm going to believe you that this came from your religion, right? So I don't know, but at the same time, mental metaphors do work, and just how reliable are they? So I'm much more in the Schirmer skeptic camp, and I think he's a really, really good one because he's one of the few that will actually sit with a Rupert Sheldrake and very patiently point out to Sheldrake the meta problems that Sheldrake has. You don't even have to get into the empirical problems. There's just all kinds of strange shibboleth building of an establishment science that's against him that just simply doesn't play out. Mitch Horowitz has this problem too. I really like his writing, and on his Medium thing maybe 2 weeks ago, he was talking about these horrible materialists who just simply won't acknowledge the alternative, blah, 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 blah. And I asked him, list these people, name them. Who are these? Like, let's get the individuals, because it's always this broad stroke painting of the bad materialists who will not consider or accept whatever is the proposition of the panpsychists or whoever. And I just, like, Schirmer's a great guy to watch. He'll sit with them and he'll just ask the same question. Name these people. It's just shibboleth making. Nobody's against your experiments. You know, if you can, it's normal to have to come up with your own budget or your own funding. I've had to come up with my own funding at various times to get gigs at universities. It's just the way it is. It's not anybody that's against you. Anyway, that's what I think about Taylor and the secular age.
You have a idea of or a theory of why it's become so popular?
Shibboleth making or
just the book? Like, it's not clear to me what exactly is new about it. Like, a lot of the ideas in there seem to have been in the air, in the water for a while. So,
Oh, right. Well, I mean, one simple explanation is that, well, there's two. People have to do something until they die, and there's a market. So the production of new books that are responding to whatever's going on is people needing to do something until they die. And hopefully they'll have a decent life. Now, whether Taylor's doing that or not, we could go either way. But I certainly know that from my internship at Bloomsbury is that a lot of books that are produced because of market realities, right? Or trying to make the most out of possible market realities that could emerge. And there's no shade to be cast at that necessarily. But at the same time, there is a nastiness to it, because why couldn't we read those old books? And we do see some of that, you know, like people, myself, I'm doing this. I've redone an edition of Peter of Rowena's The Phoenix called Phoenix Reborn. And I'm now working on a new edition of a Jacobus Publicius memory work. And if I get around to reading Spinoza's Tractatus there, and if I find that it might be a worthy thing to do a new version of, I may re-release it. But the thing with Phoenix Reborn, I actually think that it's the most successful independent book that I've ever done. I was totally blown away. And when I did it, when I first put out the marketing, I thought, oh, what a huge opportunity cost this is. I'm like the one dude who cares about what Peter of Ravenna says in the Phoenix to go to this extent that I've gone to. And this is just, you know, I should be doing this thing that in order to reach certain goals, like retiring one day, I should be doing this thing for students or whatever. And I said, no, to hell with that. I want somebody out there to know that Phoenix exists because there are people who've never heard of it, and I'm going to take the risk. Well, I was sure it was going to be just one of these things that I do that underperforms like crazy, but it turned out to be the best thing. And I really can't quite figure out yet why it's been the most popular book that I've ever released. But then, and I was already thinking of doing this whole Reborn series. I was just like, I'm going to do this. Nobody else is doing this. And I don't care what the opportunity cost is because I want this to survive, or I want it to be perpetuated or whatever.
I think there's an element of what you said earlier where it's like people want to feel an emotion when they open up a book and they read the first chapter, the preface. And I think when you're doing something you really believe is important and are passionate about, that has to come through in your writing. And maybe that's what people were resonating with.
It can be, yeah. Also, it can be that my passion for the marketing made the marketing so much better. And also just a blunt honesty where I said, most people are not going to understand this the way that it was written. There's multiple versions. We don't have a real version of what the Phoenix was like. And so I'm going to rewrite it and I'm going to channel my inner Rowena. And so I added exercises that aren't there, but I just was honest about it. So it's literally called Phoenix Reborn for a reason, not only because phoenixes are reborn, but the whole series that I'm working on is the Reborn series. And I don't know if I'm going to do Bruno or not yet, but if I do Bruno, it'll be the same thing. Basically, eject things that I can't myself understand, that people know what they are, and just say, here's the thing. Anyway, I did a whole commentary and so forth. But I think that actually by being willing to not be inaccurate about things that I don't understand, I wind up being more accurate in the end. I don't know about that, but in any case, the thing that I learned about it too is Bruno's a bit more of a plagiarist than I thought. Not that that's not quite right, but I'll just put it that way because that's placing our standard on their time. They copied books all the time back then, and it was no big deal. But I didn't know the extent to which Bruno had taken things until that I really took a deep dive into these books and worked it out. So I learned that as well.
Can you say a few words about Philosophy Now?
Yeah, I think it's a good magazine for me to subscribe to. I've subscribed now for over 2 years, I think. And I submitted something to them, and I don't know if it's going to get published or not. And I'm guessing not, given the amount of time that has passed. But it had to do with Bruno and memory. And it's just a good way to hear what's happening at various universities and to see what books are coming out, and there's various interviews and so forth. And yeah, I'm fairly pleased with it. I mean, there's other philosophy magazines, but I chose that one and have stuck with it. Brad Warner, he's cool. Hardcore Zen is his YouTube channel and the title of one of his books. And that title really kind of gets at at many of the issues we've been talking about, like your brain invents meaning, it anthropomorphizes. So it's kind of like irrelevant whether God exists or not. And part of that book is Nietzschean in the sense that what matters is if you're going to have a concept of being or you're going to have a concept of God or whatever, it's how you behave in accordance to that concept that matters. There's the politics of friendship was really important for me in my dissertation. Derrida, of course, is quite the controversial, contentious figure, but I think he's a little more valuable than it seems. That's Verso.
Verso, yeah. I'm actually going to be doing this series is an important series, the Radical Thinkers series by Verso, and I'm going to be doing a video on this series because it can help you kind of like in the same way the great books of the Western world and the Harvard classics. This is one of the few fairly comprehensive series of radical thinkers and more contemporary modern thinkers of like the last 150 years. And so if you're not familiar with who these radical thinkers are, this Verso series is a great way of just getting a sense of like who are the heavyweights in this arena.
Yeah, and if you know your Plato, you won't find many of them all that radical. A lot of them echo what's in the dialogues.
That's actually, I think, one of the biggest things about understanding the classics is that there was a lot of radical thought, and there is a lot of radical thought in the classics in ancient Greece, and sometimes gets written out of history or sort of conveniently forgotten, but there's plenty of it there, not just in the philosophical works, but also in the plays.
Mm. Yep. Logic of Sense, that's a Deleuze thing. Very, very cool book.
Yeah, could you say a little bit more about that? Logic of Sense.
Yeah, it's kind of uses Lewis Carroll quite a bit. I think it's a nice compliment for people who read Gödel Escherbach. And yeah,
So
getting at the themes of immanence, and it's a bit of a tougher read, but very, very rewarding to get at what some of the evidences and proofs. And the thing with Deleuze, of course, and this is why I think he's one of the top tier philosophers, is because he really knows his math. And this is a good place to get familiar with some of his knowledge of math and those kinds of matters. Anyway, legendary.
What about Sowell?
Thomas Sowell, yeah.
Intellectuals in Society.
This was sent to me by a supporter, basically to help me substantiate or double down on some of the things that he's heard me say, particularly as being like an outsider academic or whatever you would call me. Basically, I don't know exactly what he had in mind, but this is a good skewering of the infrastructures that perpetuate what is often very shallow expertise. Kind of going back to the Tony Robbins thing I was talking about in the Brendan Burchard bonus, where there's a history to be told here. So in a way, Sowell is doing deconstruction, and he's just sort of showing from an economics viewpoint how it is that we come to have so many lightweight intellectuals dictating so much. And his explanations are not pretty, but they're probably quite accurate. And so he's well known as being a on the nose conservative, and or at least in that general realm of things. And I think he's hard for people to contend with, people who are stuck in their categories. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know always why people send me various books, but I try to do my best to read them and fit them into the puzzle. And I could listen to Thomas Sowell all day. I mean, some of the interviews with him are incredible.
Yeah. I haven't read it, but my understanding is it's sort of got like a sociology of intellectuals as a type of elite and what function they play in a society, and applying that to contemporary times and contemporary intellectuals as academic elites within our society.
Yeah, I think it's an indictment of it. That's how I read it. And how that architecture comes to be. Is it sociology? I guess, but I think he's doing it mostly as an economist.
Yeah.
But the extent to which economists are not sociologists, I have no idea.
It is notable that he's been at the Hoover Institution, which is a public think tank at Stanford, Um, and so that's not a traditional kind of academic, it doesn't have the same constraints as traditional academia in terms of being a professor. And so that's part of what um, is unique about his position, is that he's spent most of his career at the Hoover Institution, and that you could say gives him some additional flexibility or independence to sort of make this kind of critique.
Yeah, which is part of the point, right? That's what tenure is supposed to do, period. You shouldn't need alternative or other institutions in order to make it that people have more wiggle room. The whole point of tenure is that you get to say what you want to say. And the idea that some scholars have to work for 30 years before they get tenure is ridiculous. In any case, I'm quite pleased with having received that book, but it's kind of preaching to the converted, because I was so uncomfortable as a scholar being told what to say and how to say it, and this idea that so many of my scholarly publications were rejected because they had to be changed in particular ways that have nothing to do with what I wanted to say. And I tested this again most recently because there's a book coming out about sense and memory, and I actually got a green light from one of the peer reviewers, and I had a pseudo green light from the editor of the book, but because this one other person didn't want it, and some clear hidden unspoken consequence if that the majority green light that I got went through, it was not taken. And it's just, that's the kind of thing that this book is talking to. And I don't know, I haven't independently published what I wrote for that scholarly book, and I just said to them, well, if you need any help, or when it releases, if you want to send me one to be featured on the podcast and so forth, I'm happy to do it. But I don't know. I may be unhappy to do it when I see it, but I would like to have that charity inside of me. But these kinds of things I've seen over and over and over again, and the hold over people, tenure just doesn't even matter anymore. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
What about this A Guide to the Bodhisattva Way of Life?
Bodhisattva, yeah.
Bodhisattva.
So this is Shantideva, and it's a quite highly regarded text. The key idea here, for me anyway, and partly I got it for Sanskrit studies, the key idea is that often people need to have vigor. And so quite a fair amount of this book is about invigorating yourself to do the practices that are required for the mindfulness and potentially the enlightenment that you may gain. So it's I like it. Some of the Sanskrit sounds quite cool. On the Suffering of the World is quite good. That's some hardcore Schopenhauer. Repeater books. That's an interesting press.
Yeah, there was another book much earlier that we talked about that was by Repeater. Do you remember which one?
Oh, Antioculus, probably.
Yeah.
This has a it's a press that has a particular politics, but I was a bit surprised to see them do Schopenhauer. I'm kind of surprised to see them have Thacker overall, but it speaks to it having a wider political range than it seems.
Can you say a little bit about Thacker, who he is?
So Eugene Thacker is well, I don't know if he is a nihilist, but he focuses a lot on nihilism. And I think it's called The Philosophy of Horror, or The Horror of Philosophy. That's probably what it is. The Horror of Philosophy series. So he goes through what is, he thinks anyway, what is very scary and disrupting and upsetting in philosophy. And he's done some editions of Choran and so forth. I have a very different read on some of his conclusions, but it's good to, madness is good for the sake of comparison, as it has been said. Uh,
Well, I'm looking at the ChatGPT on him, and it describes his Cosmic Pessimism book of 2015 as a concise examination of pessimism, describing it as the philosophical form of disenchantment, which is a major theme of Charles Taylor book.
yeah, I haven't read Cosmic Pessimism yet, but I aim to go through all the Thacker stuff, but so far pretty good in my reading. I just I just say I'm glad to have arrived at a different position than pessimism and nihilism. But nihilism is particularly interesting because in meditation practices, a lot of people experience dark nights of the soul, and then that can lead to a nihilism or a pessimism. And that I think that's why nihilism is such a contentious theme for Nietzsche, for example. Like Nietzsche goes to town on why he's not a nihilist and why that's such a bad conclusion. But it is a quite normal thing to arrive at if that you do your thinking, because you're going to have a hard time accepting religious stories, you know? So then what do? You
Can you talk
pick
about
one.
these? Sorry, go ahead.
If you can't deal with the nihilistic and pessimistic conclusions, you wind up in the Penguin Book of Hell, like literally in hell.
Yeah, I was going to say, is there a connection between these three Penguin classics here, and what are they all about?
These are texts that collect other texts. So the Book of
Anthologies.
Witches has, yeah, they're anthologies. The Book of Witches has primary writings from when witches were a big concern. Exorcisms, like it literally has some of the guides to performing exorcisms, etc. This is all vitamin X research or my memory detective thing overall. Likewise, the Book of Hell. I don't know if I'll ever actually write it, but in one of the memory detective novels I have planned called Infinite Infernos, there's the idea that the detective will try to memorize Dante's Inferno, and then terrible things will happen. But since so many terrible things are already happening to him, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to pull off with a straight face more terrible things that go to a Dantesque level. But anyway, it's research.
What about the Chris Bateman's Imaginary Games?
Yeah, so I did quite a deep dive into games because I've now created 2 games, and we'll probably create some more. The first game was the memory detective game, which was a lot of fun. It has a problem in it from a business perspective, which is that I have to run it and a mnemonist has to run it because it's a live game where you solve a crime, but you have to use memory techniques in order to win a prize at the end. My second game solves that, but it's not as immersive or interactive. And so I just needed to understand more about what exactly games are. Zero Books is another series.
Yeah, I was going to say, could you say a little bit about Zero Books?
Yeah, I mean, actually, I think Repeater Books and Zero Books are either related or the same, or imprints of each other. I'm not entirely sure, but they have a similar sort of tone and slant. And that Anti-Oculus thing with Acid Horizon, that podcast, I think that podcast has somehow become integral to Repeater Books and maybe Zero Books. I don't know exactly what's going on there, but it's interesting. If you go back and listen to earlier episodes of the Acid Horizon podcast, you'll get a feeling of them becoming more and more intertwined with each other. And I don't know where that is at the moment.
Yeah, I just looked up how are the two connected. This from ChatGPT. Yes, Repeater Books and Zero Books are connected through their shared history and founding members. Founding of Zero Books in 2009, Zero Books was established by Tariq Goddard and Mark Fisher as an imprint of John Hunt Publishing. Their mission was to challenge prevailing anti-intellectual trends in contemporary culture. In 2014, due to disagreements with John Hunt Publishing, Goddard, Fisher, and other key members resigned from Zero Books. They subsequently founded Repeater Books to continue their vision of publishing intellectually challenging works. Reacquisition of Zero Books. In October 2021, Repeater Books, under the leadership of Tariq Goddard, reacquired Zero Books. this move brought both imprints under the same ownership once again. So they basically split off from Hunt, and then they bought Zero from Hunt, it sounds like.
Yeah, that's assuming that the old ChatGPT isn't hallucinating, but one of those names sounds familiar to me. In any case, I look through a lot of those titles and I pick the ones that are interesting. But Imaginary Games came up just independently doing game research and just happened to be Zero books. And since I've read a few of those books, that's one of the ones that I chose to read about games. And yeah, I mean, the author has made games, so he's not in a bad position to be talking about it.
If people want a little bit more history, I'm using a model within ChatGPT that gives a little bibliography, and there's a post November 27, 2021, reacquiring Zero books, a statement on repeaterbooks.com. And looks like there's a whole kind of narrative of what happened and more details. So I would recommend looking at that if you're interested in more of that backstory.
Yeah. In any case, I generally like to see what's going on with those two presses that I have over the years.
There's a lot of conformity.
Branding is quite strong.
Yeah, the branding is great, and it's got sort of a nice minimalist look to it, and there is a lot of conformity within the publishing world, and so you have to sort of treasure those presses that are willing to go out on a limb and do genuinely interesting things and take chances on things that a lot of other publishers won't touch.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know how much longer our era is going to last, but it's been an astonishing and amazing thing to live through. I mean, it's unbelievable what has been possible by just people who wanted to do stuff in the last 30 years or so. Speaking of ChatGPT and so forth, if you go back to the Andrew Mayne novel, The Naturalist.
Yeah.
Andrew Mayne, I knew him originally as a magician, and he wound up emailing me at one point, and I was like, "What? Are you the Andrew Mayne?" And he was like, "Yeah," and he bought my course or whatever. And I don't know if he would totally agree with this way of putting it, but he basically said, "Yeah, well, I was the first prompter for ChatGPT, and we were trying to figure out how we could deprecate you guys with your memory palaces, and we found out that we can't. So you're safe. People are going to need you." Anyway, he was on my podcast, and I think that part was not recorded in the podcast, but it was really fun to talk to him because he knows a lot about AI, and he's got like a consulting company about AI. So I wanted to see what he was doing in fiction because he has many, many novels, and yeah, it's quite good. I wish I could write that way. So thought it would just be interesting because ChatGPT came up.
Yeah.
There's the more Philip K. Dick stuff. There's a David Mamet book of essays. So yeah, anybody who's interested in writing really should get in with David Mamet and study what he talks about. And you might not like him because he's quite forceful, but and you might not have a taste for his way of doing movies and theater and so forth. But I think he really manages to bridge this gap between like Brechtian Verfremdungseffect and popular culture in a way that's just quite astonishing.
What about the Penguin Book of Spiritual Verse?
Yes, that's kind of
research. Yeah.
But also what's so interesting is how much themes of non-duality come up.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, there's a long story that's probably not all that interesting behind why I got that in particular, but it's not spiritual in the sense of you know, Christian Western stuff. It's all over the map. There's Egyptian stuff and there's Farsi stuff and all kinds of Asian stuff. A lot of the Asian stuff is really interesting to me. And also just some of the, I don't know, mid-American 1970s women writers and whatever's going on. There's certain like non-dual. I didn't memorize it, but there's a really interesting non-dual kind of poem that's told from the perspective of a woman who I guess she's pregnant while she's writing it, or she's referring to themes of pregnancy and so forth. So thinking about pregnancy in the context of topics like gender and pregnancy, or sorry, spirituality, pregnancy, gender, and so forth, and really quite interesting. It helps one of my thesi, that categorization is the poison, because that's essentially what this woman says in her poem. It's the category that's the poison. I'm just doing my thing. So, and that theme comes up over and over and over again in that category is the poison. Not in that way, but that's the way I put it. Margaret Atwood's super interesting, maybe only to me as a Canadian, but getting into more of her story is quite something. She's a powerhouse of writing. She's written so much, it's not even funny. And it's not just that she's written so much, but that she's written such a variety of things. And then her technological interests are quite something. So she cooked up this machine where she could sign books remotely, like literally be in her office. And then the machine would telegraph to another machine and sign the book for her at bookstores thousands of miles away. She's quite an interesting person. The Casimir effect is a good potential literature pataphysics kind of thing. So it's at the top of this pile. That's a Christian book project. And that's bye-bye in Mandarin. Wait. So what it is, you know how when you go to the paint warehouse store, or, like building supply store,
Yeah.
and you have those rows of paint chips? What he's done is he's taken paint chips that have the minimum degree of difference and put them together and made very delicate poems. So I'd have to grab it and open it up because I haven't memorized any of them yet. But you have the two paint chips together. So you see this very, very minimal degree of color, which is nice to look at. And then it'll have the names of the paint chips, which creates a poem. So it'll be something like, cedar snow on dragon pearl. And it becomes like a haiku. And it's so good. It is so good. And that's by Penteract Press, which is unfortunately closing. And I don't know why, and I wish they wouldn't. But in any case, for conceptual literature, they did a lot of really good, interesting stuff. Like Anthony Etherin is the guy behind Penteract Press. And he does extremely constrained poetry, a lot of anagrams, really amazing to see what he's done. B.P. Nicol, the Martyrology. I used to have the entire Martyrology, and I just have started recollecting it. Nicol was a conceptual poet. He was a sound poet. And his influence is so large that Coach House Books, which is the press that put that out, is on B.P. Nicol Lane in Toronto. I spent hours and hours and hours and hours of my life hanging out at Coach House Press. And there was a guy there who used to work the book cutter called Nicky, and he was such a character. And one of the books that I did with a guy named Rob Reed called Open Letter Closed Book, that we had a picture of at one point, they let us borrow the book cutter to produce our own book. So partly it's nostalgia for me, but the Martyrology is just an interesting poem, and Beepenickel overall is interesting. He did a lot of drawings in his books, and the whole sound poetry realm, some of the thinking that they put into it, it's just fantastic.
One thing I was thinking of while you were talking about the Kashmir effect is the Rothko paintings.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good place to go with the mind.
I was thinking specifically of the orange, red, and yellow, which sold for 86 million in 2012. And it's not the most expensive Rothko, but it's the one that I think is most often kind of used as the example of his work.
Yeah, I haven't bought Christian's art that I have because I expect that it will do stuff like that in the future. But I wouldn't be surprised if it does, because the thinking in what he does is just astonishing to me. I feel a little strange because I know him and we talked not that long ago, but I'm such a fanboy, and then so it's like he was my professor in a directed reading, so that means like a class of one where we just met every week for a semester, and he guided a project that I worked on, and then we reconnected after many years, and then I'm sort of pestering him a little bit. Oh, I gotta get you on the podcast and all this, and oh, these books are coming out. Can I help? Can I help? Can I do anything? And that sort of thing, and collected some of his art and so forth. But anyway,
So have you had him on a podcast, or is there anything people can watch with the two of you?
oh yeah, you can. Oh yeah, you can watch stuff. Well, Penteract Press had a podcast. I don't know if it's still up, but you can hear him talking on that podcast with Anthony Etherin, and I think he surprises Anthony quite a bit on that episode. So if that's still around, that would be cool to listen to. And you can watch like.
But I mean, the two of you and him.
Oh,
in
he,
a
well, no,
conversation.
we haven't gotten around to recording anything yet, and I don't know that it'll happen, but I keep mentioning it, and so when Xenotext Part 2 comes out, I'm gonna try to make sure that it happens, because the Xenotext thing, like the idea of putting poetry into deathless bacteria, um, that's a memory thing if ever there was one. And also that poem that I recited some time ago, the one that talks about um, the abstract art that charts a phrasal anagram, the ars magna. Well, that is the memory wheel that he's referring to. And I've never just gotten down to asking him, like, do you use mnemonics and so forth? But in pataphysics, he uses the term mnemonics a lot. Anyway, I don't think that I would have gotten into mnemonics if I hadn't done that direct reading with him.
Well,
It just seems to be like one of those almost guided by voices things, because I saw him do readings and stuff, and just was generally in this conceptual poetry world when I was in university and participating in it as a producer of conceptual poetry. Had my own little small press, or Rob Reed and I had it anyway. So
what kind of stuff did you publish?
some of the things that we showed previously. So the book that looks like a
Oh yeah,
scene, and
Yeah.
open letter, closed book. Open letter, closed book is quite interesting. I mean, it might bore people that have no interest in Canadian literature, but we made a parody of open letter, and we called it Open Letter, Closed Book. And the reason why we did it is because Open Letter, which was a journal at the time, they rejected our submission, and we said, that's just not right. So we published it in such a way that the pages are closed, and then it has a knife in the back. So you can,
and we're actually going to show these up close in the top 15. So we should probably save the details for that when you can hold it up to the camera and people can get a closer look at that stuff. I wanted to ask you about actually a number of these: hardcore Zen, and then the I Ching and the Book of Shang Tzu, who I think came up earlier in our conversation.
yes. So yeah, Warner has that book about, God exists but doesn't exist. There's no God, but he still exists kind of idea. And Hardcore Zen is more of his story, how that he got into Zen. And he like literally goes from the United States to a Zen mastery or a Zen temple, and he sits facing a wall for a couple of years, I guess, and he becomes an ordained monk in a particular Zen school. I'm not sure which one it is, but he's quite good at explaining the different schools of Zen, what he thinks is precious about the one that he does, and his is the more hardcore one. And, long story short, you could drive yourself into pessimism and nihilism because of the consequences of that one. But nonetheless, he describes why that's not the case. And that wisdom press is interesting. If you're interested in that kind of stuff, he talks a lot about on his podcast or his YouTube channel, Hardcore Zen, it's called. And he's fallen out of favor, from what I understand, in the recent years with the trends with his publishers. And no doubt because he's not pulling any punches, and category is the problem. And we've entered in this world where category is now so hyper productive of codes and this and that. I like the thing that's so weird about it is it, as brave as I like to imagine myself, it puts me in a position of great cowardice. Just since the last time that we talked, they passed laws here where you say certain things and you'll go to prison for 7 years, mandatory sentence.
Wow.
So I don't know how not to react to that, and how not to be I really don't know. I mean, part of what I'm writing in my memory detective series is that thing. Write about the thing that you fear the most, and make the hero go through that thing. And because I've studied Giordano Bruno so much, and that guy gets burned at the stake for speaking his mind, I'm just kind of like, I don't think I want to get burned at the stake. But there's this like eerie feeling that the way history is going and the way that this mouth operates, it's going to be very, very difficult to not somehow wind up the same way that anybody with a passion for knowledge gets in hot water, right? Because So anyway, there's interesting strategies in the last couple of days that people have been saying, such as flooding the courts with endless examples of the lawmakers doing exactly what it is that they are making laws against. However, I have to say, and I don't even know for sure because the internet's so confusing right now. I don't know that it literally is mandatory sentence for 7 years. That's what people are saying, and I haven't looked at it myself. But nonetheless, yesterday, there were 2 nurses that lost their jobs, immediate dismissal for what they were saying about how they have already killed certain patients and that they will kill patients in the future if they show up at the hospital because of the category to which those patients belong. So I could go either way on these things, and I don't really have this fear, but at the same time, I do have the fear, and that's a lot of what the memory detective stuff is about. This detective, spoiler alert, he's thinking that his friend is the reincarnation of Bruno. There has to be. There's every sign. It's just that it's not going to work out exactly that way in the end. But somebody's going to get burned.
And the funny thing is, not to bring up Jordan Peterson again, but his rise to fame was him protesting a speech code. And my understanding is he's currently in hot water for some things he tweeted out a few years ago, and his professional association. I think this may have actually passed and maybe he stopped fighting it, but there was something to do with like his suitability as a psychologist, as a licensed psychologist, and how that sort of interacts with his public and especially political statements. So it's definitely a contentious area.
Let's not apologize for bringing him up again. That is a great case study of all this stuff. And it's the Streisand effect writ large. He's one of the greatest examples of the Streisand effect, right?
Yeah.
You want to make a dude rich? I mean, I'm sure he was actually quite well off before that anyway, but nonetheless, it's just, they hit the wrong nail with their hammer on that one. And that's going to happen again and again and again. And the thing is, and this idea that I've heard people saying, we'll flood the courts with examples of the politicians. I don't know what the thinking is with these people, but the very prime minister right now in Australia who's behind this, 2 months ago or whatever, it took everything in my body to not go on the warpath, because he stood in Parliament, and while an interlocutor was saying something that he didn't like, he said, "What's the matter with you? Do you have Tourette's or something?"
Wow.
Right? He said that to his colleague, and these are the laws that they're putting in place, right? And part of the law, as I understand it from just not doing a deep dive yet, is that even if you have the intention, or even if you don't even know you have the intention, you should know better. That's part of it. And so what is that guy thinking when he does that? Well, he's human is what it is, right? But nonetheless, he goes and apologizes. No, there is no apology except for immediate resigning, right? When you're going to use that kind of thing in our professional arena of political debate. And he said that he immediately apologized, but that was misinformation. That was not only misinformation and disinformation, but it was an outright lie. He didn't immediately apologize because the word immediate has a meaning, or at least it used to. What he did is he made this accusation of, you have Tourette's or something like this. And then he goes, blah, 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 right? Like he literally does an onomatopoeia of what that guy sounded like to him. And then he apologized. Well, that's not the word immediate. Immediate doesn't have space for onomatopoeic mockery and through imitation. So anyway,
it also gets to the medicalization of disagreement. So if you don't agree with somebody, you're insane, and it's a medical issue.
Anyway, I don't know what these guys are thinking with these laws, but like I say, these two nurses yesterday, what they did to incur the cause for dismissal, well, quite frankly, I don't think 7 years is enough for the things that they said. It was egregiously violating of any patient that has to go to any hospital to think for a second that you even look like someone and they're going to kill you.
Well,
so
Reagan famously said when he was had to get surgery for his take the bullet out from the assassination attempt, he said, "I hope the surgeon is a Republican." So it's always, these kind of issues have been around for a while, and
well, this is why
everything is turned up to 11.
This is why it's actually very interesting to read things like the books put out by Repeater and Zero Books. And I don't necessarily share their politics, but I don't think their criticisms are to be discounted. I think they make capitalism into a monster that doesn't exist. I don't know where capitalism is, right? Yes, I see problems with numbers go up structures in an economy. But by the same token, I mean, they're not wrong in their, if you watch some of the Acid Horizon books, like they have books on their shelves behind them that are like Hatred of Capitalism is the title and so forth. They're not quite wrong when we get into this logic where, categorization becomes so extreme that you have to worry about who your surgeon is. But at the same time, the idea that there's a utopia coming where just every surgery is tickety-boo and nobody has to worry about these things. I don't know. But at the same time, we're in that utopia. If you do your Book of Chuang-Tzu stuff, you just go with it. It's just emerging. It is what it is.
So is this a anthology of his work? Did he ever publish a sort of well-known book, or?
Well, it's a response to Confucianism.
Okay.
And an application of Tao Te Ching. So its exact writing is going to be mysterious to us and so forth. But it will talk to these political shifts. Not that it will, but when you read it, you will see that it's talking to these political shifts. Oh, this government is now doing this, right? So, are we going to sit there and get hurt and worried and alarmed about it? Or are we going to see it as the functioning of the Tao? And what that means to see it as the functioning of the Tao is risks anthropomorphization, but not if you do it to the full implication and extent of what's going on here, which is essentially a non-duality to see being as whole and complete into itself and not necessarily following logic, because whatever logic that it could possibly follow is so connected to itself that the idea of logic completely falls apart. It becomes a void moon. So,
What about norms and nobility?
oh yeah, this is part of my trivium and quadrivium research.
Oh, cool.
It's an argument, and it is one of these ones that, because it has an agenda, I think it blind spots itself. So education is falling apart, we need these norms, and it will be noble to have these particular norms because that will then fix this or that problem. Anyway, it has a interesting suggested curriculum that I think is quite a good one, but this is where I would I think it's also very lacking because it's so quote unquote Western oriented.
What's with the mention of nobility?
Well, part of the thing is you don't have noble people if you don't have the norms that produce it.
So it's a sort of elite, like sort of reviving a more elite education.
Yeah, I mean, there's a particular belief that if education is structured in a particular way, you'll get noble people. Is that true? Well, I don't know. I mean, it seems that it romanticizes the past quite a bit, but I quite like it.
Sort of reminds me of the Republic and the Guardians.
Yes, and this is, I mean, if you take Plato at large and situate the Republic in the dialogues at large and think all those things through, that argument that's being made there is not as fixed and firm as it seems. There is a becomingness. There is a requirement for becomingness in Plato. So that the idea there really is you need to know the forms. So the idea of know thyself is knowledge of the forms. But we often think of the Platonic forms as being more rigid than they are. There is a play for becomingness. And there's also a deep understanding in Plato. I think it's either I think it's the Statesman, where they really get deep into ontology and, what is nothingness and how that being, what's the opposite of being, right? And if we could figure out what the opposite of being is, then maybe our inner nihilists would have some teeth, but it can't, because there is no opposite to being. There is no non-being. So the implications of there being no non-being is that all your idea of norms and this person is noble and all that sort of stuff, it doesn't work. It can't work because the opposition is building itself out of itself. So it's not opposite, it's tethered. And I think that's a big step that people miss in the Platonic theory, including the author of that book. But in any case, I do like to see, and that book is, by the way, a re-edition of an older work, and he talks in the introduction about why it was necessitated to bring it out again. But it doesn't seem like the curriculum is updated. I think with an updated curriculum that broadens things so that it's not so duality focused could help a lot of people.
Do you want to say a few words on the Xenotext, another Christian book?
Yeah, it might be repetitive, but this is the one with Deinococcus radiodurans, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay.
The deathless bacteria. I should be saying the deathless bacterium, I believe. But in any case, there's such glorious poetry in there. It's so well written. Unbelievable. And that's Coach House Press. which I was mentioning just recently with BP Nickel on BP Nickel Lane in Toronto. It's right next to Robarts Library, by the way. And Robarts Library in University of Toronto is a place I spent a lot of time in. And a friend of mine gave me the keys to his study carrel, which is an actual closed room. And I have a nice picture of myself in there somewhere, where I spent, glorious, glorious, glorious hours in the stacks accessing books that just would be impossible to have had access to otherwise, especially since I was at York University, and York University didn't always play fair with the University of Toronto in terms of interlibrary loans. So by having his student card and the key to his study carrel, that was like a power up in the video game of learning.
Do you have any thoughts on this book?
I do. In fact, I can recite a fair amount of it in Sanskrit. Turtva, Moharnava, Hatva, Ragadveshti, Rakshashan, Yoga, Shanta, Santa, Yuktatma, Ramo, Varajate. That's one of the key lines for me there, which means those who kill the like-dislike monster proceed to the ocean of tranquility. Or no, sorry, I did that wrong. It's like those who kill the like-dislike monster proceed through the ocean of delusion and arrive in tranquility, perfect tranquility. It also has an interesting open line, which is tapo pahikshina papanam shantanam vitaraganam mukshunyam apexoyam atma bodho vidhyate, which basically means I wrote this book for those who are already pure and already prepared to accept and use the knowledge in this book. So it's just kind of like a gatekeeping at the beginning. Don't even bother with this unless that you're already on the path, which I find interesting as a hierarchy kind of thing, that books are positioned in such a way that, you better go read this first before you get to this one kind of attitude.
What does Atma Bodha translate
It's
to?
basically Atma is like a self kind of thing. But self as in big S self, the Atman, being, that sort of thing. And it's basically, I'm not sure exactly. There's so many ways to translate this sort of thing, but it's the text. Well, he gives it fire of self-knowledge. That's James Schwartz's translation. So it's how you're going to have self-knowledge, but self doesn't mean you. It means the big picture of all consciousness, and even
The Geist.
if there is the opposite of. Well, no, it's Geist is. I don't want to be down on Hegel, but I can't imagine how to make ideas less clear than he did, right? And so therefore, if you want, well, this is not a political book, so it's not going to shine in such a particular way. And then you when you think of Hegel, because of history and so forth, you got to take into account the Marxist twist and all this kind of stuff, and on and on and on. But part of this comes back to our just being difficult theme. What is the luminous detail that all that difficulty that Hegel has is trying to create? The thing with Hegel, I would say, is read his dictionary of philosophy, or whatever it's called, and see his commentary on Bruno, and this will this will say a lot, and his commentary on other figures. He gets it, and he's producing his own stuff, and he can't stop himself from producing it. He's producing it the way that he's producing it, and that's just the way that it is. But it's not evidence of consciousness at large actually directing something. And the problem with Advaita Vedanta that this book is trying to correct is that a lot of people are going to cook up this fantasy idea that there's actually a consciousness that's directing things, right? But no, that's not what it is. And so this book is trying to help you understand that anytime that you create an explanation, a cloud of ignorance has just come over your eyes, because that's categorization. And so what you need to do is you need to dissolve ignorance, and you do it through a combination of knowledge and practice. And it says, there's a line that says that constant practice of knowledge neutralizes ignorance like a base neutralizes an acid. Now, that's the I think that's word for word Schwartz's translation, quite close to what he says. The Sanskrit says it a little bit differently. It doesn't say neutralize an acid. It has this word that's like kata korenovata, something like that, which is because I don't think that the old Jehudis there were playing around with acids and bases in order to neutralize them. It talks to kata korenova. I don't even know what it is really. It's some kind of chalky substance. And if you put it in just the right kind of water, it dissolves so perfectly that it doesn't create sediment in the bottom of the bowl. So that's like the literal Sanskrit is talking to practice of knowledge. It's not knowledge and it's not practice. It's knowledge and practice coming together to neutralize ignorance. But you can't stop. So it's basically a book about procedural memory in a way. How do you get your procedural memory to deliver you the escape from ignorance? Well, you practice knowledge day after day. And that's what the mantra is. Mantra means mind, tool, tra means tool. It's the tool of the mind. And I'm not trying to sell anybody on any religion, and I don't care. But at the end of the day, I think it would be a much more interesting world to live in if people sat there and used mind tools more frequently to neutralize the ignorance in their minds. And this is a good place to start, even though it says at the beginning that it's not for you if you're not already there. Mumukshunyam is the people who are already pure. And I think the implication that Adi Shankaracharya has is that perhaps they're not as pure as they think they are. So it's maybe not really gatekeeping, but kind of just like
sort of an inside joke.
Yeah, quite possibly. But it's not, I don't know the confidence that we have that Adi Shankaracharya actually wrote this. People argue about it. So I think that it's irrelevant, but nonetheless, there is that. People will bicker. Sanskritists will. When I had a Sanskrit teacher, I never heard this term Sanskritist before, but she was just like, watch out for those Sanskritists. I mean, I am one of them, but some of them will drive you bonkers by how this or that consonant changes everything, you know? But yeah, I love that book, and I haven't finished memorizing all of it, but working with it and really knowing it and being able to remind myself of what it's saying and having some of that study where I've looked up in different books, the commentary. Wait a second, is this really a base and acid? No, this is saying a different thing. It extends the mental metaphor. And I like James Schwartz a lot, but James Schwartz is one of these gatekeepers that ultimately I kind of wound up being ambivalent because he had I have to watch it again to make sure that I didn't dream this, but he had this video series on YouTube, which may still exist, called How to Teach Advaita Vedanta. I think it's 2 parts. I remember at the time I had my assistant make me a transcript so that I would later, this horror that I felt at what I heard in there, I would later be able to confirm it. And I'll have to see if I can find that transcript. But anyway, he says basically in my memory, he says, when you're teaching Advaita Vedanta, whatever you do, don't tell them about the implications because they'll run screaming. Which is back to power of now. Why do you use the word God? You know, all this sort of stuff, when that's not really what these things are about. You know, oh, well, we do it for, I was a kid, man. I grew up with Mike Tyson's Punch Out. Like, that's it. Let's get to Mike Tyson as quickly as possible and punch him out. Like, why do we have to dance around the goal all the time? Let's just go straight to the goalpost and put the ball through and score the point. Anyway, Zone 23, C.J. Hopkins, really amazing. He wrote The Extremists, which is one of the books we mentioned before when you were asking me about theater. This is a dystopian novel that is for our times. And I just heard that it's getting a 2026 edition, or is it going to be later this year in 2025? Hopkins, speaking of this theme of like people saying words and getting into trouble, he was taken in front of the court and threatened with jail in Germany for having used an image that is on other books in Germany that are completely fine to use, but not by him, not by an indie. No, not you. And for making criticisms that turned out to be actually accurate. Anyway, I'm a bit partial to him because he was my writing teacher when I was in Berlin. And I went to his writing classes and got feedback on my writing from him. And he's a very, 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 very good playwright. And he's extraordinarily insightful about everything that's wrong with your story, which starts with the fact that you haven't thought about your story yet. And he's just great. And some of the interviews with him are great. I don't go hook, line, and sinker with everything that he says, but it was been sad for me to watch him being threatened with prison for just doing what mainstream press people do all the time without a care in the world.
What about this Deleuze book?
Well, that's a good book for explaining why it is that the power mongers feel so obliged to react so strongly when people show them the caca on their knees. So this is part 2 of Anti-Oedipus, or at least it can be conceived of as part 2. It is a book that is trying to talk to how that language becomes a war machine against the people who use language, and then how to build other kinds of war machines that resist. And, it's science-based, so it's realist, but a lot of people don't want to see Deleuze as realist, even though I think that he is. Manuel de Landa, I heard recently, I didn't hear it recently, I was rereading a book called Dark Deleuze. Andrew Culp, I think, is the name of the guy. And he really takes issue with people like Manuel de Landa who write books about Deleuze as a realist. And I don't see the problem. I mean, I think Deleuze is very, very clear that his fantasy is as real as it gets. It's in his brain. His brain is made of chemicals, and those chemicals have been studied, and you can make mathematical formulas that help explain the transfer of those chemicals and the nodes of
I just want to make a quick connection to what you were saying about pataphysics, because I think it sort of hinges on,
for sure.
It hinges on how does your philosophy or ideology define the real, and what is the internal real, and the outside is the unreal, or is the outside the real, and how you even conceptualize inside and outside, center and periphery. So I just want to make that connection, but go ahead.
Yeah. And these are pataphysicians for sure. They make up words to help solve these imaginary problems, because the division of real and not real is in our imagination. It itself is real only by virtue of the fact that whatever is in our imagination is material. It's in our brains. It's chemical. It's playing out in an electrical way, right? And the panpsychists are not necessarily always going to be against that, but they have a big problem, which is the problem of empiricism. And they're just saying things that I think come down to that it makes them feel better.
Do you have any thoughts on Neuralink and how that's going to kind of call into question maybe a lot of the assumptions people have about this kind of stuff? And also, I mean, we should wait until the mnemonics video to talk about the implications for mnemonics, but if you want to just briefly, if you have any interesting teasers.
Well, I think that all of these things are mnemonic, right? If I were to write a book of philosophy, the philosophy of memory, probably what I would have to, and I won't do this because I don't really know that I agree with this, but nonetheless, I would have to do something like the universe is itself mnemonic. It is memory, and it is palimpsestic memory. That's probably what I would say. And what I think about Neuralink and so forth is that we play a dangerous game by categorizing things. And what I think is quite like, it's already in Star Trek, the Borg, right? But is there a bright, virtuous Borg? I used these terms a long time ago in my scholarly work, like eternal now. I did a lot of scholarly work on what is called the omega point. And the omega point was the name is lost to me now, but there was a priest who worked out the moment in which matter will start to build matter out of itself, which is kind of a weird thing because isn't that what it already does? But nonetheless, we would reach a point where we are unified with total oneness. with Christ in this particular conception would be the omega point. But we've been moving towards an omega point, and Neuralink could be part of that. And its revelation, I think, will be that, we've been one all along. We've just been missing the point. We're
Sounds like
endlessly.
the singularity.
Yeah, I don't like that term, but nonetheless, I think that the silliness in the singularity stuff is Eckhart Tolle 101, power of now, baby. Like, why are you not already fighting for the singularity that is? Why are we sitting around? And I know why. It's because we're pataphysicians. We're constantly solving imaginary problems, and we take it to be so serious that we lose the aleatory element that pataphysics tries to build back in the play. And
This might be too far afield, but and maybe sort of in a more Joe Rogan direction, but sort of.
We haven't been in that direction already.
Well,
damn, we gotta build up. We gotta pull up our pants here.
I was going to say a lot of more less industrialized societies have rituals where they sort of, whether they're using psychedelics or mushrooms or other things, and that stuff has come to the West and come to Americans over the last couple decades, and is now moving towards legalization and even treating PTSD and stuff. Those kind of experiences maybe
yes,
can kind of, societies can ritualize it, so it's sort of the standard understanding or experience that everybody grows up with, but it's also a way that people are sort of in the West forcing themselves to have these experiences that are otherwise you have to go through these, go to a special school or learn special, or even just sit on a park bench, but it's not as much of a magic pill as some of these traditional technologies or medicines or whatever you want to call them.
That's not too far afield at all. And in fact, Anti-Oedipus, which is the first part of A Thousand Plateaus, I mean, that's part of the issue there. Capitalism, as they term it, has so infested the world of psychiatry that it's not really psychiatry. What it is you pay taxes to the system, and if you aren't fully and properly symbolically accepted by the system because that you're participating in it and building your little white picket fence so that you can retire as we tell you to retire, then you have a mental illness, and that mental illness has to be corrected. And this is how it's going to be corrected. So that's part of what's changing, for sure, with the psychedelics. But we should go a little step further.
Yeah.
Gary Weber, who wrote Happiness Beyond Thought, which we'll get to later, but I'll just pick it up since we're on it. He says that he never took a hallucinatory drug ever. I have, so I can't agree with him fully, but his non-dual experiences are, by his own reports, which I take very seriously, are extraordinary. And he seems to walk his walk and is the proof of concept. And his books certainly bear all those marks. So anyway, there's lots of people who don't take psychedelics, but through meditation have psychedelic experiences, because you don't necessarily need to take a thing. Because what is a drug? A drug is a thing that causes your brain to do things that are in your brain to do, right? It doesn't cause your brain to do things that are not in your brain to do. Like it somehow pulls in from some alternative universe things, although little mechanical elves might say otherwise. The point being is, from a materialist conception anyway, you can do a lot of that stuff just through meditation. And it's been a long time since I took any psychedelics, but I can tell you through my meditation stuff, it really feels intense and hallucinatory, and all kinds of weird ideas come to mind that just don't come to mind if I take a break from meditation. It just goes away. So there's a lot there's a lot to that, and I think that we could ritualize things and so forth. But I think the larger point from the Chuang Tzu sort of thing is it's all just happening on its own. And yeah, maybe Hegel would say that's the dialectic, but this comes to the myth of progress, which is a thing that John Michael Greer talks a lot about, the myth of progress. We tend to think we're going somewhere, we're going to reach a particular thing, and then everything's going to just be great, when that's just not in the nature of things. Bruno talked about that too. Rot, decay, deconstruction, it's all in the mix.
There were a quote from Timothy Leary sprang to mind as you were talking. Once you get the message, hang up the phone. And
Yeah.
I put it into ChatGPT and it came up with a longer one from Alan Watts, which goes, if you get the message, hang up the phone. For psychedelic drugs or simply instruments like microscopes, telescopes, and telephones, the biologist does not sit with his eye permanently glued to the microscope. He goes away and works on what he has seen.
Yeah. In Deleuze, there's an interesting passage. I'll try to think of where it is, but he talks about how the very existence of microscopes causes us to approach things in the way that the mental image or the possibility of the microscope enables, right? So this is exactly that. It's like hang up the phone even on the image that, or the potentials that are created by the existence of the tool.
What about this philosophy as a way of life?
So Hadot is an interesting guy. This is essentially philosophizing about Stoicism and creating spiritual exercises out of it. He was quite influential on Michel Foucault. So
Oh, I don't know.
Foucault's concerns about care, about hospitals, and those sorts of things are quite sourced, I guess you could say, in Hadot. Care of the self, I think, is a term from Foucault that comes out of these studies. Anyway, that's a very dense book, even though it's quite short. But essentially, I don't do those kinds of exercises, but they're not that dissimilar from me sitting and meditating with Sanskrit, etc. Words Fail Us is quite an interesting book. The John T. Claypool. He had a speech impediment, and he comes to grips with it partly by reading Deleuze and literally trying to exaggerate the speech impediment in order to make it more creative, to make it more, let's say, pataphysical. Anyway, it's on that sort of theme of how world systems make conditions a problem when they really aren't a problem. They can actually be extraordinarily productive. And you can, I think it's called intentional stuttering or something he uses, which he sources from Deleuze, or better said, Deleuze and Guattari in this case. So that's quite interesting. I'd recommend that book to people who are interested in language and speaking and things of that nature.
I put the Hadot book into ChatGPT and it mentioned that Hadot drew heavily on Socrates' notion of care for the soul, epimelia, psyches.
Yeah, if you want to beef up on your Greek, Hadot is a good place. He's got quite a lot of Greek terms in there.
What it made me think of is care ethic versus justice ethic, and how that's a important binary in a lot of what's going on in today's politics and different ways of approaching collective action problems. I wanted to also ask you this, what this alternative assets thing is about.
Those are things like Bitcoin. They are about lending, so actually becoming a lender to other people, and various opportunities that arise that seem quite spooky to me. But yeah, it just has to do with things other than real estate, other than collecting interest from a bank account. And it's good to think about those options. Also, if it has to do with real estate, like development and how you can get in on various developments, but also invest in technology and other things like that.
We should probably say a little bit about these two. We talked about Dark Deleuze earlier.
Yeah. Well, I mean, these are ideas that are unhappy with how others have treated Deleuze. So I mentioned previously the Justin Murphy-based Deleuze book that I have. And I mean, Justin Murphy doesn't say this, but he more or less sees Jordan Peterson as kind of Deleuzian in this accepting of the most joyous possible thing. Like Peterson wouldn't put it that way, but when Peterson says, pick up your heaviest cross that you can possibly ever bear, it is essentially saying, say yes, affirm, joy. But Culp says, no, destroy it all, burn it all, everything. There's another book we went past, which I think is a repeater book's title, called Tonight It's a World We Bury. Is that what it's called? Bill Peel, I think. I can't quite. Yeah, it looks like a repeater book. So it's got the gun. I mean, the repeater gun logo says it all, right? It's about the destruction of the systems that we currently have. And Tonight It's a World We Will Bury is all about how death metal has all these anti-capitalist, anti-system messages in them and so forth. And I just really want to know their thinking. And it is what it is. And it's not like it's unfounded, but that book is very thin, and it just doesn't none of them ever seem to have a solution for what to do instead.
Yeah.
And I don't know why, but it just has this kind of, well, it'll work out feeling. It'll just be better sort of feeling. And
well, sometimes I think it's sort of an emergentism of something will emerge. The dialectic must, it's sort of the Hegelian, or even the sort of reminiscent of the Marxist determinism of like, this must happen, this must come next. And so when we apply that negative dialectic, the positive must emerge out of that. So there's sort of a belief that there will be a second coming. There will be sort of a good thing that is going to come, and we don't know exactly how or when, but it will emerge.
Yeah, I just don't have much sympathy for that, because obviously that's going to happen. Like, why do we need to have all these actions? So.
And then what about the crystallography book?
Oh, that's very good. That's Christian book again. And it's a project that shows basically the crystallized nature of texts. And if you imagine an M.C. Escher painting as poetry, that's kind of what it is.
Wow. So
really, really good. I like his stuff a lot. Also, I had an original first edition, and I was trying to get back to it, but I don't think that was it. And it was filled with all kinds of pieces of paper where people had marked off certain things. But it's interesting to see the notes that people make and the interpretations that they make and what they seize upon. And I'm just thinking, do they get that from a professor who's teaching this, or is that their own conclusion of it? Yeah, it's quite good. Nelson Dulles. So Nelson has written quite a few books. He's now 6-time USA memory champion. And he and I have recorded many, many conversations, some of which get into strange territory like remote viewing and so forth. He's a psychonaut in the sense of going and running these experiments to literally do it. He literally went to the Monroe Institute to get trained in remote viewing. And
wow.
So pretty cool. And I tried an experiment with him to see if he could remote view. I did a little bit of magic, and he nailed it. He got the card that I was holding up. He second guessed himself though. So
I was recently listening to a Michael Shermer thing, and he mentioned that there's some kind of prize if you can sort of under their controlled conditions, if you can do remote viewing.
James Randi Prize, yeah.
Yeah, the James Randi Prize. So I don't know.
I think one of my first publications was on the JREF website back when it was in full operation. This would have been 2003 or something. I don't know.
James Randi's, is that James Randi's website?
Yeah, well, he's dead now, but the JREF was the James Randi Educational Foundation, I think.
Okay.
And I don't quite remember what it was that I submitted, but anyway, I was overjoyed that it was on their website. And it seemed like he himself had even replied to it or something like that, but it was probably not him. But in any case, yeah, that prize. And now I believe Banachek is the guy who manages it. And Banachek is a mentalist. And Banachek, with James Randi's guidance, had infiltrated a scientific university program that had dealt with, what's his name? It'll come to me, I'm sure, in a second. The spoon bender. I can't believe his name's not coming to my mind. But there's a guy that Randi had a long battle with, where he would expose him on like the Tonight Show. And so, I can't believe this one name is not coming to my head. But he would claim that he could tell which cup had water in it or whatever. And so Randi would make it very difficult for this to actually be demonstrated on the Tonight Show. And Johnny Carson, of course, was a magician himself, and he was all about exposing cranks and so forth. In any case, yeah, you can watch some of the tests on YouTube, or at least you used to be able to. And the frustration that these people come up with is insane. Like, it's always the same explanation. Well, it works when the scientists aren't around. Right? Anyway, I did an experiment with Nelson on that podcast, and it was wild and it was fun.
What are we looking at here?
Oh yeah, so a lot of these books are sent to me, and I never keep the envelopes. But the one that I kept was this one, which had a drawing on it of Giordano Bruno. So I thought.
So is this a working address if people want to mail you stuff, or should I blur this out?
No, yeah, if you want to mail me something, that works.
Cool.
And it should work for quite some time to come. But check if you're worried.
Could you spell out that Mooloolaba? Because
it's Mooloolaba, Mooloolaba.
And then what's that number? 4557.
Yeah.
Okay. Queens or Australia.
In my mnemonic system would be Superman bending the rail from Superman 1 around the neck of the Loch Ness Monster.
So what's the image depicting here?
That's supposed to be Giordano Bruno. There's a quite famous illustration where Bruno is shown holding this scroll. So I normally have that hiding some of my books, but I just took a photo of it.
Is there a meaning to this?
Yeah, that's the initials of the guy who drew it.
It's cool.
But
so it looks like this came from France. Petit
Canada.
Arquette, or Canada. Oh yeah, Canada. What is that? Air Canada or
Canada Post or Air Canada? Yeah, it could be Air Canada. I'm not sure, but that was we paused upon the Kevin Vost Memorize the Stoics, and I talked about how I didn't follow up on it in time and didn't interview that guy, but he had wanted me to interview him and sent me Memorize the Stoics, and anyway, it's the only envelope of books that have been sent to me that I kept, and I feel a little bad that I didn't interview that guy, and it was just my kind of stupid arrogance to be so slow about it. So that we were talking about, that's Open Letter, Closed Book, and it is a labor of love that took a long time to do, but we got permission to use the book cutter at Coach House Books on BPO.
This is you're the author of this?
Co-author, yeah.
Co-author. Okay, so we'll probably go more in depth on this in the top 15 section.
Yeah. Well, I didn't mean to include any of my books in the top 15, but
well, no, but like we'll record it after we do the 15. And
sure.
So all the stuff that you've like published, sort of independently, we can kind of show those on camera and kind of show the details of the materials and colors and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Matilda.
There's Eugene Thacker underneath there, Tentacles Longer Than Night. That's one of his horror of philosophy books. Really great.
Who's this guy? Who's the author?
He's the pessimist expert that we were talking about before, Eugene Thacker.
Eugene Thacker. Oh, yeah. Okay.
So it's a trilogy of books. That's part of them. The Grandmaster, this is Magnus Carlsen, basically like a extended journalistic piece about his chess style and strategy.
Is it good?
Yeah, if you're interested in chess. I was doing a bit of research for chess mnemonics. One thing that happened, I used to have a dentist who had chess magazines all the time in his store, and I didn't follow up on it. There was a book advertised about chess mnemonics, and the person who wrote that book, he disappeared all his stuff from the internet because he was getting too much heat about mnemonics. And so then what he did is he said that he actually didn't ever use mnemonics. So then it's like this now mystery. Well, is it that you don't want your competition using the technique that you were using to rank wherever you were, et cetera? Anyway, I never have really followed it, but I did a little deep dive into mnemonics for chess.
So is this like if somebody was interested in Magnus Carlsen, the person, but didn't really care that much about chess, would you say this isn't the best book because there's too much chess related stuff, too much like technical chess stuff?
I really don't know. I mean, it's meant to be a mass book.
Yeah.
Appeals.
So I would figure it wouldn't be too intense.
It's not like you're going to go in there and be like, oh man, now I have solved the combinatorial logic of squares.
So this is actually the last image. So we can wrap up here, and then in our next session, we'll do the top 15 books, and we'll then do the various stuff that you've published or sort of, what's the right word for it, where you've like really produced it, like you've put it together with your own hands, it sounds like.
Handmade books, I guess.
Handmade book binding.
Yeah.